After Desiree Capuano divorced her husband Patrick Fox, he was deported from the US back to Canada. The couple's son Gabriel remained with Desiree in Arizona. In 2014, a website was published claiming that Desiree was a substance user, child abuser, and white supremacist. She soon learned that the website had been published by Fox. According to Desiree, Fox informed her that he wanted to torment her into taking her own life. Desiree reported the website to her local police and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or RCMP. When the RCMP investigated, they discovered a post about how Fox could sneak into the States, shoot Desiree, and get away with her murder. Shortly after, he is caught trying to sneak across the border into the States. Concerned his goal was to kill Desiree, the RCMP bring Fox in for questioning.
This is Constable Pat Spring RCMP, Regiment 57140. Taking a statement from Patrick Fox in relation to burning file 2016 25379. It's currently 21:03 hours on June 16, 2016. Mr. Fox was arrested by this evening. He was recharged and warned by Constable Heather Montagliani for uttering threats and criminal harassment in relation to his wife, Desiree Capuano. He's currently in his cell. Constable Montagliani advised me that she read his rights from a prepared arrest script. He was provided access to counsel. He indicated that he wanted to speak with a public defender. He was put on the phone with legal aid. He exited the room after speaking with legal aid, advised that he spoke with a lawyer, understood the advice, and that his lawyer didn't make any mention of coming to the Burnaby detachment. As I mentioned, Mr. Fox is currently in his cell. I'll be taking my audio recorder with me to go and get him. Let's see, right in that corner there. Perfect. Okay.
Alright, this is cold in here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you can adjust. I like it cold, so if you do get cold and you're really, really cold, let me know and I can figure something out.
Okay.
Maybe turn the heat up, or I don't know. Maybe. I said to him, my name is Jason. I'm a police officer. I've been one for about 7 years, and I work with the investigative support team. I was kind of asked, I don't have a lot of background in your file, and everything I know there's been a lot. I was asked a short time ago to come in and take an interview from you. So if I'm wrong in something, or I'm misinformed, correct me, because I really just learned everything, and there's so much to learn. But I was hoping to speak with you to figure out kind of like this file is, I know we call everything a file, it's kind of all over the place. I was kind of hoping to speak with you a little bit about that and kind of share, I guess, how the RCMP and everybody ended up here. I mean, you already kind of know, you know obviously more about this than I do, but I've just got some information that they wanted me to kind of give you.
Sure.
But before that, I told you a little bit about myself. I'd like to tell you more. I have a child as well. I know you have a child, a son.
But you have a psychotic ex-wife.
I don't.
Okay.
But I do know a lot of psychotic women, so I kind of can understand that. But yeah, no, I'm lucky, thank God. I mean, there's no telling where my wife could end up. Thankfully, I've been pretty lucky, but the way women are, who knows, right? So, but I'm lucky so far, and I have a son, so I don't know women's daughter, so I'm hopefully lucky for their teenage years and all that. So, but yeah, so I have a son, not as old as yours. He's only 4. So far, so good. I do have a wife. So far, so good. Yeah, I've been working in Burnaby for my whole 7 years. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I like to play sports. I don't know if you like to sports. Big into hockey, no? Okay. I know you're an IT guy, which I'm not even gonna, I don't know anything about. I struggle with it. I try and figure it out, but I'm not, it takes me forever. If I try and do anything with computers or anything, it takes me forever, which is surprising because I'm not that old, so I don't know what happened with me, but I don't know what that says about me. But I was hoping to kind of hear some more about you, not what's just what I'm presented with in the file, like what they don't kind of tell us, like stuff you're into, stuff like that.
Sure. First, Is the recorder on?
It is.
Okay.
So yeah, we're being audio and video recorded.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure it was on.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people have a tendency to infer what they expected or wanted to hear from something that a person said. But if it's being recorded, then
Yes.
there's
Yeah,
a
it's audio and
record.
video recorded.
Right.
Yeah.
Second, I have an amazing caffeine withdrawal headache, so if I seem a little slow or distant...
Do you want a coffee?
Oh, do you have coffee? I would love some.
I think I can get you coffee.
Oh, that's great. I've had
Because I would like a
all
coffee as
day.
well.
Just,
Because as soon as I got in tonight, I was told to put it on this, so I haven't had a chance to get a coffee.
Right.
Let me see what getting a coffee here.
That would be great if you could do that.
Yeah.
That would help immensely.
Yeah.
This morning at the detention facility in Tacoma, at 5:30, they woke us up for breakfast. I grabbed my breakfast and then I was going to go back to sleep. But then they wake me up and they tell me, oh, come on, you've got to roll up, you're being released. And so I didn't have a chance to have any coffee all day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I usually have like 2 coffees at least a day.
Mm-hmm.
What do you take in your coffee?
Just black.
Just black, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Anytime someone says they take it black, I feel like I'm less of a man if I say that I take cream and sugar.
Well, if it helps at all, I used to take cream and sugar, and when I was about 20, 21, I was engaged to this woman from Japan, and she used to drink it black, and she was the one that got me started drinking it black. So
Okay. I'd like to. I
made me
started.
feel like less of a man too.
I know. Well, I started with like a double.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to say that I'm down to 2 milk and 1 sugar. But I'd like to get it down. But anytime I try and go lower, like I don't know. Then I see some people get that. I've seen in front of me like order a triple or something. Oh, I couldn't imagine. Let's see, large black. Okay. Okay.
Now, the documentation you have in front of you, is that the entire case file? Because if so, it's
not.
very thin.
Yeah, it's not. No.
Okay.
This is just stuff for me to kind of, like I said, I kind of got running late. Obviously, I had no idea who you were until the last 2 hours. So there's been so much that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I do interviews, so they asked me if I could have a chat with you. So
Sure. And you're aware of the prior arrest, right, from July of last year? The criminal
I
harassment
read that.
she
Yes,
filed.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I read all that.
And
I was kind of looking just to get to know you a little bit before, like the stuff I don't read. I mean, like it's kind of awkward. You're sitting in your cell, and then there's someone that's writing, investigating. There's a lead investigator. I only get to hear what he says and what is in the file. I have some time because my only job was to take an interview from you, so I've got my whole shift. So we could, if you want, we can kind of. I wanted to kind of get to know you.
Okay. Other than the facts.
Other than what's in the information, because when you see something on, I mean, I don't know what's true or what's not because we have to take everything, and even if when I talk to somebody or we see something in the news or whatever. We can't actually believe it 100%. Obviously.
Don't I know it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, don't I know it because the stuff they put. I mean, about us. I've had files that I've never been accused of doing wrong, but I've had files that have made it, and the way they spin it and the information that they use is completely not the case. I tell my wife, I'm like, oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe what the FB said today. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I mean, I know what their job is. They're trying to spin and get paper, sell news, but it's frustrating. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know about the CBC story that was done back in February, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Have you seen what was aired?
I did. I watched it. Yeah.
Yes, that was extremely one-sided.
Yeah. Okay.
And then about a week later, some news agencies in the U.S. contacted me and did an interview.
Okay.
That was much more realistic, and that's when things started kind of turning. That's when that media coverage started turning against Desiree.
Okay.
Like at first she was getting all this positive attention, people supporting her and stuff, and then I started posting the proof that she was lying about all this.
Okay. But are you, like, how long have you been in, I was just trying to get to know you, like how long have you been in Canada now since you...
This time?
Yeah.
Since this morning.
Okay. But, sorry, prior to May 27th, I think it is?
Yeah, prior to that, early May 2013 is when I arrived here.
Okay.
And I've been living here steadily since then.
Yeah.
I
Do you like it better in Canada than the States? Like, what do you prefer?
There's some things I like about both. Well, okay, I would compare Vancouver to Los Angeles because the only part of Canada I'm really familiar with would be Vancouver.
Okay.
And the only part of the U.S. that I really like at all would be Los Angeles.
Okay.
Federally in the U.S., there's very little that I like anymore. Ever since like September 11th and the Patriot Act and the Real ID Act, and so I have very little interest in ever moving back to the U.S. This time when I was going down, it was just to visit for a few weeks, and Border Patrol claimed that they had seen me like on the camera.
Okay.
Except
before actually, like I should say before we get into that, obviously you have rights, and I know Constable Montagliani, the female that came down. She read you all that and kind of explained everything. But obviously, you know, anything you say, given that I'm a police officer, can be given in evidence against you.
Yes.
And you don't have to say anything. You know that, right?
Right. And I'm generally pretty careful not to say something that would incriminate myself.
Okay.
If I do think something might be incriminating, then I would simply say I'm not going to comment on that.
And that's fair enough. I totally get it. I respect that.
But
I know you're a smart guy because I can tell you choose your words. 'Cause I actually watched a little bit of your other interview and trying to prep it, and I can tell you're pretty smart. You're a pretty smart guy. I don't know if you've been educated or went to school, or if it's all just by yourself, or.
I would say mostly all by myself.
Good.
There was a period in the U.S. from 2007 to 2011 where ICE was giving me a hard time, and the Phoenix police were trying to charge me with some things, and so I had to represent myself. So I had to learn a lot about the law during that process.
Okay.
Mostly Canadian law. Substantively, it's very similar.
Oh, is it? Okay. I've never looked at it.
Somewhat different, though.
Okay.
Like generally, what's a crime in the U.S. is a crime here.
Okay. Yeah. No, fair enough.
And the defenses are generally very similar. Procedures are very different, though.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
But back to me. Okay, so I came here in 2013 as a result of being deported.
Yeah.
Been living here steadily or constantly since. During the time that I've been here, I've been back to the U.S. a number of times, like to visit or for shopping and stuff. Never had any problems returning to the U.S. except for this most recent time.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've never physically harmed anybody in my life. I don't believe in harming anybody other than in self-defense. When it comes to self-defense, I believe a person should be able to or should be allowed to defend themselves by any means necessary. If they're not the ones that initiate the aggression, then this idea that they should use equal or lesser force, I don't think that's really fair.
I can understand.
Like if a small guy gets attacked by a big guy like you,
yeah,
what's equal or lesser force?
Yeah.
But anyway, so my career as a software engineer, since I've been in Vancouver, I've worked on 3 projects here, 2 video game companies, one at EA.
Oh, cool.
And then contract with VTech. They make telephones and stuff.
Yeah. They do other stuff too, or they used to, right?
Yeah, they make like toys for young kids.
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I've seen that name around a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Which games did you develop?
I was working on a component that provides the network functionality or the networking interface functionality for some of the for a number of the sports games. NHL.
Oh, cool.
What's that? FIFA used it too, I think.
Oh, okay.
There was a new UFC game that came out while I was working there. That one used it.
Something, I think, Fight Night or something like that,
and a couple other games.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I wasn't working on one game specific.
Yeah. So you're working for a company that was with EA? Is that
no.
Oh, for EA.
Working for EA.
Oh, okay.
But in programming, there's what's called libraries, which are modules or components of reusable code that can be used by multiple different games.
Okay.
Kind of like how, like a brick, for example,
can
be used by multiple different things, right?
Okay. So you're developing, and what did they actually? I'm actually what did they use that for in the game? How does that work?
Are you familiar with the games?
I am. Yeah.
Okay, great. Because I'm not.
I'm not a huge gamer, but I do know this game.
There's something called leaderboards.
Okay. Yeah.
It would facilitate that when sending messages to other players.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember back now. Most of my career has not been in games, and so some of the knowledge I gained while I was there I've forgotten since.
Okay.
I remember the leaderboards though.
Yeah.
There was some other major thing too. Something to do with scoring, or
Okay.
I can't remember though.
That's interesting. I wouldn't even know where to start. I would look at it, but I would have no clue. I would be completely lost. I know it'd be probably easy for you, but
Well, sure. I mean, once you have all that prerequisite knowledge,
yeah, I guess.
then yeah. But
Yeah, that's cool. That's interesting. Sorry, I interrupted you. I was curious about the game.
No
So,
let's see. What else can I say? I'm trying not to duplicate information that you probably already have. Like, my ex-wife and I, we got married in 2000. We
Yeah.
separated in 2001. I had custody of our son. She claims that I hid him for 9 years. I claimed and proved that that wasn't true, that she was the one that left.
Okay.
That was one thing the media made a big deal about.
Okay.
Her claim that I had hid him for 9 years.
yeah, okay.
Have you gone to the website yourself?
Yeah, and I have a little bit, but before we get to that, you made mention of, and I made mention of Heather Montaigne, the police officer.
Sure, yeah.
And I know you talked about how the other police agencies work and like procedurally why. And you
Yeah.
kind of hint that's a little different. I just want to ensure, because I've dealt with police before too, and I've been, I wouldn't even say which police, but in the Lormian, not the RCMP, and they've kind of jacked me up.
The only other one would be the Vancouver, right?
No, there's other ones, but
I thought it was just RCMP in Vancouver.
no. Well, there's Abbotsford.
Oh, they have their own place?
Port Moody, Delta, New West.
Oh, okay.
What else is there? I think I'm missing one. I can't think of it.
Yeah, good enough.
Anyways, yeah, good enough. There's other ones, and I just want to make sure that you check on how you've been treated. Because I've been jacked up myself. Has anyone promised or threatened you anything? Like, has anyone promised if you talk to Constable Potts, you'll get this, or this, or any police officer? Has there been any promises made to you?
Nobody has made any promises to me. Nobody has threatened or attempted to intimidate me. And so far, all of my experience with the RCMP has been that they've been exceptionally professional and courteous in all of my interactions with them.
And the same goes for if and when we hear back with this coffee. That's not like I'm just getting that because you said you got a headache and could use one to focus. It's not like that I'm giving it to you because I hope you talk to me or say something or incriminate yourself. But she's not responding, so maybe the monitor can get my partner, Heather Montaigne, to check their phone. We'll do that, then maybe they can. I just have somebody monitoring for me, so.
Monitoring, what do you mean?
Someone watching the statement. It's basically we have to.
Sure.
I'll tell you reasons. It could be many. If I know what will happen in this case, but if you jumped up and attacked me,
Or vice versa.
exactly, yeah, then someone could come down. So
Right. Okay.
yeah. So but usually we're dealing with really bad people.
Yeah.
You're obviously not that kind of guy, but you never know. It's just so they put in there that they always want someone monitoring it. So that's the reason for it. Okay, so so the reason why you know that you were arrested for harassment and uttering threats.
I know what the charges are.
Yeah.
I don't know what the factual basis of the charges are. I know that the case number is a 2016, so I'm assuming it's not based on the same allegations as the prior criminal harassment. Otherwise, it would just be the same case number, right?
Well, no, it's because because of 2016, because a new file was created, kind of in and around what happened at the border there. They created a new file. Everybody, they love to create files.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, so it's just, it could cover off some of the stuff that happened back in 2015.
Now, one thing I know is from that prior arrest until now, there's been no contact between Desiree and I other than a few emails that I had sent her requesting visitation back in the fall and then for his winter break and for the summer break.
Yeah.
There's been no responses from her to any of those with the exception of one response in December. So there can't possibly be any new allegations of any kind of harassment or uttering of any threats. So it would have to be based on something that occurred prior to the other arrest. But then that would lead me to think, well, why wasn't this brought up at the prior arrest? Really, I'm thinking what happened is the RCMP heard that I was down in the U.S., that Border Patrol had arrested me or something, and then decided to bring this stuff up. I don't think that there's any new evidence that could have possibly come up.
Okay.
See, I think what happened was, okay, before, some people were saying, like, in the media, that the reason the prosecutor didn't move forward is because we're in separate countries.
Yeah.
So when the RCMP heard that I was in the U.S., that kind of removed that one issue of us being in separate countries. But I've been back to the U.S. a number of times. And the fact of that one international border being there is one thing. There's still 1,700 miles between me and her. If I go 25 miles south and cross the border, there's still 1,700 miles between us. So, I mean, that's what I'm hypothesizing is going on here, but I don't know.
Yeah, okay, no, fair enough. Do you, like, so the 27th, so again, I've only read kind of
Yep.
like paragraph. What happened on that day? Can you tell me about that day? Like how it was that you were arrested?
Sure. I was going to the border. I had the intention of going to Linden, catching a bus from Linden, going to Bellingham, and then to Seattle, and then catching the train down the Amtrak down to Los Angeles. As I got to Zero Avenue, and I've crossed there a number of times, and I know that that statement could be potentially incriminating, but it would be outside the jurisdiction of the RCMP. You'd have to tell the U.S. authorities, and obviously they don't care. Otherwise, if they were going to charge me with something criminally, they would have done it this time or the other times. So as I got to Zero Avenue, I noticed this car that was coming along and almost came to a complete stop as it passed me, but then decided at the last second to continue on. And that was maybe 10 feet away from where, I just hopped across and continued down Double Ditch Road. So what I suspect happened was that person in that car probably called CBSA or the Border Patrol and said, hey, somebody just crossed the border. And then the Border Patrol came and intercepted me.
How did so I'm curious, like how did that go? How did they were they? I would imagine
they were much more polite and friendly than I would have expected.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that too. I would have.
It seems the last couple of years, though, some higher authority has been probably telling them to stop being assholes at the border.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have complained about that.
Okay.
But they were friendly and polite, and they took my ID and ran the name and stuff. And then they brought me down to the Border Patrol station, ran the fingerprints, and then the old ICE file came up and all. And then they spent a bunch of time going through all of that. And first they jumped to a bunch of conclusions about that I was trying to do this and trying to do that. And they reviewed the file, and then they realized that, well, wait a second, this person's been put through all of this stuff, but he's never actually done anything wrong, like the perjury and the false claim of U.S. citizenship. That happened after I was already in ICE custody, and they were unable to prove that I was an alien. So then they charged me with that stuff to try to get me to plead guilty so they could use that as a basis for my deportation.
Okay.
Like, it's not like I was convicted of those first, and then ICE deported me arrested me and deported me based on that. I was in ICE custody for 8 months before they charged me with those things.
Huh.
So
yeah, sorry, you left off. You got arrested, brought back.
Arrested? Well, I got arrested by the Border Patrol.
Yeah.
And they had this intelligence officer or agent or something talking with me for a while, to determine if I was associated with any kind of terrorist group or anything.
Yeah.
And then he did all his investigation, and they concluded that there was no kind of threat, and they weren't going to press any kind of charges or anything. They were just going to reinstate the prior order of removal. From that point, I was getting along fine with it. Everybody, all the officers there were all cool.
Okay.
The next day, they transferred me to the ICE facility in Tacoma. Now, I've had bad experiences with ICE in the past, as you probably know.
Yeah.
And ICE has a tendency not to care about leaving people sitting in custody for long periods of time.
Yeah.
So I was expecting probably I was going to be in custody for 6, 8, 12 weeks. Called the Canadian consulate just after I got there. I got there on a Saturday, and then the Monday was a holiday, so on the following Tuesday. And I explained the situation to them. They started a file. Nobody from ICE came to me. Like, usually they bring this emergency travel document form that I have to fill out and sign and everything. A couple weeks went by. I started getting kind of suspicious. They didn't come with the form. The consulate said they hadn't heard from them. But they kept saying, "Oh no, we're just going to take you to the border." And I thought, well, it's peculiar.
Yeah.
Then yesterday, my commissary account stopped working, and that kind of tipped me off that I was probably going to. Oh, they have these computers where you can order the commissary. And
Okay.
commissary is like the store in
Okay.
jails where you can order like food and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
And as they start processing you to be released, one of the
Yeah.
things they do is they close your commissary account. So when you try to log in and you see you can't get in anymore, that's kind of a sign that
So that's been good news, I guess. Yeah.
well, it's getting released isn't necessarily good news. What happens after you're released determines if it's good news. Like I got released from ICE custody, but now I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Fair enough.
So I still haven't had a damn cigarette. But,
Yeah.
yeah, I smoke.
Okay. Yeah. I don't smoke, and I don't even.
Nah, you wouldn't. That would be
I don't know.
against policies or something. I'm sure.
No, well, not in here. We can't smoke in here, but if I had smokes,
Yeah.
or if I knew someone smoked, I don't even know if anyone smokes.
Probably not.
At this time of night, usually during the day, you can find cigarettes around here somewhere, but then I would just take you to the bay there, the scare bay, and we can smoke in there. But
Gosh, that would be so cool.
yeah.
But see, I'd incriminate myself for that.
Oh no! Hey, don't talk about that.
I'm kidding. So then this morning, they called me, like I said, just after they woke us up for breakfast and said to pack up my stuff. And then they brought me to the Border Patrol place, the same place, I believe, where they had brought me when they arrested me. And then these two ICE officers brought me to Peace Arch. And then I was sitting in the back of the car there for a long time, thinking like, okay, what are they doing there? And then the RCMP car pulled up, and I thought, I bet this has to do with me.
Yeah.
Of course, I had no idea why. But,
Yeah.
So that was from that most recent arrest up until now.
Okay. I haven't heard anything back.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking for a coffee as well, so let me just quickly make a phone call.
Okay.
Alright. I didn't make 2 phone calls. Ever since you mentioned you got a headache, I'm getting a little bit of a headache coming on. Because I usually have a coffee right when I come in, but
May I ask,
Yeah.
what time would it be?
9:30.
Okay. There's a serious case of sensory deprivation because over in the holding tank there's absolutely no indication of what time of day it might be or
yeah.
clocks or anything.
Yeah, 9:30 night, so on June 16th.
Well, the date, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so sorry, so you were brought to the cells here, or sorry, eventually you transferred from the border to Burnaby.
Right.
And I've been here ever since.
So, first I was transferred from Peace Arch, then to Surrey, and then Officer or Constable Davidson came from Burnaby to Surrey and brought me from there.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So, how did it all happen? Where because I kind of am okay. She's saying a lot. You're Desiree,
Yes.
and I've read a lot.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much of it I believe.
Consider that every allegation that she's made publicly or to the police previously,
Yeah.
I've posted proof on the website. that
Okay.
It's not true.
Yeah, so I've only had 2 hours to kind
Sure,
of figure,
sure.
so I've nowhere near touched any of that. So
Her most significant allegation was the one about, it started out with that I had threatened to, or that I had said that I would shoot her if it was not illegal or if there was no threat of risk of going to jail or something like that. But realize though that when I don't know if you've actually seen that actual statement, it was in an email. When you read it, you see it's actually very innocuous. Like I don't say that I would actually do that. And in the next paragraph, I very clearly state that I would never physically harm her unless in self-defense, etc., etc.
yeah, okay.
But that statement didn't come up until after before she filed the RCMP report in July. She called the Swarita police, her local police,
Okay, yeah.
and they asked her, I've got the reports and I've published them on the website as well. They asked her if I had ever threatened them, her and her fiance, and they said no, that I'd never threatened them.
Okay.
So she didn't get what she wanted from them, so then she went to the municipal court to get the order of protection. And in there, she had said that in an email I had said that I would shoot her if it was legal, or however she phrased it. She got the order of protection from there, but it was just temporary because I had to be served on me. And then she went to the RCMP, and again, it was that kind of like vague statement that I said I would shoot her if there was no risk of going to jail.
Yeah.
And the RCMP, from that, they arrested me, and then, they released me on my own recognizance. The prosecutor decided not to move forward. From that, she was seeing that she wasn't getting what she wanted, so she started escalating the severity of the allegation or of the claim. When you look at what she then said when she got on the news, she went as far now as to say that, she phrased it as, I absolutely would kill her if I wouldn't go to prison or something like that.
Okay. It could be taken if you didn't get caught or something. Is that what you're saying?
Right. But see, it went from simply shooting her to now I would absolutely murder her.
Yeah.
And if you look at her history of any kind of allegations, you're going to notice that kind of a pattern. It'll start out with some accusation that is kind of mild, and until she gets what she's trying to achieve from it, she'll just keep making it a harsher and harsher allegation.
Okay. What's her motivation in all this? Why is she trying to do this to you?
She started with all this retaliation in July of last year. Okay. And it started almost immediately after, her current fiance that she's living with. She moved in with him May or June, I guess, of last year, and our son was up here until July 12th. Now, I knew that she had moved in with him, but since our son was up here, I wasn't updating the website because, I was spending time with him.
Yeah.
When he went back, then I updated the website, and I put her new fiance's picture and some brief information about him and, her new address and all this. And that's when she started freaking out and doing all of this. I suspect she herself doesn't care at all, really, because she never did anything prior to that because she just didn't care, and she even admitted herself in some of the interviews. But I suspect this is all because of him. He doesn't want his picture on there.
Yeah, associated to her.
Right.
Especially when you post everything around her, and if it's true, like you're saying it is, probably just want to be associated to her, right? So.
Right, and it makes him look bad, and as it should. I mean, he's making a major life decision to be intimately involved with this woman, so it shows very poor judgment on
But it'll probably be when he finds out who she is, maybe they won't end up to be together anyway. So,
well, if that happens, if it doesn't happen, I mean, that's not my goal.
Yeah.
My interest, if I had any interest in terminating the relationship or causing the relationship to be terminated, it would only be because of my belief that he's providing financial support to her, which is enabling her to say be reactionary and do these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Now, as far as her intimate relationship with him or her being in love with him or something, I have absolutely no interest in that. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, you guys have been separated for so long, right? I think it's 2000 or 2001 or something. 2002.
We separated in 2001. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the divorce dragged on forever, and then eventually she got an annulment, and I didn't even bother contesting it.
Okay.
So, because of the annulment, technically we were never legally married.
Yeah.
So, now I can actually say that she wasn't actually my ex-wife.
Okay.
Because when you get an annulment, it's as though the marriage never occurred.
Yeah, it never existed.
Yeah.
So how was it that, because I know you weren't, they kicked you out of the States, but if you married her, how does that work if you marry her and then it got annulled? Because you're supposed to, I know you don't get full-on citizenship.
Well, but I never applied for any kind of immigration status through her. And I know that the Canadian government seems to have they seem to have their mind pretty much made up about where I was born and who I really was originally, and that I'm a Canadian citizen. And since I want to remain living in Canada, I'm not going to correct them or dispute that. I mean, if that's what they want to say, great, more power to them.
Yeah.
I was going to say I know where I was born, but technically I don't. None of us do.
Yeah.
We only know what we're told.
Yeah, absolutely.
But part of the reason I never applied for immigration status through her before when we were married was because I technically didn't need to.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I mean, I'm sure you've heard about how I claimed that I was born in the U.S. and all that.
Yeah.
So
Florida, is it? Right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
But we're not going to go into all of that because that's got nothing to do with this. I said, I'd rather remain living in Canada right now. So, if you were to contact Canadian immigration or whoever and say, well, can you look into this person, find out then that could possibly result in me being asked to leave Canada.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure you probably wouldn't do that because A, it's not your jurisdiction, you probably don't care.
You're probably right.
And
Yeah.
probably also because you probably assume that the government's position that I'm a Canadian citizen is probably true, and I'm just saying this for whatever reason. So,
I mean, yeah, it's you're pretty much hitting the nail on the head on both fronts. So, so she's said a lot of information. She's talking to the lead investigator tonight. I am kind of like, I'm put in just my only task is to talk to you, so as to get and then report back to him because we don't know. She's obviously slandering your name and saying all kinds of stuff.
Oh yes,
and, which is not surprising. I know you've been dealing with this for 2 years or 2 years for your whole life. Right?
Well, actually, only since 2011 because she was completely absent from our lives.
Yeah. So she says that
time.
you had custody right until 2011. Was that in the States?
I had custody up till 2013 after she called ICE and I ended up getting deported.
Okay.
And she even admitted in one of the interviews that I posted on the website, a radio interview, she openly admitted that she called ICE and had me deported 2 times solely to get custody of our son because I was trying to get a supervised visitation.
Okay, I can see. Okay.
So I can. It's on the website.
So I can make that. Now I'm starting to understand more, right? Because you look at everything and you're like, well, why is this guy going to all this effort? So I can understand that. It'd be taken away from my. If I was taken away from my kid, I would. I don't know what I would do. So I can understand that.
One thing that's been a huge issue for my son and I. See, previously the family court in California, that's where our family court case is, had said that if I provide him a mobile phone, she's not allowed to interfere with it, right? Because she has a history of getting caught recording our telephone calls.
Okay.
And so we can't speak openly and freely. Like, he can't speak honestly and openly with me because he knows that she's going to listen to them.
Yeah.
So the court said that if I provide him a mobile phone, she can't interfere with it. So I got him a phone. But last summer, after the criminal harassment incident, she took the phone away. Then, because of the order of protection, which technically is a domestic violence issue, and then she brought that up in the family court, so now the family court is showing a lot of bias toward her because the family court sees there's this order of protection, so there's a domestic violence issue, and so now I'm some big bad guy. So the family court even said at the most recent hearing in March, she doesn't have to give the phone back to him, and the only way that him and I can communicate is on the landline phone, which she records and listens to.
Yeah.
The family court also said that she has complete control or complete discretion over all visitation and over all telephone calls now. And I've done nothing other than create this website.
Yeah.
If anybody searched through all of my history, you will never find any kind of violence or aggression or any... I mean, sure, there's been some like minor little petty crimes and stuff. You know, the typical stuff that people do.
Is that in the States or?
Well, I've been in the States for pretty much my whole life, except for like a few years here and there. But even since I've been in Canada, let's see. I'm trying to think if there's like some illegal thing that I might have done. Of course, not something that I would incriminate myself on. Like, little petty stuff. Like, I can't even think of anything right now. Oh.
Yeah, that's okay. So was your reason for starting the website, is it to kind of show her true colors? Like, is it to get your son back? Or is it to kind of show that exactly who she is? Or like, sorry.
I would say it as the website was created after I was deported and after it became obvious in the family court that because I was deported, the family court wasn't going to change the custody. And I realized at that point that there was a huge bias there, because now the court sees me as like an illegal immigrant who lied, and now I've been deported. And so I realized that there's no way that I would get any kind of justice from the family court. This is even after my son testified in the court that he wanted to come back, that he didn't want to live with her. And then the court said, "Oh, well, we don't think he's mature enough to make that decision."
Yeah.
So that's when I created the website. The reason I created the website was, one of the reasons was to publish the truths and the realities about the kind of person that she is, because people like her keep getting away with doing all this terrible stuff, because they keep like going to strangers. Like over time, people learn about how she is from dealing with her, and they go, "Oh, this is just a terrible woman. I'm just not going to deal with her."
Yeah, no, it's fair enough.
But the world's full of new people for her to.
Yeah, it'll never end, right?
Right.
It's never going to end.
So hopefully, by creating the website, it takes away some of that ability for her to keep finding new people to manipulate and to turn against you. Consider, I put a blog post on there talking about how back in 2012, when I was still in Los Angeles, she did essentially the same thing to me. Like, she was contacting people she thought were my family, and she contacted my rabbi and people from the temple there and all, and told them that I was a fugitive and an illegal alien, and that I had hid our son from her, and that I was abusive and did all these terrible things to try to turn them against me. I've never heard a single person make one reference to that. Nobody, like all these people on the internet, they're saying all these terrible things about me.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever once said, well, but wait a second, she did the same thing to him. But why is nobody saying she's a bad person for this?
You're probably just better at it because you're...
I'm definitely better.
Yeah, because your technology, like, you created a website and it's actually, I mean, I went on there, it's pretty, like...
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you can get around pretty easily, and the colors, and yeah, it's pretty good. You can tell. I didn't know you were in IT, and I'm like, how did you create all this? Like,
Well,
it's pretty...
Consider, though, the area of IT that I'm in has nothing to do with web development.
Okay.
Now, I've done a little web development before on some projects like years ago, so I knew a little bit about it, but I hadn't done it for years.
Okay.
So a lot of it has been some learning experience and such.
And do you do, and you're going to probably, hopefully you're impressed, I don't know this word, SEO? Search engine optimization. Because it comes up, because I have a friend who does that, so that's the only reason I know that word, is to get, so it comes up on Google high up.
Yeah.
So it comes up pretty high, isn't it, on Google?
I know very little about search engine optimization.
Yeah.
The reason this website comes up, though, depending on what you search for, like if you search for her name, part of the reason it comes up so high now is because of all the media attention it got back in February.
Okay. I guess so it's been mentioned more online.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like before that, a few references to it would come up.
Yeah.
But you see, the more people search for something in Google, the higher it ranks it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And before this got on the news, there was only about 30 visitors to the website each day.
Yeah.
And the first couple of days that it was on the news, it went up to like 30,000 visitors.
Yeah.
And it was up there for a few days. And as of the time when I got arrested on the 27th, it was still somewhere around like about 200 visitors a day.
Okay.
Like, it tapered down to about 300, then kind of leveled out and went down a bit more. And it's been holding steady at about like 150 to 225 from, what was it, middle of March up until now.
And that's every day?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Don't you wonder how... Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Ooh, thank you.
It's quicker than I thought. Okay, I think they're the same, so you can...
Do you mind if I move closer? Or?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, for sure. You sure? You tempted?
Oh, no.
Tempted? No? Alright, don't make fun of me here.
No,
It's cream, though. Alright. Cream, yeah. Sorry, so we're talking about 200 or 300 people a day.
Yeah, now, of course, consider, though, that's not actually 200 or 300 human visitors. Like, some of them are web crawlers and such, and like search engines. But I'd say probably less than 20 a day. 20 out of that 200 are search engines and things. The rest are probably human visitors.
Okay. Because I took a course actually on internet investigations.
Oh yeah.
And it was kind of interesting actually. Like it opened my mind up to the amount of stuff that we could have at our disposal, just not even without like warrants or anything. Like,
right.
Just the way you word stuff. Because you can look actually. I had lost it though. I don't remember how. You can actually, and you would be able to see it, like who's visiting your site.
Oh yeah.
What the next site they go to.
Yeah. Like you could programmatically put that into the page as well, so you can get additional information. But even just by default, the web server itself.
Yeah.
Each access, and access means like each time somebody's client, like their web browser, loads a page, and then within a page there's a bunch of like images and such.
Yeah.
So every one of those things that's accessed gets written to the log and the IP address, and then from using the IP address, you can determine where geographically the person was, or the machine anyway, not the person.
Yeah. Okay.
So
you'd be able to. So
Like
You're
for
going to be
example,
able to go when you get home and see that I opened it from an RCMP computer, I guess.
yes, 199 dot. Oh, what was it? 199.212, I think it was.
Oh, that's our IP?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really know how IP works. Well, like,
Well, it's kind of like a telephone number,
yeah.
except that it has some additional functionality. Like every computer on a network has to have a unique IP address, right?
Okay.
But you can have things called NATs or firewalls or gateways,
Yeah.
where you have this device here that has one IP address that's visible on all the internet, and then
Yeah.
all of the computers within the internal network here
Yeah.
use like a private block that isn't accessible on the internet.
Okay.
When this computer accesses the internet, the packet or the message goes to the router, which then changes the address so that it appears as coming from this device and then goes out to the internet.
Okay.
So that way you can have a bunch of computers, but it looks like it's just one computer.
Okay, got you.
And it seems, from looking at my access logs,
Yeah.
it seems that almost all of the RCMP computers within Canada
Yeah.
all go through this like small range of 199.212, which is
Oh,
based
yeah.
in Ottawa.
Yeah, I can see that.
So
yeah.
it's kind of
We call back to Ottawa when we need help and stuff, and they can.
yeah, it's
Is it because then they can come on and control our computer? Would that be why, or is that possible? Because they do, they can take over our computer and fix stuff. And
honestly doing it that way, like setting up the IP networking that way is very nonsensical. It doesn't
Oh,
make a
really?
lot of sense, like because you have all these satellite offices across the country that are
Yeah.
very geographically dispersed, and having to have all the packets go from Vancouver all the way back to Ottawa
yeah,
just to come all the way back over here. Like if you're accessing a site that's in North Vancouver,
yeah,
instead of having the packets just go from Vancouver to North Vancouver and back and
Yeah.
forth, you're coming from here all the way here and then back there.
so slower then, right? Is that what you mean? Or,
Yeah,
okay.
slower, plus it creates a single bottleneck because
Okay.
there's that one point of entry where all the packets from all the RCMP stations have to go to that one machine and then go out to the internet.
Okay.
But I would assume they probably do that for control or something.
Probably security or something.
Yeah.
I actually just bought a new computer. I haven't had we had a laptop before, but it's probably not that. Well, I tried to look, and I had my buddy who's helping me, and he's like, you got to get solid state drive or solid state. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
legit,
because
or-
they're very fast. Yeah,
Yeah, so I looked for one, and
very expensive though.
Yeah, well, I think I spent $1,500 on this one. It was a desktop. I used to have a laptop, but
Mhm.
then somebody stepped on it, and I'm like, we don't, because I have an iPad as well. I'm like, we don't need a laptop. I don't need a laptop. Just stick it. So it's always, because that's what I remember
Yeah.
when I was younger. Anyway, having a laptop, and I kind of liked it. Like I always had this, it's always there, and it seemed to be faster. And the laptop seems slow, and you can't add anything to it.
Right.
So I think I might. I didn't get the solid state hard drive, but I think I might add that. I think you can add it after the fact.
Oh, yeah,
so inside. Yeah. So yeah. So I think I might do that, but I don't know. I think it's. I'm trying to remember what kind of computer it is. It's like 3. I think it has 2 terabytes of hard drive, 3 point something gigahertz. I would imagine you probably have a nice, better computer than most, but
Well, the thing is though, the type of systems that I do development for and system in on
Yeah.
aren't like PCs. They don't
okay.
use the Intel processors.
okay.
Well, a lot of the professional development work that I do
Yeah.
is for an operating system called Linux, which runs on those types of computers.
Okay.
But like my own personal stuff at home, it's all these large Unix systems
Okay.
that run
That
this.
means.
Oh,
Is it
Unix
look,
is-
would it look like a computer if I looked at it, or is it totally like?
I was going to say I can show you a picture on my phone, but I don't have a phone.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm actually curious. I don't even know.
if you have internet access,
I don't.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, next time you're at a computer, look
Yeah.
up like Sun Microsystems.
Sun Microsystems.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm actually curious. Like, would it look like? Would you stare at it and like? Is it totally different from a computer, or?
You'd probably be able to tell it's a computer. Like it does look, their workstations
Yeah.
look quite different.
Okay.
Like I've got this one that's about that tall, about that wide, and it's kind of a dark blue. Where
Yeah.
it's got this big red oval shape in
Yeah.
front. And most of the servers that they make, because most of the development that I do typically is server development
Yeah.
for the large server machines, those usually are designed to go into these cabinets,
Yeah.
and so they're called rack mount.
Okay.
And they usually just look kind of plain in the front because they're not designed to be aesthetic.
Yeah, I guess so. And is that like? Are those massive though, or like? Because I went through. Because I was talking about the one that you have. Because I went through I had a file actually with a news company,
Mm-hmm.
and they kind of, hey, you want a quick tour? I'm like, oh, sure. And they took me into this room, and it was just
Yeah.
computers, like, or I don't know, not computers, but like
These
like black
Yeah.
towers, and there's
were they
loud,
like
big
6 feet
fans.
tall? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, those are cabinets, and within one cabinet, there's probably a bunch of servers,
Okay.
like individual
yeah, it's a
servers.
server room or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
But Sun makes some servers that a single server occupies the entire cabinet.
Yeah.
And like even in the olden days, like some of the older generations, they had these huge ones that were like almost 2,000 pounds, big 7-foot cabinets, and it's just one huge server with like 64 processors.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Huh. Yeah. I always said I wanted to learn more about it, but I don't know, it's probably just not for me. Like, I don't know, I can't process it. Like, I get instructed, like, I used to, back in school, have some more knowledge, like in high school, knowledge of it, but now I've had to call, like, a buddy who's into technology to explain it to me, and
Mhm.
I don't know if I'm just getting dumber, but I just can't wrap my head around it. It's like, how did it click, like, I don't understand it, so.
You had asked though if they were very big.
Yeah.
They range in size. The smallest ones would be what's called 1U. U stands for rack unit,
Yeah.
which refers to the height, because the width and the depth of them is pretty universal. Like they're designed to fit into these cabinets, right?
Okay.
A 1U server is about that high, so
Okay.
it's just like a flat thing.
Yeah.
So they range in size from something like that up to like those full cabinets. That,
Yeah, and they had a lot of those. They had like I don't know, it was the full room
yeah,
full.
that's cool.
Yeah, it was. You're thinking about it right now, like, oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I love those big, powerful systems. Like back in Los Angeles,
yeah.
typically I would rent an apartment that would have one room more than what I actually need, like a 3-bedroom if it was just me and my son, because
Yeah.
the third room would be like a server room or a computer
Oh,
room.
cool. Wow.
And I used to, at some points, like I would have some of those big cabinets with
Yeah.
those kinds of machines.
Do you have that now, or?
No, not up here.
Oh, okay.
The apartments here, it was never intended to be a long-term or permanent thing.
Yeah.
I rented it because it was just up the street from EA, so I could just
Okay.
walk to work, because when I first moved here.
Yeah. I got you.
And I wanted something cheap and close to work. And I expected that when Gabriel, my son, came up here, we would
Yeah.
go look for an apartment together. So, I would include him in the decision of where we would live.
Yeah.
But things started dragging on, and then it started looking like he wasn't going to be able to come up here. And then, of course, I started realizing that, well, when he turns 16, we can go to Ontario. And that's been a big issue for her, too, when she finally realized that legally, there's nothing anybody can do once he turns 16 and he steps foot into Ontario, because if the Canadian government insists that I'm a Canadian citizen,
Yeah.
that means that he also is a Canadian citizen.
Yes. Yeah.
And the age to live on your own in Ontario is 16.
Yeah.
So, being a Canadian citizen, they can't force him to return to the U.S. So that's our plan at this point.
Gotcha. Yeah. I guess you can make do in that place for now, anyway. So.
Well, oh,
Is it? Are you able to fit your computers in there though, or is it only a 1-bedroom? Or?
Well, no, it's a 2-bedroom.
Oh, okay.
And like the servers, they tend to be kind of loud because
Yeah.
they have a lot of fans to blow the heat. So usually when he's not here, I just put the servers in his room and keep the door closed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
But like, there's some challenges or difficulties with the plan of him coming up here when he turns 16.
Yeah.
Remember, I said she took away his phone, right?
Yeah.
So we can't discuss it or anything.
Yeah.
And like I've
Or
told
email?
him,
No, can't email.
there's no guarantee that she's not monitoring that too.
Yeah.
But I've told him that, like, because I've provided him a credit card and a debit card, and each week I put $125 into his bank account, right?
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, thanks. Well, the credit card is for support, like anything related to clothing or medical care or school.
Yeah.
The debit card and the bank account, that's completely his own money.
Oh, that's good.
And for a long time, Desiree was trying to claim that I've been providing no financial support
Yeah.
since he's been there. And I keep saying, but no, that's not true. I mean, he's got a credit card with like a $6,000 limit. There's no reason that he can't use that to buy clothes. And she's going, oh, he doesn't pay for any clothes and he doesn't pay for any medical care. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
She doesn't claim that anymore, though, because
Yeah. The facts are the facts if you're giving
Mhm.
a credit card. So.
And so, so like I told him, though, that he could go to a 7-Eleven and just get one of those mobile phones. It's just
Pay
a
as you
cheap
go.
one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I told him, put it on the credit card. I don't expect you to pay for it. And that way, you can actually call me and she won't know and she won't be able to record it. But he hasn't done that yet, and he hasn't said why, because she's monitoring the calls. And so I suspect she's probably taken away the debit card and the credit card, because I have access to the bank account, so I can see like what he's using them for. And the past few months or so, he's pretty much only been using it for occasionally taking out cash, which I'm guessing he probably asks her, can I take up some cash? And so she goes to the bank with him. And either PayPal or Xbox charges, which he doesn't need the actual card for because they're already linked with the account. So I'm pretty sure she took those away from him, which then makes it a lot more difficult for him to get away from her when he turns 16, because he would somehow have to like get to, if he gets to the airport, he would need to be able to buy the plane ticket and all.
Yeah.
He could buy it online, or I could buy it for him, except he would need to ask me, like, let me know that I need to buy it, but he can't speak openly with me.
Yeah.
So we have the situation where she's tried to create so many complications and difficulties. Like, she hasn't explicitly forced me out of his life completely, which she can. She can simply just not let him talk on the phone anymore.
Yeah.
But she allows us to talk on the phone, but only if she's able to listen to it. So we can't really talk. Well, I mean, we can make small talk, that's it. I can't give him parental advice. I can't give him guidance. He can't talk to me about personal things.
Does he still want to come up though, or?
Yes, he's never indicated that there was any change in what he wanted from that.
Yeah.
I don't bother asking him if that's still what he wants, because of course he's not gonna be able to answer, because
in front of her.
Well, see, even if he says something that isn't like that, something that wouldn't be wrong or a basis for punishing a child, like saying his opinion.
Yeah.
If it's something that upsets her, then she'll take it out on him. She'll make him feel guilty, or she'll like treat him poorly or something.
What does he think of the website?
I've talked to him about that too, and I've also been very clear with him that if anything ever happens, if any kids at school or anything ever seem to be like aware of it, and is causing you any complications at all, don't hesitate to tell me, because there's no way that I would let the website cause you, meaning him, any kind of difficulty or complication.
Yeah.
And he said, well, nobody's ever said anything to me about it. And
That's good.
and as for his opinion of the website, the last time that we spoke, that we were able to speak openly and freely, which was when he was here during his summer break last year, and we were talking about it, and his opinion at that point was, why should I care what you say about her on the internet?
Okay. Fair enough.
See, everybody has this, well, not everybody, most people from the comments you see on the internet, they have this mentality that there's an inherent bond between a mother and a child, like there's some kind of automatic thing that a child automatically loves a mother. Now, I come from an environment where, how can I say this? Like, a lot of times when people say something like this, it sounds like the other person should say, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but it's not like that at all.
Yeah.
My parents were crappy, had a crappy childhood, so I know that there's a lot of crappy parents out there.
Yeah.
And I have no respect or love or concern at all for my parents. Like, when I left home at 14 and then moved on with my life, I never had any interest in keeping in touch with them.
Yeah.
But then again, I was molested, abused and stuff, and grew up on the street, so it's a little more harsh than what he's going through, I think.
Well, I know everyone says it, but I am sorry to hear that, because that's the stuff I deal with usually. So, and I know, obviously, for him to tell me twice that there's crappy parents, because the stuff that we deal with and see, like, that's mainly what I deal with, is
right
children being molested.
And so when you have a child that has a parent, like a mother who left when he was 1.5 years, and she was out of his life for the whole time, and then she forces herself back into his life when he's 11, takes him by force to another state, tries to get custody, tries to get a court order preventing him from having any telephone contact with the father, then the court orders her to return him to the father, and then she still doesn't get her way, so then she has the father deported. I refuse to believe that any child is going to have much respect or love for that kind of a parent.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to be there in the first place, and she's done nothing but cause problems since she's been here.
And he's probably a smart kid too, right?
I hope so.
He's getting older now. He's going to start seeing the way things are. And
he sees.
Acting. Exactly. He's not blind, so yeah, no, that's rough. I mean, I was going to say, good for you. Like, all aside, good for you. Like, you've turned. It's good to see somebody, like, because I deal with I'm dealing with these kids now. It's good to see, and I always tell them, this is something I always tell them when we get to the end of the file, look me up in like 10 years when they're at their lowest of their lows. Look me up when I know you're going to make it to something successful one day, and come and find me because I want to hear about it and see it.
Right.
But I 100% mean it, because I see these kids, a lot of them like 10 to 14 like that, and I hope that one day this will be a great experience for them and that they'll be successful. So good for you.
Thank you.
Not a lot of people turn out that way. That you can,
Right.
that you have that rough childhood and now you've got your own kid, good morals, and got a good job. So it's admirable.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Most of the time, like, because of the kind of work that I do, obviously I don't tell anybody that I have a professional relationship with
Yeah.
about any of that. Everybody thinks I just had a typical middle class background. But like, even on my resume, I say I went to UBC. And the reason I chose UBC was because since I'm in Vancouver, I expected, one thing people would ask a lot is, well, why would you come from the US to Vancouver? Because not a lot of Americans come up here. And so I put UBC on my resume so that way I could say, oh, well, I went to school here and I liked it, and so that's why I came back here. But I forget where I was going with that.
I was telling you, I don't know, we were talking about
about I think it's very rare that people grow up in that kind of crummy environment and then go on to do well, because typically their entire childhood was that crummy environment. And I think the difference in my case was there was a few years of my childhood that I spent with my grandparents, which was away from like all the drugs and the abuse and everything. So then when I was 10, I went back with my parents again, or with my mother.
Yeah.
But at that point I had seen that there was more to life, like it didn't have to be that way. Except at the same time, my other siblings, they also had that same opportunity, but they all except for one of them ended up crappy and on drugs and stuff. And
And they're still in the States then, or are they in Canada?
I decline to comment on that.
That's fine. I was really curious. I'm trying to...
I can tell you they're all still where they grew up, the city they grew up in.
That's fair enough. I'm just curious. So I always find it interesting. I know because in the States, if you commit a crime down there, you do serious time. So
yeah, and a felony down there sticks with you your whole life. Yeah. Depending on the state. Like Arizona, Arizona's a very law and order state. And if you have a felony there, your life is very difficult after that. California is much more forgiving. Yeah,
that's like with everything with California. They're much more like Canada than the rest of the. I have a buddy in the Army, Canadian military, that married a California girl. And he'd never been to California. He's like, dude, they're really similar to Canada. They're much more progressive. Like, they're just a lot, you should go. I've never been. I've been to California now, but at the time I hadn't been. But
right.
Yeah, it was. It was nice. It's nice down there. I really like California. I would totally live there. It's probably the only place I would live. California or like Oregon. Probably only because I know. It's because peace of mind because I've been there. And that's about it. But or Hawaii. That's my dream. But
I've never been there.
I still, every time I talk about Hawaii, I just don't know if I had an amazing time there, but I think I come back and like we're all dumb here. What are we doing? We should be in Hawaii. It was beautiful, perfect every day. Like I got to figure out a way to retire there. It was amazing. It's beautiful, perfect weather. It doesn't get too hot. Like it's just gorgeous. I definitely recommend it. It's expensive though. Everybody seems to be prodding for money anywhere you go.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
So I think that gives you a pretty good idea of why I hate Desiree with respect to the complications that she's been causing with the child custody and all. But there's still more to it than just that. There's the issues of like my life in the U.S.
Yeah.
Now, let's put aside any questions of whether I'm a U.S. citizen or a Canadian citizen for a moment. The fact was, I was living in the U.S. for most of my life, regardless of which country I'm a citizen of.
Yeah.
The government didn't care. Generally, they don't care about people like illegals for the sake of argument. I'm not saying I was an illegal.
Yeah.
As long as you're not getting in any kind of trouble with the law, right? So even after I got out of ICE custody and then I went back to Los Angeles, nobody cared that I was there until she had contacted them and filed these false reports and stuff. And I say they were false because she was alleging that I was a fugitive, that I had previously been deported, and that I had re-entered the U.S. illegally. Now, even if we assume that I am a Canadian citizen, those 3 points would still be false. I wasn't a fugitive. I hadn't previously been deported because ICE hadn't actually deported me in 2011. They just brought me to the border and then left me there.
Yeah.
Not like today where they brought me to the border, but actually brought me across and gave me to CBSA.
Okay.
And whatever the third one was. So she has deliberately created a situation where, like, even though I'm not interested in returning to the U.S. to live at this point, she's made it so that I can't even go back and visit friends or family that live in Los Angeles. I can't attend any of our son's school functions, like when he graduates and stuff, when he's got some major thing going on. What else can I not do? Oh, and then with that restraining order. Well, of course, the restraining order only affects me if I'm in the U.S. So that's not really a huge deal. And admittedly, most of the reason I've been challenging the restraining order is just to be a pain in her ass.
Okay.
Because really, like, from a legal perspective, it means nothing since I'm in Canada.
Yeah, no, I gotcha.
Unless, of course, if I either intended at some point to return to the U.S. legally, or if I expected that at some point I was going to be required to return to the U.S. Like if at some point the Canadian government did look into it and go, well, wait a second, there was a person named Ricky Reese that was born on November 24th, 1973 in Sudbury, Ontario. The problem, though, is that there's nothing that connects this physical human being with this person, which is, that's kind of the whole point that I've been saying to people all along is, yes, there was this person that was born there. I did assume that person's identity in the U.S. back in 1993, and I've been very open about that with ICE and all. But there's never been any evidence that says that I am this person.
Okay.
But that's another issue for...
Yeah, like, what, I know she fears that you're gonna, like, I think her also fears that you're gonna kill her.
You say...
shoot her, right? Like,
you say...
She makes mention of firearms, so...
Yes, but wait, you say she fears... now, are you saying she claims to fear? Oh, okay.
She claims
because I was going to say, if you listen to the radio interview that she did, that I put on the website, that radio interview was done the day after the CBC story aired.
Okay.
And you listen how in there's no fear in her voice. She's laughing and joking about the stuff on the website. She's joking about how her coworkers would come to her and say, oh, you've got some, what was the word she used? I can't remember. But telling her that she's very brave and courageous for putting up this website, and there's no fear there. She doesn't.
She makes mention of firearms, so that's.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, she knows that throughout my entire life, I've always been in the U.S. We would call it a Second Amendment enthusiast, or firearms enthusiast, and it's always been one of my major or significant hobbies, pastimes. In the U.S., you're allowed to use firearms for self-defense as well, and so at home I would always have one or two around for home defense. Here in Canada, because the laws are different, I would never use it for defense, and it would be impractical anyway because since it has to have a trigger lock plus be in a locked container, by the time you would get through all these locks plus load a magazine, well, you'd already be dead.
So it's like a safe room to give you some time.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Now, since she knows that that is one of my favorite hobbies or pastimes or recreations, and that's one of the things that Gabriel and I do a lot when he comes up here is, it's, as a father and a son, we bond, we go to the shooting range and all, and I got him this rifle because he likes the old World War II stuff. So she brings that up because she's trying to get that taken away. She's trying to make it so that I won't have that, because from her perspective, and this is speculation, of course, I realize, but from her perspective, she's thinking, what can she do to to harm me or to adversely affect me? She's got that. She already got me deported from the U.S., so, I mean, and she's done a few things that kind of give the impression that she might be trying to see if she could get me deported from Canada now, too. I think I mentioned it in one of the blog posts about how whenever she talks with anyone in the U.S., like law enforcement or reporters, she always makes sure to mention that I was deported from the U.S. and that I was an illegal alien. Whenever she speaks with the Canadian journalists or law enforcement, she might mention that, but she always makes sure to provide a copy of that Florida birth certificate, which kind of raises the question of, well, is this person even a Canadian citizen? Kind of like she's trying to drop this hint that, he's not supposed to be there. So I think that's the only reason she brings up the firearms. Consider, if you will, prior to when she called the RCMP or when she filed for the restraining order, she has never once expressed any concern about the firearms. Not in the family court or, not any of the whole time that I was living in the U.S., like when her and I were living together in California, never expressed a concern until she moved in with her current boyfriend and he showed up on the website.
Okay.
Then all of a sudden firearms became a big deal.
So because she said, I shouldn't say she said, but I think the fear is is that we're going to take the firearms down across the border. Obviously, we know you weren't caught with the firearms, or else that'd be a different story.
Yes, that would be very illegal.
Yes,
and I keep saying, I won't do anything illegal.
Yeah. Okay. So are they still back at your house then?
Well, they're in storage because I'm in the process of moving.
Okay. They're in storage at like one of those private storage facilities, or
yeah.
Okay. Whereabouts?
Can we come back to that in a bit?
Sure.
Okay.
Because you obviously you have to keep that updated right, with the CFRO, so where the
yes are. What I read on the RCMP website was when you move, you have 30 days from the time that you move, but it doesn't clarify from the time you move out of one place or the time you move into the new place. It just says 30 days from the date that you move.
Okay. We can come back to that. That's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
The reason that I want to come back to that is I kind of want to get a feel for where we're going with this. If my PAL is going to be revoked, if I have to surrender them, fine, I accept that because
I honestly you don't have to like I said, I don't believe everything everyone tells me.
Right.
You don't have to believe everything I'm saying. I literally started my shift at 7 p.m. tonight. I'm just reporting back to the legal
no problem.
I just kind of go back to him with information.
Yeah.
So I was given a bunch of information. I don't know how much of it is true. I'm very skeptical. I don't believe everything I read and hear and all that. So I'm just going to go back with him with what I know. So he decides on what happens. So I don't know what's going to happen with your firearms license or what have you. So
let me ask you if I can. I don't know if you're allowed to tell me this, but I couldn't imagine you wouldn't be able to. Obviously, she had contacted the RCMP again recently because you had mentioned that she was being interviewed, and I'm sure you guys didn't reopen this investigation on your own. Are you able to tell me when that contact or when this investigation started again? I mean,
it was sometime after. I think it was the U.S. Border Authorities called because they had a Canadian citizen in custody, and that's how it kind of. That's where it all started.
I see.
I don't know the connection between because it wasn't really something that I thought I would look into because I only had a short period of time. I don't know how the connection came from where it all turned against.
Right.
Obviously, I would imagine it because there was fear that you were going to Arizona.
The intelligence investigator that I was speaking with did bring that up. He did mention that he had a bit of a concern because there's that one blog post that talks about the logistics. If I have that one blog post that says about how ridiculous her allegation or her claim is because of all the logistics that would be involved in going to Arizona, shooting her, and actually getting away with it.
Yeah.
And so he said, well, what you did here today, crossing the border like this, kind of almost sounds like what you were saying in there. But then I pointed out to him that what I said in that post was the reason I would have to sneak into the U.S. is because I would have a firearm with me, and I couldn't go through customs with that. I'd have to declare it through customs. And even if they allowed me to go with the firearm, there'd be a record of me bringing the firearm in, which would make it hard to get away with.
Okay.
But when I crossed the border, I didn't have any firearm with me.
Okay.
But also that whole post was about the logistics that would be involved in getting away with it, not the logistics in actually doing it.
Yeah.
Going to Arizona and shooting her would be very simple. And I wouldn't have to use one of my guns from here. I mean, I could easily just go down to the U.S., buy one on the black market. But the thing is, it would be very difficult to get away with something like that because you'd have to be very careful not to leave any kind of record or paper trail. And I'd have to rent a car because she lives 20 miles outside of Tucson.
Yeah.
So there'd be a record there. And then there's just the possibility, like, if you got caught in Arizona, they have the death penalty. If I did that, and if I shot her, now first, of course, we have to clarify, shooting someone and killing someone are not the same thing. If you shoot someone in the foot, they won't necessarily die. But we're going to assume the intent would be to kill the person. Because what's the point in shooting her in the foot? I mean, because then she would just tell the police and they'd come and arrest me.
Yeah.
If I was to go there and murder her, it's completely unfathomable that I'd be able to get away with that. I have my mobile phone with me. Like, when I crossed, I had my mobile phone, and so there'd be GPS records of where the phone was located. There would be, well, I had my credit card, so obviously, I only had $340 in cash on me. So obviously, I was intending to use the credit cards. I couldn't make it all the way down there with that. So, I think that, like, what he was suggesting with that, I don't think that.
So what's your reason for going down?
Just to go visit in Los Angeles. I hadn't been back to Los Angeles in, what, about 3 years?
Okay.
I do have friends, like, that I've had for, like, a long, long time.
Yeah.
That I haven't been able to see for 3 years. And I was expecting that soon I was going to be moving to Ontario, like I said. So I thought, well, since I'm not working on a project right now, I have the time off. So now would be a good time to go down there and spend a few weeks there, come back, and then move to Toronto.
Okay.
And that was it. Yeah.
Did you let them know that you were coming down to see them in California, your friends?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you've had a look at the text messages on my phone, right?
I haven't.
Oh, okay. I know Border Patrol did.
Okay.
They asked me if I would give them the code, and they said, well, if you don't give us the code under this statute, I can't remember which one, we can hold the phone long enough to break into it, and it could be 3 months before you get your phone back. And I wasn't hiding anything, so I told them, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
But there's text messages in there with my friend in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. That you're going to go see him and whatnot. Okay. And, like, where were you going to stay then?
At her place.
Oh, at her place. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it more than a friend or just a friend?
No. Just a friend. It's the same friend that was taking care of Gabriel while I was in custody in the U.S.
Okay. Yeah, because obviously, I mean, have you ever tried to cross the border before like that?
Oh, yes, many times.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And gotten away with it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
This...
I always think it, because I thought, so when I first saw it, I thought you got nabbed because they have, like, I don't know exactly what they have, but I know they have technology down there to track or something.
Yeah, I think that's more as a deterrent, honestly. Like, they tried to convince me that that's how they saw me, with the cameras there. But I'm pretty sure, like I said, I think it was that car that was driving by.
Okay.
Because it seemed very peculiar that he almost came to a complete stop, but then decided to continue on. And having motion detectors out there wouldn't be very effective, because anytime a car drives by or an animal or something, I mean... so I think that's what it was. It was just very unfortunate that at that precise moment that car just happened to drive by. If I was like 30 seconds sooner or later...
Were you, like, literally walking across the border when that car went by, or...?
Well, no, I was... Okay, you know there's Zero Avenue?
Yeah, Zero Avenue and what? Because I do know Zero Avenue pretty well.
272nd, that's where the border crossing is. Or no, 272nd is that one small street.
I grew up there.
And just... Oh, yeah, exactly. Just west of that, there's that street that... It's the main street that turns into Guide Meridian in the U.S., where there's the border crossing.
Just west of 272nd, you said?
Yeah, the major street that has the border crossing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So are you talking? So I know it gets kind of weird there. So you go, and then there's that huge hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
That comes up onto 272nd, and then you go. In my head, I can picture it so easily. But there's a big hill that, and then if you're going to go west of the border, you'd have to, if you're going to drive it, you'd have to go down a big hill and then make, like, you go down 272nd, make a big left, and then you go down Zero Avenue, which is flat there.
Yeah.
So down in that area, west of 272nd, I guess.
Well, at exactly 272nd and Zero Avenue.
Yeah.
Like, I'd walk down 272nd, and then just as I got to Zero Avenue, that's where the car came along, and then almost stopped, but then kept going. And, You know how there's okay. So we're facing.
Oh, I'm thinking 260. Never mind.
Facing
I was
south.
confusing 264th.
Oh, okay.
Because 264th is actually where the.
Yeah, that's where they have the.
Sorry, let me reset. 272nd, not the big hill. But no, I was thinking 264th. You know where I'm talking?
Yeah,
It's that big hill.
Yeah, that's the one that turns into Guide Meridian. Now, I've
Yeah.
never actually gone down
Okay.
that street, but
Yeah.
I know 264th turns into Guide Meridian.
272nd. Okay. Okay, I know.
It's
yeah.
like the next
Pretty rural.
street. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all rural.
Yeah.
But when you get to Zero Avenue there, and then so that we're from the same perspective.
Yeah.
So there's Zero Avenue, and probably about 30 feet over there,
Yeah.
there's like, you know how there's a ditch separating
Yeah,
Zero
yeah.
Avenue and Boundary Road, but over about 30 feet, the ditch is filled in. There's a manhole that goes down to the sewer or something.
Yeah.
And there's just like a little barrier thing that's about yay high. So you just go over to there and you just step over the barrier like that,
Okay.
and then double ditch road on the US side, walk straight down to Linden.
Yeah.
And so I started walking down double ditch road.
Okay.
Now, first it's open and there's fields there, but then as you get, I don't know, 200-300 feet down, there's trees on the sides. And so as I was walking down and it was open, there's a lot of visibility. So I thought, well, once I get to where those trees are, though, then I'll, be covered by the trees, and so nobody will see me.
Yeah.
I got to where the trees were, and just after that, the Border Patrol truck came up. And
Did they come with lights and sirens? Or?
oh no.
Oh,
No. And the first one was this woman, and she was very nice, very friendly, and she said, "Hey, did you just jump the border over there?" And I went, yeah.
Well, at least you admitted.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're caught and there's no point in trying to deny it at that point.
Did you ever think of making a run for it?
Oh no, never.
Were you
Oh,
quite
certainly
a ways-
not back anyway.
Yeah, you were quite a ways in, or
I would guess it was about 300-400 feet maybe.
okay.
And then 2 other Border Patrol trucks pulled up behind her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm more the type that would think something through as much as possible ahead of time and try to
Yeah.
think what kinds of questions might they ask and how should I respond to them. Not how should I lie to them, but
Yeah.
just, then the type that would not plan and just run.
Okay. I gotcha. When you were sitting in your cell, did you think, oh, I shouldn't even went for a run for it, or no?
Oh no,
No.
never. That would have been futile. First of all, they're in trucks, and they're coming from behind,
Yeah.
and I'd have to.
And I'm sure
somehow
one of
pass
them, maybe one of them had a dog too. You never know with them.
I didn't see any dog, but of course they had guns.
Yeah. I wonder if they would. I don't think they would shoot you though. I think if you're running. I don't know.
Tasers too.
Tasers, they'd probably do that.
Yeah.
They can get. Yeah. They'd probably tase you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think
Oh,
that
thank
was
you for the
good.
coffee, by the way. The headache is gone. I feel much
Yeah,
better.
good. Actually, mine too. So that's good. Yeah. So that was her fear, I think, and the fear of the initial investigator was that you were trying to take a firearm down there to go and kill her.
Sure.
That's
Sure.
the fear.
Okay, I can understand how they would come. By they, I mean the investigator, not her. I mean,
Yeah.
I would never try to understand her reason.
Yeah.
But I can understand how they could come to that kind of an assumption. But the thing is, there is such a huge line between crossing the border illegally, or even between smuggling one or more firearms into the U.S. and crossing the border illegally and actually killing someone. As much as I hate and despise her, and as much as I hope that she gets cancer and dies slowly and painfully, how can I say? I would never do something that could result in me spending the rest of my life in prison, or it could result in me getting the death penalty. Because I have to think about my son and how that's going to affect him, and who's going to provide for him. I mean, he's got university education coming up soon, and there's a lot of responsibilities there. And even without taking into account all of the moral implications of it, because, I mean, I'm not fanatically religious, but I am Jewish, and one of the commandments is, you shall not commit murder.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even if I was to run into her on the street, I might be very tempted to get very angry and punch her, but I wouldn't, because then that would be assault, and then I'd be charged with something, and that would be a violent crime, and I might lose my pal as a result of it. But to the point of murder or attempted murder, absolutely not. There's no way that I would do something like that.
Okay. I would imagine now it's been a while. Like, I don't know how often you usually update the website. Is it the longest you've gone? It's been 2 weeks, or
it's been.
Is that the first thing you do when you get home?
No, I'm not going to update it right away. I've got a ton of emails and stuff.
Yeah.
Got to go through all my emails, deal with all my professional issues first. Updating the website isn't a high priority at this point.
Yeah.
But yes, certainly I'm going to continue to update it. Sorry, was there more?
No, I was here. I was here. That was the first thing you were.
I was trying to think, is there more that I should say as well?
Yeah.
Like, since I've been in custody, there's not much. Oh, I did get some new police reports, though.
Okay.
So I've got some recorded interviews. The time when her fiance, not the current one, the previous one, was arrested, and there was the search warrant. They searched the home for the AR-15 and all. The police didn't, or they interviewed her, and I just recently, while I was in custody, got the audio recordings of that.
Oh, okay. Did he send it to you, or maybe
I usually have them sent to a friend in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
See, because the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act in the U.S.
So I see. US
If you're not
police.
in the U.S., then they could use that as a basis to say, well, we don't need to send this to you because you're not in the U.S.
I gotcha. How does it work for like the servers? Because how are you able to upload all these videos?
How does it work for? What do you mean?
No, like, because I always pictured for you to have a website with videos that would really be really slow. Like, do you have just servers or something, or big servers in your house that can operate this stuff?
Well,
or?
when I first created the site, I had a hosting plan with GoDaddy, the hosting company in the U.S. Now, Desiree claims that she had filed a complaint with them and they took the site down, but actually what happened was she filed a complaint with them. They asked me to respond, and I said, well, you know what, rather than dealing with responding, I'm just going to move it to my own server.
Okay.
So it's not that GoDaddy took it down. I just voluntarily said, well, you know what, I'm just not going to deal with it.
Yeah.
So then for a while, a year and a half or so, I was hosting it on my own server.
Yeah.
In my living room. And then back in January, a month before the media thing happened, I had a gut feeling. It was like, maybe I should move it to a hosting provider and get it out of the living room here. So then I moved it to a server in Iceland because it was a very deliberate choice to use Iceland. 2 reasons. One, they have very liberal free speech laws. And 2, they have a history of not caving in or bowing down to the pressures of the U.S. government.
Okay.
And even though there's nothing illegal about the website, my experience with the U.S. government is legal and illegal doesn't really mean a lot to them.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Okay. So then, I'm confused. I don't know how that works, but no, I'm just trying to figure out how you would. You would connect to the. You would go on your computer.
Well, wait. Before I answer that, let me think if there's any legal implications about this. Yes, that I'm going to opt not to comment on because there may potentially be some legal implications that I'm not aware of. Like, there may be some issue, or the prosecutor or crown attorney, however you call them here, might be able to try to twist it around and say, well, you connected to the server from a machine that's located in Canada and uploaded it to that machine, so we then have jurisdiction. See, because since the server is outside of Canada, the Canadian government has no authority or jurisdiction to say what is hosted on that machine. And one of the arguments that I've raised over the past couple of years or so has been the Canadian government may have authority to compel me to do or not do something when I'm in Canada. But if I get into a boat, go out into international waters, and use a wireless device, the Canadian government then has no authority over it. Or also, I could go down to the border, step 2 feet into the U.S., then it becomes the state of Washington would have jurisdiction.
Okay.
So, for that reason, since it's kind of a gray area that the prosecutor might be able to twist around or something, it's probably better that I not make any comments about how the data gets from point A to the server.
Okay. From the computer that you're using to the server. That's essentially what we're talking about.
I can't comment on that. See, because
okay, fair enough.
it's possible we could say that I'm not actually the person uploading the stuff to the server. We could say that I send the information to another person, have them upload it to the server, or we could say that I upload it to another server somewhere else, which then a script runs automatically each night or something, which then updates it on the server in Iceland.
Okay.
So there's various ways that it could be done, so that it wouldn't be direct.
I'm not proud of that. Like, there's no doubt in our mind that you were the creator of the website.
There's definitely I'm the creator and the maintainer. Yes.
Yeah, we get that. I'm not trying to prove anything there. I was just curious, more or less, how, because we're talking about servers. I pictured that had to be a big one if you had to run an because your site was quite quick. So I know I've been on slow sites before, so I was figuring how.
Really, you found it quick?
Yeah.
Myself, I've been a little unhappy sometimes with the speed of the hosting provider in Iceland. But what I'm paying for mainly is the free speech and the not bowing down to the U.S. government.
Yeah.
So I tolerate the slow speed sometimes.
Is it expensive?
The plan I have right now is kind of expensive. It's like $36 a month or something.
Oh, that's not terribly expensive.
Well, the first plan that I had with them was only about $8 or $9 a month.
Oh, yeah.
But after the thing came out on the news, so many people were going to the site and they kept hitting the resource limits, and so people were just getting this page saying, resources maxed out.
Okay.
So then I upgraded to the next level, which was I think $16 or $17. But then again, it kept maxing out. So then I upgraded to the highest plan. But my intention is when the current plan runs out, I'm going to downgrade it back down because now the activity has gone down.
Yeah, maybe that's why it was quick then for me because it's gone down a bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. She also made mention, and I read about it, emails that you guys are sending back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know that you could be skeptical of that for sure. Obviously, that if the emails that we have, because they got a bunch of emails that they're making mention to. She's alleging that it's unwanted contact and that you're harassing her, and she's provided a bunch of emails that I've read, maybe a couple of them.
Sure.
What's your reason for continually trying to reach out to her that way? Because if you just had the website, I thought, isn't that good enough? Or what's your reason for emailing her as well?
Okay, first I have to say there's been no email communication since the July 21st arrest.
Yeah.
And the reason my communication with her stopped at that point was the condition of the release on they released me on my own recognizance on the condition that I not contact her except to arrange travel and visitation for our son. So at that point I discontinued any contact, but eventually that kind of went away because the prosecutor decided not to move forward with it. But I still decided not to continue any contact because, what was the point? See, when I was having contact with her before, it kind of benefited her because I would keep her informed of what my intentions were. I don't want to use the word attacks. My intentions with respect to my pursuits to ruin her life, legally, of course. Mm-hmm. And so that would kind of give her a heads up so she could prepare for them. But by not being able to have contact with her, it worked to my benefit because then, the reason I would give her a heads up before is because I would have a sense of moral obligation that if somebody is doing something to you and you're going to retaliate, you should give them a warning first to tell them, look, if you don't stop, I'm going to do whatever back to you. But by not being able to contact her, that absolved me of that moral obligation, so then it was much more effective, the things that I would do.
Okay. Yeah, because I took a couple of emails.
One thing you should notice about the emails, though, I'm guessing a lot of them probably at the end says that, has her part clipped out or not included.
Like her, like what you were responding to, or is that what
Yeah.
you mean? Okay.
And also, my communication style differs from hers somewhat in that, like, she tends to be very concise, but at the same time very ambiguous and very unclear in what she's saying. Whereas I strive to be as clear as possible, so my emails tend to be much longer because, I want to make sure that I'm understood properly. But sometimes I have a tendency to forget a certain point, and so I'll have a follow-up email. And that's why sometimes you'll see there'll be like 4 or 5 responses.
Yeah. Okay. Who's
But-
Sage?
Sage is her other son,
Oh, okay. I didn't know she had a son. Older, younger?
younger than Gabriel.
Okay.
Yeah. This is with yet another man.
Okay.
After her and I separated, she went back to Florida and got back together with the guy that she was with before her and I met. They eventually got married, and then they had that son, Sage. She was with him until 2010, I think it was, which is when they broke up and started their divorce, and then she started going out with Christopher, who's the meth user and all that dangerous stuff. And then she was engaged to him, and then they broke up when he got arrested and he went to prison, but she continued to live in his family's home until he got out, and then she had to move out. And then she hooked up with James, who is her current fiance.
Okay.
I know there's like this endless stream of fiancés.
Yeah. I'm trying to make sense of it. So this is the one. Despite that, my primary goal in life is for you to experience as much misery as possible.
Yes, I don't deny that.
Okay.
Absolutely. But once again, I emphasize legally, within the bounds of the law.
Like
There's
this is the
nothing illegal
one. I
about-
think. Did you title it "More Plans" or is that because I wasn't sure if that's something because I was looking in like headers basically. But is this the?
I probably titled it More Plans. The date on this is January 28th, 2015. Okay, being your primary.
What's
Okay.
Solar? Is that your company?
That's one of my companies. Yeah.
Okay. Your person when you work at, you mean, or when you work for?
I am an employee of the company, but I'm also the, what do they call it here, director? It's a corporation. I was the one that incorporated it.
Okay.
Technically, I'm not the owner of the company because all of the shares of the company are owned by the company itself.
Okay.
But I would say, from giving this a quick look, it looks like something that I would have written. Of course, I'd have to like check my emails to make sure, because she could have easily, gone in and changed some words and stuff. So I can't.
But you emailed
guarantee
her from
that.
other emails accounts too, though, right? I saw.
Well, but see, even this though, like for all we know, this could have been typed up in a word processor, and she could have modified it in any way.
Yeah.
So I would need to, of course, compare it word for word with what I have in the my email logs. So for that reason, what I'm saying is I can't attest
Confirm,
to the
yeah.
authenticity of every word in here.
I
But
gotcha.
I would say, sure, it looks like something that I might have written. Now, is there some point of concern in here? If so, I might be able to explain the meaning.
There was something I was. I don't believe there was.
Oh, okay.
I think it was. Well, that one, I guess, but I wasn't sure. But now I've kind of come to realize what you mean by that now. As much misery as possible.
By pursuing things like, or by trying to do things like making it so that she can't get a job, but by doing it legally, by publishing proof of the kind of person she is, proof of her drug use, proof of how she's a compulsive liar. Like she goes on TV and says this one thing, and the next day she goes on the radio and completely contradicts it. She wouldn't think twice about making up lies about a person, ruining the person's life. The project I had at VTech, it was a pretty lucrative project. I was doing quite well there. And I'm technically not supposed to talk about the terms of why the position ended, coincidentally 2 days after the CBC story came out.
Oh, right.
The severance package, So this is completely off the record between...
Nothing's else. I gotta stop you.
Oh.
Because I've had people, I don't know what you're gonna say, so I don't even bother going down that. Nothing's off the record. So.
But you can probably infer from the fact that my position there ended 2 days after the CBC story, and they I can say they agreed to continue paying my salary for the next period of time, few months, on the condition that I agreed not to discuss the terms of why the employment ended.
Okay, fair enough.
From that, I'm sure you can infer.
Yeah.
So she wasn't the only person. Like, she likes to paint this picture. She even said it on the news in the interviews that he gets away with it. He raises the bar and he just keeps getting away with it, and nothing ever happens to him. How the hell can she say nothing ever happens to me?
Yeah.
I've lost my son. I haven't seen him for almost a year.
Job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, she's the one that keeps doing all this stuff, and everybody just keeps feeling sorry for her, and she says that nothing happens to me. I'm the one sitting in a police station.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, that's the guy, James Piddleton.
Yes.
Is that from the app, or is that just...
No, that's...
Because people believe that. I looked at some of the comments. People actually think that's what he looks like, but that's not... Yeah. No, I read it, and I'm like, oh, it's... And I'm like, comments on under reports never cease to amaze me, but it's well done, because it looks like it could look like... Yeah.
There's an image editing program that's commonly used in Linux and Unix environments called GIMP, the new image manipulation program, kind of like Photo Paint or Photoshop or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And I used that, and there's like a filter that you make like a ellipsis shape around the area that you want to expand or contract. Yeah. And so I just kind of bugged out the eyes and did a pinch
of his
on the mouth part.
It looks like it could be like pretty, like at first glance you're like, oh, that's a weird looking guy, but
when, may I ask, when was this printed?
Today, I think I did this.
Mind if I, since I've been in custody for the past few weeks, I haven't been able to keep up with, I'm just curious how many views. 278, 130. This one has been getting a lot of views. See, a lot of James. That's her fiance.
Okay.
A lot of people have been interested in like how long is James going to keep putting up with this woman, and so.
Okay, but he's still with her, I guess. Apparently, yeah. All right, I'm going to be right back.
Okay.
Do you need some water or anything? Or you?
Oh no, I've still got a bit in here.
Okay. Well, I think I'm done. I have to work till 6 a.m., so I'm going to be doing another one. So later at some point. All right. I'll be right back. You don't need that, I guess. I think that's just a clip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was one point that I kept wanting to mention but kept forgetting.
Yeah.
The order of protection and the injunction against harassment are both on appeal, and there was a hearing scheduled for oral arguments. I think it was June 7th or something.
Okay.
I was in ICE custody at the time, of course, so I didn't appear for that. So it occurs to me that it's possible those restraining orders may have been vacated on appeal for all I know at this point, which could also be part of the reason she's like making a big deal about things now. She has this kind of misguided belief that the order of protection makes any difference at all, because, see, the reason it doesn't, and again, I talked about this on the website, since I have the felony in the U.S., I'm already prohibited from possessing firearms in the U.S., so the order of protection, like the firearm prohibition, makes no difference. I'm already prohibited, right?
Yeah.
And since if I'm an illegal alien in the U.S., again, prohibited from possessing a firearm. So, what does she gain by having the order of protection? Absolutely nothing. I mean, whether it was there or not, I'm already prohibited from possessing a firearm in the U.S.
Yeah, and it's just a piece of paper anyway, so if she's really... Yeah, I get what you're saying there. So we touched on the firearms.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they right now?
They're... okay, admittedly, they are in the U.S.
Okay.
But not because I had any intention of using them. It was because I was planning on moving to Toronto. I don't know anybody in Toronto, so I couldn't ship them ahead of time to Toronto and have somebody hold them there for me. So I shipped them to somebody that I actually knew that would hold them until I get to Toronto and then forward them to me.
Okay. In California?
Yes.
Okay. The same guy you were talking to in text messages?
I declined to comment on that further at this point, mainly because I don't want to get that person in any kind of trouble.
Yeah, okay.
If As I said, if there's an issue with the PAL, if it's going to be revoked or suspended or something, I have no problem with having them sent back here. I can have them shipped directly to the RCMP or something. I mean,
Why should I believe you that that your intent wasn't to try and go? I mean, this looks bad. I mean, firearms are in the States. You're trying to go across the border.
sure. Why you shouldn't? Because as I had said, level of severity, crossing the border, going down to the U.S., kind of down here. Murder, kind of up here. If I cross the border to go visit some people in the U.S., the worst that's going to happen, spend a month and a half in ICE custody, get deported back here. Go and murder someone in a state that has capital punishment, worst that can happen, spend the rest of my life in prison or get the electric chair or gas chamber or whatever.
So you're saying your reason for sending them the guns to California
is because I was in the process of moving. All of my important critical stuff, I was gradually putting it into storage or like sending it somewhere they can be held until I got to Toronto.
Okay. You understand, though, we're probably going to figure out where those firearms were sent to.
Oh, yeah, and I have no problem
Yeah.
telling you. It's just I really don't want to get that person in any kind of trouble.
Because obviously that's going to probably be one of the main things that they investigate now. And there's many ways that they can figure that out, right? So I'm not saying they're going to find that out, but they're going to look and they're going to try and find that out. So I'm asking you, where they were sent to, if you want to try and talk about more about why, like to show that that your intent wasn't to kill her, and that I was actually just sending it to John Smith because he was going to send them to Toronto, or like how? That's where I'm confused. Like why you wouldn't just?
Okay, first, the friend that I sent them to doesn't actually know that they're there.
Okay.
Because I put them inside of a computer and shipped the computer.
Okay.
To her. So all she knows is.
I'm going to stop you.
Computer. Yes.
Right there. I don't want to talk about that any further because what you just talked about, I'm going to have to go look. Maybe a crime. So I'm going to stop you.
In the U.S., yes, it would be.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you because I don't have knowledge of that 100% because I don't deal with the border that often. But I'm going to stop you on that. So
yes, thank you.
Yeah. I may talk about that afterwards. I want to look into more into that, but
being a PAL holder, I'm allowed to ship firearms by mail or courier or something, and there's no restriction that I'm aware of. However, within the U.S., like shipping things across state lines and stuff, there's all kinds of restrictions. So, yes, let's put that aside for the time being.
Yeah, let's stop talking about it. Okay, so... okay. So, we know where the firearms are now. Actually, give me a second. I want to check on that, okay?
Sure.
So,
is there a restroom I can use, or...?
Yeah, here. Well, thank you. Let me just grab my recorder. I just wanted to see there. Right back. Sorry, Patrick.
Yeah, no problem. Something that occurred to me that might be relevant or helpful. With respect to sending things down to Los Angeles in preparation of the move, not specifically anything to do with firearms or anything like that, and easily verifiable, the company that I was using over the past couple of months, I've been shipping lots of stuff down there in preparation of the move, which I guess would go to show that if, hypothetically speaking, I had sent the firearms down there, it was just part of...
I think I should I'll just stop you. Based on what you told me, I said I wanted to stop you. I've got to read you something. I'm arresting you for unauthorized shipment of a firearm. So that, and I'm basing that on your here, and you don't obviously have to say anything. I'm going to continue. Let me explain all this to you. Basing that on your statement of having the firearm inside a computer. Do you understand that charge? What I'm alleging?
Yes.
And it's unauthorized exportation.
It was my understanding. Wait, how is that unauthorized exportation to the U.S.? Approval or authorization is not required.
Just 1 second.
Sure, yeah.
Let me just get through this. And then
Yeah, no problem.
It is my duty to inform you that you have the right to retain and instruct counsel in private without delay. You may call any lawyer you want. There's a 24-hour telephone service available which provides a legal aid duty lawyer who can give you legal advice in private. This advice is given without charge, and the lawyer can explain the legal aid plan to you. If you wish to contact a legal aid duty lawyer, I can provide you with a telephone number. Do you understand?
I do.
Do you want to call a lawyer?
Not at this point.
You're not obliged to say anything, but anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, so I don't know the exact charge. However, we are looking at the criminal code, and from what we can see, exporting a firearm in the means that you did it appears to be, trying to put the layman terms, break that law that I mentioned, unauthorized exporting of a firearm.
Yes, I agree in the case of all countries other than the U.S. However, what I read on the RCMP's website was there is no restriction on exporting a firearm to the U.S. to the U.S. temporarily. If exporting it permanently, I'm required to notify the RCMP, but it doesn't specify how soon, and it doesn't specify, there's no clarification of what's meant by permanently.
Yeah. I'm talking about, though, you told me that your friend won't know about it because it was put inside a computer.
Right, but I'm not going to comment on that now because of this additional charge.
No, that's fair enough. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So same thing. Do you want to tell me about more about your? Because it's strange to me the shipping to the States to get it to Ontario. Why you would go to that much effort to bring a firearm across the border?
Well, not just a firearm, my printer, my computers, my clothes. The reason is, well, first, I don't know anybody in Toronto, as I said, so I have nobody there I can ship it to. Now, I could have shipped it there and had it put into storage, maybe. That might be a possibility, I'm not sure. The reason I didn't opt to do that is one thing I've learned in my life, particularly with the experiences I've had with the U.S. authorities, is you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if I ended up getting arrested, because I knew I was going down to LA for a visit, so I knew there was a possibility I could get detained. They might charge me with something, who knows, I might go to prison for 5 years. And then that would mean I would lose all the stuff again, because eventually I wouldn't be able to pay for the storage. So the reason I was shipping things, or rather than using the word shipping, because that implies using the postal service or something, which introduces certain legalities. The reason I was transporting, let's say, things to my friend in Los Angeles is because I knew that she would hold them for me until, if something were to happen, then...
Okay.
Now, I know it's not very cost effective because I was spending a lot more money having it brought there and then brought back, except I saw it as kind of insurance. It's better to spend the extra money, but at least know that in the end, I'll still have the stuff.
What's your plans for, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but obviously you'll go before a judge. What are your plans after that if you were to be released?
Well, in light of these new charges, I think going to Toronto is probably going to be put on hold, because even if I wasn't required to stay in British Columbia as a condition of release, I think it would be kind of impractical to go all the way to Ontario and then have to come back here all the time for court. So I would presume that I would stay here in BC until this matter is resolved. I think, though, given the way all of this looks on paper when it's presented to the judge, I don't think, honestly, that there's much chance that I'm going to be released tomorrow.
Okay. And was it in your intention to go back to your place on Sunset?
I would say no.
Do you not have that anymore? I don't think you have that anymore.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I figured you. Did your rent end at the end of May?
Yes.
Yeah. I figured.
My intention before coming here to the RCMP, when I was expecting that I was coming back to Vancouver, was that I was going to come here, probably be here for a few days, see where everything stood, and then head off to Toronto. But in light of all these new developments now, most likely, if I was released, well, I shouldn't say most likely, if I was released, absolutely I would be staying in Vancouver. I mean,
yeah, but you weren't. I can see, and clearly you weren't. Your intent was to. You weren't coming back to. You go across that border. You're not coming back here. That's obvious to me. You've given up your place. All your stuff has been shipped.
yes.
So that's pretty evident to me that you were either going to stay in California, stay in the States, or go back to Ontario, which I don't get.
Yes. Well, the Ontario thing, you understand, is purely because of the situation with my son.
Mhm.
So that he has the option, if he chooses, to leave there and
Yeah.
come back with me.
But that wouldn't be until October that you'd
Well-
necessarily do that, because that's when you turn 16.
Well, in September he turned 16.
Sorry,
The thing
September.
is, we're so close to his 16th birthday. If he were to run away next month or something,
Mhm.
honestly, I don't think that many people are really going to,
Yeah.
would make a big deal about it.
Okay.
It would never be my intention, though, to take him by force, because
Yeah.
there's a custody order there, and because I don't believe in forcing a child to live with a parent they don't want to live with anyway.
Okay.
Me going to Ontario is purely so that he has the option if that's what he wants to do.
Okay.
And as for the possibility that I may have decided to go to Los Angeles and stay there, that may have been something I had considered, but I look at all of the risks and the downsides of it, and it's just not like, there's just not really an incentive for me to stay in Los Angeles. At any moment, ICE could show up at my door and I could spend 6 weeks in custody. If I'm working on a project at the time, obviously I'm going to lose the project. I wouldn't be able to get an employment reference from them. It's just such an incredibly precarious situation that would put my life in.
Okay. Obviously, the investigator thinks that you shipped those firearms and is going to fear, anyway, that
Mhm.
you shipped them there to go and get them, and then who knows what you were going to do with them afterwards.
Sure, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's purely speculation, though. That's anticipation or speculation of a crime that may possibly occur at some point in the future. Not something that has actually occurred.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I said. Think, right? He's going to think
Sure.
that you that was your intention, right? So, were you going to go to Arizona?
No.
No.
I've had
Would
very
there be
bad
any-
experiences with Arizona.
Yeah. Okay.
They're very anti-immigrant there, and they're very strict. Like, if I was to go to Arizona and even just get pulled over for not signaling,
Yeah.
I'd end up back in custody again, and just
Okay.
that absolutely wouldn't be worth it.
Where's your stuff right now? Because that's obviously that's something we need to know. We need to find
Okay.
out where is your stuff right now.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
is there a way that we can handle this that won't adversely affect my friend?
I can't answer that because I don't know the U.S. laws, and I obviously I don't.
Mhm.
I'm not familiar. I deal with more like I don't want to say my bread and butter, but the main thing I deal with is sex assaults.
Mhm.
So I don't deal with shipment of firearms, stuff like that. So
Right.
I would be. It would not. It'd be wrong of me to comment and
Yeah,
tell you,
yeah.
and I would be misinforming you if I told you that it wouldn't, because I don't know.
Mhm.
I had to look up this crime. I'm being very forthcoming with you. I'm telling you, like,
Sure.
I didn't know. I just knew that when you made that statement, that I felt that. But anyways,
Mhm.
so where is your stuff right now?
Okay, first let me say my main concern in this matter is not so much incriminating myself, but trying to protect my friend who has no knowledge that any of this has even occurred from getting in any kind of trouble. Because since she has no knowledge of it, she obviously hasn't done anything wrong, but sometimes the law enforcement in the US doesn't care about those kinds of things. So I don't want to put her in a bad...
How do you know she doesn't know?
Because anything that I've shipped down there, she hasn't taken them out of the boxes. They're all just like off in the corner in the boxes.
Okay.
And in fact, she would even be able to ship the entire, like the same box, hypothetically, if I had shipped it. She would be able to ship that same box right back without having opened it or anything.
Okay. But she wouldn't be able to ship it to Canada because if that would put her, I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't ask her to do that because that could put her in a precarious position knowing that you know that there's a firearm inside one of those boxes.
Well, she would have liability if she knew what was in it.
Well,
but if she shipped something back to me without having any knowledge of what was actually in it, then...
It would just, it'd be an investigation, right? She'd have to, prove that she didn't have any knowledge and maybe didn't open the box or whatever.
Right. See, I'm a little concerned, though, that if I tell you specifically where it is, that all of a sudden stormtroopers are going to go racing into her place, and that's...
My concern is right now is that, and I'm sure you can understand this, and it'll be our fear and something that the investigator is that you've shipped that firearm to somebody and they're going to go and use that firearm.
That's an understandable fear. Absolutely not going to happen, though, because the friend we're talking about is a short little Costa Rican woman in her mid-40s. So, okay, I absolutely know that won't happen. But of course, there's nothing that I can say that could assure you of that.
Yeah.
Of course, if something did happen to Desiree, and if what happened to her was related to a gunshot wound, and let's see, from the ballistics, they would need the gun to determine if the bullet was shot from there, but from the caliber, that would narrow it down, but the 9mm is an incredibly common caliber, so that wouldn't mean much.
You shipped your 9mm too? Your handgun?
Well, all of them.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the cost. Like, I considered selling them, but then I was thinking, if I sell them, I'm going to take quite a hit on them, I'm going to lose quite a bit of money on them.
Yeah.
So then I thought, well, it's just temporary, so it's not likely it's going to be an issue. I think the probability of something happening to Desiree related to firearms transpiring within the near future, like the next couple of days or so, would be so minor. Ideally what I would love to propose is either for my friend to bring the package completely unopened to the local law enforcement there, and then they can get it and they can verify with you, or for her to ship it back by FedEx, and I would cover the cost, even though that would be huge because it was a 60-pound computer. But,
yeah.
But I think from the officers, or you call them constables up here, right? Not officers,
yeah.
But
officers is fine too.
Having spoken with me, and from the content you've seen on the website, I think everybody knows by this point I'm not a violent person and I'm not a irrational person.
Yeah.
And I don't think that anybody really believes that I would have any kind of involvement in causing Desiree some kind of physical harm that could possibly result in me being...
At this point, I think I'll introduce you to police investigations, how they work and how they're in here. Stuff that's going to happen, and it's going to happen now, is, and that I'll recommend, is that they're going to look at everything right now with your credit cards, any cards you have, your cell phones, writing search warrants, production orders for your credit cards, finding out where you ship this stuff from
Mhm.
would be what they'll do.
Yeah, I can even tell you that.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, that, if you want to tell me, that's fine.
Sure.
Where'd you ship them from?
The packaging depot on Kingsway at Gilly. 6360, I think it was.
Okay. Is that like a FedEx kind of thing, or Canada Post?
Well, it's a private business. They handle the shipping, but also like packaging, like if you need it boxed up and all that, because some of the stuff I didn't want to bother with boxing it and...
Okay. How come you chose them? Do you often ship with them, or?
Nope, I just was Googling like shipping and packaging places close
Yeah.
by and found them, and so I started going to them and went to them again, and they had some computer needs, so they asked me if I would help them out with some of that.
Okay.
But they would be able to verify that there's been X number of shipments,
Okay.
like my home theater system, my printer, my computers, and
Okay. When you shipped them, did you just ship it like right inside the computer, or did you take these guns apart?
I think we're getting into some potentially incriminating territory there under U.S. laws, not under Canadian. Under Canadian law, there's no requirement when shipping. It doesn't need to have a trigger lock on it or anything, and it doesn't need to be disassembled. I believe the only requirement is that the package cannot contain any indication that it contains a firearm. So it complied with all the, Canadian laws.
Okay. You can conceal a firearm, and you've looked into that? Because I haven't.
But
Inside the computer?
I always look into what the laws are before I do
Okay.
something that's questionable. Like I've said before, it's very rare that I violate a law. I come very close sometimes, but I always try to stay on this one side. Now, if, hypothetically, I have violated any U.S. laws by, hypothetically, shipping any firearms to the U.S., that was, again, purely hypothetically, I'm not admitting anything here, but that would have been, A, because it's a different jurisdiction, and B, weighing the probability of it being an issue.
Okay. When did you ship them?
Specifically the firearms?
Yeah.
Again, that
When
would
did you
be-
start shipping stuff? I guess?
I started shipping stuff, let's see, I finished there in February, I think middle of March.
Okay.
And, I would gradually ship something here, a little bit there. Some of the things, it just wasn't cost effective to bother moving, so, like my beds and stuff. And
Yeah, because, I mean, there's a charge in the criminal code, shipping restricted firearms, prohibited firearms. It kind of covers off that.
Mhm.
So we are, we're not experts on this, never charged
Yeah.
anybody with this. I'm just totally honest with you,
Yeah,
because I am. But to me, it looks like you've broken that law. So that's why I've charged and warned you for that.
sure.
So that's kind of where we're at. I asked you kind of where they were because I'm trying to figure out, right now, if you're saying the friend doesn't know that they're there, the firearms are in this computer. I mean, right now, it's fear for philosophy that the location of these firearms have gone from here and now are sitting somewhere in the States and we don't know where they are.
Right.
And that's why I was asking you where they are located right now. So we're going to write production orders, and it'll tell us where the firearms went. That'll take time, but that's what what we'll be doing. What I'll be recommending to the officer anyway.
What are production orders?
It's basically, do you know what a search warrant is?
Yeah.
Kind of similar to a search warrant. A production order is served to a company, authorized by a justice of the peace. In that we ask for certain records and we explain why. Obviously, we're investigating a criminal offense, and we believe that we will find this evidence. Judge or justice authorized it, and then it basically puts the company at work, and they have to comply with that order to give us those documents.
Sure.
So that's what I will recommend. So, and if obviously in doing so, should be able to get the address of where those went.
In 2017, Patrick Fox is convicted of criminally harassing Desiree Capuano for attempting to ruin her life and drive her into taking her own life. Fox is also convicted of shipping guns into the States, hidden in a computer. He is sentenced to 46 months in jail, 3 years probation, and is ordered to remove the website. He is imprisoned until December 2018. After he's released, he has a number of probation conditions placed on him, including a requirement that the website about Desiree be taken down. In 2019, Fox is caught entering the States. He's brought in for another round of questioning.
Outsmart CMP, return to 57140. 14:28 hours on April 4th, 2019. Taking a statement from Patrick Fox in relation to burning file 2019-10877. Mr. Fox was arrested today by Constable Hawkins for 3 counts of failing to comply with his probation order. I'm also going to let him know that he's under investigation by the Vancouver Police for suspected of breaching probation by creating a website. He did not want to speak to legal counsel. He's currently in his cell. I'm just going to go and get him, and I'll bring my audio recorder. In the corner right there.
Is there a trash bin to throw them?
Just throw them. What else?
More empty one?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. So coffee. Let me see if I can get this a coffee. Is it black?
Yep.
Black? Yeah. How you doing?
Well, I've got 2 countries, both of which are saying I'm not a citizen of that country and was born in the other country. But I've got CBSA with their heads up their asses going, we're going to do whatever Homeland Security tells us. So they keep allowing Homeland Security to deport me here, even though I've got documentation from IRCC and CBSA saying I'm not a Canadian citizen. So, I've been better.
Yeah, so...
and I've heard these breaches. Oh, please, what a joke. Go on.
Yeah, we went through this before. You mentioned there that I testified against you and all that. There's no hard feelings. I was asked today.
You're doing your job.
Yeah. So
Wire is the one I have hard feelings against. That guy's just a dick.
Yeah.
I hope he gets throat cancer, but...
Okay. So no hard feelings. I was asked. I'm sorry, buddy. I was asked to come today, this morning, if I could. I do a lot of interviews for me, which is what I told you back in 2016.
And you specialize in children, sexual assault.
Yeah.
Children.
Good memory. I specialize in investigating.
Oh yes.
Investigating that. So, but I mean, we went through this before, so I do have to tell you some stuff. Obviously, you're very well versed on all this. I was told that you were studying quite a bit, preparing obviously for your trial back in 2016. So,
yep.
Obviously, just so you know, we're being audio will be recorded.
I wouldn't do it any other way.
Perfect. You just like Constable Hawkins told you, you don't have to say anything to me, and anything you say can be given in evidence, just like in 2016.
Hopefully not like that.
Well, hopefully not, but I'm saying same. I'm kind of I'm having a bit of a flashback to you and I saying you had a little more facial hair back then. And I probably had a lot less. I probably had a lot less hair on top.
Surprisingly, I was held in ICE custody the exact same amount of time this time.
Was it
2.5 weeks?
Yeah, really? Wow. Is that like a standard thing for them, or
nope?
Just a coincidence?
Well, last time and this time, they couldn't get a travel document from the Canadian government, so what they did was they convinced the RCMP to request that I be brought back here for questioning. Previously, it was about the firearms. This time, it's about the probation violations.
Okay. So I am a police officer. Obviously, you know that. I was asked, like I said, to come and speak with you today. I know there's been a bunch of officers that have probably spoken to you, jail or like the customs guys, the U.S. Homeland Security.
Totally different. They're
totally, yeah, totally. But I just want to make sure if anyone's made any promises to you of any kind of coffee favor. Yeah, and that's not a promise. I'm just giving you that because I'll drink a coffee with you. That I'm not giving you
the other officer, the female that came down to the border to pick me up.
Oh, she promised you a coffee?
Well, she didn't say promise, but she said, yes, I'll get us a coffee. I'll get us both a coffee because I could use a coffee too.
Yes. Well, I'll get us a copy. I'm sure someone will get us a copy. But I want to make sure that if anyone's made any promises to you, and that if we promise you this and you're going to return the favor, as far as, I'll give you an example. If I would take courtesy
of salt.
Yeah, if courtesy was to say, I'll get your coffee to talk to Constable Potts. Has any of that happened where someone's promised you something if you speak to me today? Perfect. And then on the flip side, has anyone threatened any kind of violence or any kind of repercussions if you don't talk to me today?
Nope.
Perfect. Okay. Do you understand all that?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know why you're here?
Yes, because Mark Meyer is a dick.
Okay.
Now, more specifically, he approved some breaches of probation for me, some specific conditions that I openly admit I did violate. And the reason I violated them, hang on, let me shoot.
Sure. Just checking if you get my copies. One black.
So, there are two conditions in particular. One is that I not go within 100 meters of the U.S. border. The other one is that I not leave British Columbia. It's well established by this point by everybody, or with everybody, except for Meyer and my ex-wife, that I'm not a Canadian citizen. I don't have status in Canada. I've got documentation to prove all of this on my phone in my laptop bag out there. And I have no authorization to be in Canada. So, by remaining in Canada, I'm breaking the law. So I have this probation condition that says I can't leave, but if I stay, I'm breaking the law, which it's my understanding, at least in the U.S., a court cannot order somebody to do something that would compel them or force them to break the law. Therefore, that probation condition cannot stand. It has to be removed. Either that or IRCC has to grant me some kind of status in Canada. Meyer keeps coming to court at these probation hearings because I keep trying to have that condition removed. He keeps showing up saying that, all the evidence I've seen supports the fact that you're a Canadian citizen. And I said, what evidence? You're not coming with evidence. You're just talking. And of course the judge is believing everything that he says, and I come with evidence from IRCC and the Ministry of Social Development, and it all clearly states that I have no status in Canada. None at all.
Okay. Judge
doesn't care. So, on the 14th, I had another hearing to try to remove that condition. I even brought recordings of my telephone conversations with CBSA and with IRCC. And in those recordings, they clearly state that I have no status in Canada. The judge then says that I'm trying to manipulate the system and that I'm playing games the way I was talking to them on the phone or something. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, I'm coming with clear, concrete proof of my claims. Meyer's coming with just like vague allusions and suggestions about stuff. I mean, who the hell's playing games? So, she denied the request again, and I went, okay, this is just bullshit. This is fucking insane. Am I supposed to stay here for 3 years and be homeless and not work or anything?
Yeah. And
spend every day wondering, is CBSA going to come and arrest me and hold me for 15 months today? So, that was it. I reached the point where I said, okay, this is just insane. I mean, I tried to play along for 2.5 months. I requested the hearings. I had the hearings. I brought the evidence. So that's those two probation conditions.
Okay.
I believe that...
I want to tell you one more thing. So there's the three, obviously. You're also under investigation, and I've learned of all this today, brought in just because I do a lot of interviews. You're also under investigation by the Vancouver Police.
For what?
Did they tell you this?
No.
Okay, so you're under investigation from Vancouver Police for another breach. For relating to the website desicapuano.com.
Sure.
Okay.
Why would that be?
I just want to let you know, same rules apply in this room. That anything you say, so you don't have to say anything. Anything you say can be given evidence. But just wanted to be full, fair, and frank that you are also under investigation for that.
Yeah, that's fine. But why would that be Vancouver Police? Why wouldn't it be you guys again?
Because I guess you were residing in Vancouver. Is that correct? You were living
at the homeless shelters, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's because they looked at it first. It came in wherever their complaint that the website had been created, and then they look at where he's living. It's in that jurisdiction. VPD starts the file. That's how it kind of starts.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I just want to let you know everything else that's going on. I haven't thought of you since, I haven't heard of your name or thought of you since way back.
I've thought of you.
Have you really?
I've thought of everybody who's been involved in my case and me being convicted of criminal harassment.
I deal with a lot of files though, so it's a bit different, but what have you been thinking about?
I'd rather not say.
No? Really? I didn't think we had, I mean, obviously, hopefully not as bad as you feel your thoughts towards Meyer, or Meyer?
No, definitely not. No. See, because Meyer was leading all of this. He was the one that was orchestrating all of this nonsense and colluding with Lagamat to suppress all this evidence and such. You were just there saying about what was said during the interview, which was kind of pointless and a waste of time because it was there in the recording. I mean, and I didn't object to the recording being played, so.
Yeah, that's often the way it is. They gotta get it on the record, but you just have to go and listen to, sometimes I'll go there and they'll play the whole recording and I won't have to say a word. It's just to get it on the record. I'm there basically if I hear something that's, you know, incorrect word or whatnot, amongst other reasons. So, do you have, like, it could be a platform for you if you want to, is there something you want to say, like, as far as, I mean, kind of...
Other than Mark Meyer and the Dick?
Other than Mark Meyer and the Dick? Like, what happened on March 15th, that's the day you got arrested at the border, right?
I wouldn't say I was arrested at the border.
Or, sorry, I should say, taken into custody.
But understand that I had first gone to the CDSA office at Peace Arch. I told them that I intend to leave. I'm going back to America. And I just want to know if Homeland Security contacts you in like an hour or something, and asks about my status, are you going to continue to play these stupid games where you say, oh yes, as far as we're concerned, he's a Canadian citizen and you can deport him here, or are you going to finally stop with that nonsense and say that, no, he's not Canadian, we're not going to accept him? So then I sat down while they investigated and stuff, and then the woman calls me over to the counter and says, oh, as far as we're concerned, you're a Canadian citizen, and you'll always be admitted back to Canada. And I said, what are you basing this on? I mean, IRCC themselves have said, you see the documents right there. And she says, oh, well, we checked with California. And I say, but California has no authority to determine if I'm a Canadian citizen or not. Anyway, that's the kind of stupid bullshit I've been dealing with. So then she tried to talk me into just staying, and she said, well, Homeland Security is not going to let you enter the country anyway because you have no documents to prove your citizenship. And I said, yeah, that's fine. That's an issue for Homeland Security to deal with. And so I said, look, I'm leaving, forget it. I'm walking across the border. And so, when I got to the CBP counter, like Customs and Border Protection on the U.S. side, I told them that my name is Patrick Fox, I used to go by Richard Reese, I was deported a few times, there's an order of removal. I'm not trying to hide anything, not trying to conceal anything, not trying to sneak in the country or anything. Here I am, I'm a U.S. citizen. Please just figure out what the hell is going on, you and the Canadian authorities, and fix this so I can get on with my life. They tried to talk me into walking back as well. They kept saying, oh, but the border's right there. It's just 20 feet over there. Wouldn't you rather just go back and be free? And I said, no, I want to go before an immigration judge. I've got this proof now from the Canadian government that I'm not the person I was deported as, the person that you guys were saying I am. And so I would like to present this now in court to show them this is not me.
Okay.
And so that's what happened at the border.
Okay.
I insisted. Then they tried to talk me into applying for asylum. And I said, but that's ridiculous. I mean, like, yes, I feel or I believe that I was persecuted in Canada with this whole bullshit with the website and all because it's free speech. And I mean, here you've got this psycho bitch in Arizona making these claims that, oh, I'm afraid for my life, and oh, he's going to come here and kill me. But then she's laughing and joking with the RCMP. You heard the recording, right?
I didn't, but I only...
It's publicly available.
Yeah.
It's on the website.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Everything is on the website.
Is it really? Oh, how much?
I didn't publish it.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm only prohibited from publishing, disseminating, or distributing information about Capuano, Pendleton, and Sage. I'm not prohibited from continuing to create and maintain the website, say, on my own laptop, and as long as I don't publish it or make it publicly available.
Okay.
My position is, whatever's on the internet right now, I didn't put it there, so.
Okay. How, you probably remember, even though I'm 35, my tech skills are horrible, and you're obviously a very, very techie guy, so I don't understand kind of what you mean by that. Because I've never built a website or anything technology. Like you said, you have those materials, but you're not the one uploading? Is that what you mean?
I and other people have those materials. I've had them before since I was released. The Crown was saying, "Oh, there's no way you could have this stuff." Well, I do, obviously. I mean, it's on the internet now. So.
Well, why wouldn't you have it? Because you're defense.
No, I know, but they gave it to me on a hard drive, and I had to give it back to them later.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was telling them, but I got my own copy from other sources.
Okay.
And they said, "No, there's no way that could happen. Nobody in the RCMP or in the Crown's office would ever give you a copy of the disclosure material."
Okay.
Yeah. Him.
How did you get your...
I'm not going to tell you that.
No?
No.
Okay.
Because first of all, if I did tell you that, then the person who assisted me with it would probably lose their job.
Okay. Oh, sweet. Okay. Too black? Okay. Too black.
Thank you. Gee, last time you brought me Tim.
I know. Times are tough.
I guess that was a bigger charge in investigation. Well,
No, you know what it was? It had more resources, I guess, available to do that, but we can maybe get somebody that this really sucks.
but that definitely was a much bigger investigation because you guys actually sent constables down to, and a corporal down to LA and Arizona.
Yeah.
So clearly somebody was really trying to stick it to me. Kind of like how they're trying to stick it to me now, bringing me back here from the U.S. for probation violations. Come on.
I don't know, man. I'm so far behind because I actually switched units. I'm in serious crime unit now.
Mm-hmm.
But because I do so many interviews, they brought me in. So I literally did not know anything until
That's what you said last
morning.
week.
I know, it's all true. I'm on the interview team here in Burnaby.
Mm-hmm.
So it is quite often that we get pulled in to speak to people. Well, what were we talking? We were talking about, the publishing.
Material.
I know you're not going to tell me, but I'm very curious to know where you said someone would lose their job, but.
Of course, yeah. I mean, if there was somebody in the Crown's office or the Ministry of Justice and or the RCMP who had obtained and provided me copies of the material, of course they would lose their job.
Are you talking like the statements and...
Everything.
Okay.
All the RCMP RTCCs, all the RCMP, the audio recordings and video recordings of all of the RCMP's interviews, even kept one of those victim impact statements that the Crown didn't want me to have a copy of, and the judge said that they're not going to provide me a copy of, and I said, but the criminal code requires that I, the defendant, get a copy of it.
Yeah.
And they still refused. I got that. I've got the recordings from my psych assessments, and what else?
Did you get it all after your release, or while you were in custody?
Well, all the stuff that was available prior to my release, I got prior to, but like the psych assessment didn't happen until after I was released.
Okay, and you got a copy of that?
An actual recording of, the whole thing.
Okay.
But no, I'm not going to give any information about how I got it or who gave it to me. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, the thing about the publishing of the website. Okay, so a website is, think of a website like a book. And so think of it as, the probation condition would say, okay, you're not allowed to publish any books. But that doesn't prohibit me from writing a book on my laptop with the expectation that once the probation is finished in 2 years and 8 months, then I can go ahead and publish it. Or once I get deported or leave the country or something. And so instead of a book, though, it's a website. So there's nothing in the probation conditions that says that I can't continue to maintain or even create a new website about the same topic and content on my own computer as long as I don't publish it.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Now, there's nothing in the probation conditions, obviously, because there's no way a court would be able to word this, that would prohibit any other person in the world from publishing that information.
Okay.
As long as I don't give a copy of the content or of the website to the person for the purpose of publishing it, then.
So you're basically saying you've written something on a computer?
I'm not saying I did. I'm saying I could.
Okay. So how did all that material get written then? Who's the author of the latest posts and whatnot.
That's not relevant because the probation condition only pertains to publishing, disseminating, or distributing information.
Yeah, I'm still going to ask the question. If you, I'm still curious to know.
Yeah, I decline to answer that.
Okay.
Sorry, I respectfully decline. Just so you know, I'm not declining to be spiteful.
Oh, that's okay. Because remember, no hard feelings about this whole thing, right? Even though I'm sensing something on your YouTube.
You know when the last time was that I had any contact with my son? The day before I was arrested, May 26th, 2016.
Yeah.
You know what that dirty cunt did after I was arrested?
Yeah.
Cut off all contact. Even openly said it in her RCMP interview. She's proud of it.
Yeah.
She won.
Dude,
It's her big victory.
it's like they say, I don't know if you were in for a bit crazy, right? I don't know if you've heard that saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But see, because of this psycho cunt that everybody thinks that, oh, she's a poor victim,
Yeah.
I lost custody of my son, I got deported to a foreign country that I have no status in, that initially I was working here illegally, but it wasn't a big deal because if I got caught, I would just get deported. But I can't work illegally now because I'm on probation. Now I can go to jail for it because if I break the law, it's a breach. So, this evil woman does all this stuff and then completely cuts off all contact with my son. Yes, there's going to be hard feelings, and yes, this probation bullshit can go ahead and the court and Meyer can play their games for the next 2 years and 8 months, but after 3 years, it's going to end, and I'm going to say fuck court, I'm going to say fuck Meyer, and I'm going to say fuck everything else, and I'm going back to my country of origin, and everything goes back to normal.
What's what was your end game, your plan at the board? I know you kind of talked about it a little bit. Like,
Yes,
did you have a goal? Like, I just you said
Yes.
go before, and
To go
then,
before an immigration judge.
and then hope that you had your evidence to go to and live in the States.
Okay, here's the thing. I was convicted of perjury based on the allegation that I am a person named Ricky Reese from Sudbury, Ontario. And then I was, and also the false claim of U.S. citizenship. Then I was ordered removed from the United States based on that conviction. Nothing else. The ICE didn't then go, or the immigration court didn't say, okay, we've determined that you're a Canadian citizen based on this stuff over here. They just said, you were convicted of this, so you're obviously not a U.S. citizen. That's what the basis of the deportation was. If I come back 10 years later with proof that I'm not that person that they deported me as, that person that they were insisting that I was, it's going to look extremely bad for both the district court. How can a U.S. citizen be convicted of false claim of U.S. citizenship when it would be so simple, so easy for him to prove that he's a U.S. citizen? But then you have lawyers like Lagamat or Eisenberg on that perjury case that cooperate with the Crown, and or in the U.S. it would be the U.S. Attorney, and refuse to show the evidence that supports what I'm saying. So, ICE definitely does not want me to go before a judge, because if I show this evidence that proves that I'm not Ricky Reese from Ontario, and get this, Meyer apparently contacted Steve Reese, who is Ricky Reese's father, in Ontario.
Okay.
Steve Reese apparently told him that I am his son, Ricky Reese, and that he is willing to do a DNA test to prove that. So when Meyer sends me this email, and I say, excellent, I've been bugging you people to get a DNA test for years. Don't you remember how many times I kept saying, why don't you just get a DNA test? Even Capuano would say, oh, that's his father, he's willing to do a DNA test. And then when Meyer sees that that's what I want him to do, all of a sudden then he's talking about, oh, we don't need to do a DNA test because we have all this other evidence over here. So when I went to court on the 14th, I asked the judge to order the Crown to request the DNA test from Steve Reese and Peggy Sampona, both of the parents. And the court said, that's not going to happen. That's not relevant to this matter at all. And I'm thinking to myself, how can it not be relevant? Because it's directly relevant. Because if I have no status in Canada, you can't force me to stay here. I mean, it's not legal.
Yeah.
So, you should be able to understand a little bit of the frustration that I'm going through dealing with this.
I do.
And then I've got this sociopathic ex-wife who, she's crying on the witness stand but laughing with the RCMP, and she does these news media interviews where she makes everybody feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, she's walking around living her life, getting a big kick out of it, thinking the whole thing's a joke. She's completely unaffected by the website.
I can totally understand, especially not being able to remember I have a son as well. I don't remember that, but if I wasn't able to see my son, I don't know what I would do. I would be probably in your shoes, spinning around and trying to figure out So is that your goal? Is obviously, is that what your objective
Oh, yeah.
is, to be with your son?
My end game, you were asking what my end game was when I showed up at the border. My end game was to get a hearing in the immigration court before an immigration judge to show them this proof that I'm not the person I was deported as. And then from there, obviously, the perjury conviction would fall apart, the order of removal would fall apart, and so then they would have to vacate those. And then, of course, they would not be able to keep sending me up here. But right now, there's an order of removal, so ICE has the legal authority to remove me to Canada if Canada will accept me. But this time and the last time, Canada wouldn't accept me. So like I said, what ICE has done is gotten the RCMP to request that I be sent back here. Previously, it was about the firearms and the website.
Right.
And I don't know if you've seen the disclosure material, but there was actually stuff in their emails where the U.S. authorities went as far as to say that I had crossed the border with the intention of going to Arizona to murder my ex-wife.
Yeah.
And well, where the fuck are you getting this from? Murder my ex-wife. Anyway.
I've seen some of the websites. Just to say,
I'm assuming you mean the new website, the one that I had nothing to do with publishing.
The new website, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I did see the old one too, but I don't remember anything that's well that.
Basically the same, just different color scheme, and it didn't have that whole RV Fox section.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, there was a lot of material there, but I just kind of went down and saw all the profiles of everyone featured there, and I did see my name on there as well. And I
don't think I said anything. I think it's
No,
blank next to you, right? I was trying to think, like, is there anything I can say? I'm like, not
Yeah.
really. No, I think I just said something about, there's not really anything to say. I mean, you're not really all that
I think it's
memorable.
overwhelmingly...
Overwhelmingly forgettable.
Yeah. So you can imagine, I worked in a team, and so we actually laughed. It was pretty funny. And then also another one. Do you remember what you said about Heather?
Yep. Oh, wait, no, hang on. The way you phrased that, you said you remember what
sorry.
you said about Heather.
Do you remember what it said about Heather?
I remember what is said about
Yeah.
Heather, yes. Or Miss Montagliani.
Miss Montagliani, yes.
I mean, yeah, she's an attractive woman.
Yeah.
She's also an RTMP officer. If I run into her, she'll probably kick my ass, but...
Oh, no. No. She's a nice lady. She's one of the good ones. They're few and far between usually, but... Especially now, like 2019... Seems like we're all about, I gotta be careful. You say you gotta be careful, I gotta be careful when I talk about,
all of the
women,
don't even get me started about
Yeah.
feminists and stuff.
yes.
If there wasn't such militant feminism, over-the-top militant feminism in Canada right now, I wouldn't be sitting here. None of this would have happened.
Yeah.
Because people would have taken the time to look at both sides of it and went, oh, she is a psycho bitch. Okay, there's nothing wrong with this website.
Yeah. Yeah, it's out of control right now. I mean, I've never seen it. Oh, obviously, nobody's ever seen it like this. You can't say anything. You can't.
Right?
Trudeau, you know.
Trudeau.
Yeah. He's going down, though. That's for sure.
I would say I hope, but, well.
Yeah, you never
it won't affect
know.
me. Well, the reason I wouldn't
Yeah.
say I hope is because hopefully I won't be here, so it won't affect me.
Yeah. Well, I definitely won't be voting for him. Yeah, he was apologizing for everything. Yeah.
Apologizing for everything except what he and his party had done.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been staying well up to date on that. It's, I think that's their numbers are dropping like the double digits, which who knows what it'll mean. I mean, we've seen the polls in the states and nothing, but
the past 2.5 weeks since I've been in the U.S., I haven't had any Canadian news, so I don't know anything about what's happened in the past couple of weeks. But notice there's no talk about another charge of criminal harassment. So there's a new website up.
Yeah.
And the old criminal harassment was based substantially on the old website. So now there's a new website which is almost identical but has more stuff added to it. The new website would be way more harmful to Capuano because now there's like all this proof that she committed perjury and of how horrible of a person she is. Yet, mark my words, nobody's going to charge me with criminal harassment again because if they do, she would have to come and testify again. And I've got, I don't know if you've seen on the website or my affidavit that I filed in the Court of Appeal, so much proof of all this perjury that she committed and that Meyer and Lagamant knew about, but they refused to cross-examine her on.
yeah.
So,
I don't know if that's why. I mean, perhaps, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm not involved in that part of it.
But you will be.
I will be. I think we'll be. Maybe we will see each other again in a courtroom. We'll see. But yeah, I basically after today I won't have any more investigators. Same as last time.
So, what do you want to know about the? There was other probation violations or breaches that other.
Yeah, there's the three that the Burnaby. So it's you went to the border.
Yeah, within 100 meters of the border. That's British Columbia.
Not British Columbia.
I told you my defense on those.
Yeah. Did you? And then obviously you didn't tell your officer.
My defense on that is I was in Homeland Security custody. I had no way of contacting him.
Okay.
Now, you could say that, I was required to tell him 48 hours before I left the Yukon, except that I didn't know 48 hours before I left the Yukon.
Okay.
In fact, I had gone to report for probation that morning of the 15th, and then he told me that the RCMP was investigating something about a website or something. And that was around the time that I decided that, okay, this is it. This is enough. I've had it with this bullshit. This is fucking crazy. So, that was when I decided to leave. And then I went to the border. Had I not been detained by Homeland Security, then I would have contacted him and let him know. But I was detained, so.
Okay.
And if you have Homeland Security get the recordings of my telephone calls from there, you will see that I asked my friend Liz to call, whatever is it, can't remember his name, Benji something, the new probation officer. I asked her to call him to let him know.
I think I had a note. Sorry, go ahead.
That I was no longer in the country.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the probation officer. And I wrote his information down so that I could have Liz call him to let him know. Because I told him that I would let him know when I left the country.
So these notes you made were in the States then?
Yes, that would have been when I got to the detention facility. They let you go on your phone, so like if you need to get any numbers out or anything, phone numbers.
Okay. Okay. How long had you been planning on going to the States, or was it, like, when did you finally, I know you said the 15th was your final.
That was the breaking point, yeah. Of course, I have planned to go back all along. In a worst case, what I told myself was that the absolute worst they can do is keep me here for 3 years. The probation is going to end in 3 years, and then I can go back. And so, based on that, I would say, yes. The moment I was sentenced, I knew I was going to be going back to the U.S. It was just a question of when. So, I was originally intending to go back when the probation ended. Well, originally, I was expecting that the appeal was going to proceed, and then it would all be vacated on appeal. But then they pulled this crap about, you got to pay $2,000 for the transcripts. And I'm like, I already have the transcripts. And they're like, no, these are the photocopies that you need to submit to the court. I'm like, $2,000 for photocopies? So then I told the Court of Appeals that I can't possibly afford that. I'm homeless. I mean, look, this whole situation, this case has put me in this situation where I'm going to be homeless for 3 years.
Yeah.
So, I don't even know what's going on with the appeal now. I didn't bother with the case management conference that was on the 20th because obviously I was in Homeland Security custody. But, so that was my original plan, was that the appeal would proceed and everything would be vacated and then I would go back. But then when it started looking like that wasn't going to happen, then I was thinking in the worst case I would have to wait the 3 years. But of course then there's also the issue of there's such outrageous misconduct that occurred in my case, my trial with Lagamat and Meyer, and I've got proof of all of that and all these audio recordings. And eventually, some news media, probably some men's rights organization or something, is going to stumble across it and they're going to go, holy fuck, what happened here? Yeah. And then it's going to be in the news, and then the Ministry of Justice is going to be scrambling again to go, oh my god, we got bad public relations here, we need to do something, quick, vacate this guy's stuff and let's get rid of him. Which is what I figured probably would have happened after I went down to the U.S., but hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. What's that men's, or not men's, but they're quite conservative. I kind of enjoy their readings. They're actually catching on quite a bit. They've covered the pipeline stuff quite a bit. That would be who.
I can't remember. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
They originated in Toronto or something.
Something. I can't think of it. Anyways, there's quite a few. They're popping up more and more. Obviously, this kind of the society that we're in right now is going to generate more of these people.
And if you look at Canadian social history, though, you'll see that this happens over and over again in Canada. It swings from one extreme to the other extreme.
Yeah.
To hell with it. It's not my problem. I have nothing to do with this country anymore.
Yeah,
I've got proof now that, and you're more than welcome to look at the proof. I've got the document printed from the Ministry of Social Development.
Okay.
That's well done.
They gave me a few things here. I don't know if any of these are them.
No, it's, well, these are things that, I had at the jail out there.
Okay. Is this where you were?
Yeah, that's the contact information for the jail.
Okay.
Oh, this is stuff I wanted Liz to send to me, but then I thought, you know what, hold on, let's see what's going to happen. I was going to wait.
Did you write this following a phone conversation with her, or was it planned to mail to her?
No, this is stuff that I asked her to print and send to me on the phone.
Oh, okay.
But you see, this is all stuff that supports my claim that I'm not a Canadian citizen.
Yeah, okay. Is this the website then that you guys can sign into?
No.
Check your account. Is that the...
Well, yeah, that's how she sends me money on my canteen or commissary account. Well, is just a guy I knew up here. I wanted to get a hold of him to let him know that I'd left Gmail. Not sure what this... I mean, gmail.com on tablet. What tablet? I have no idea what I'm talking about here.
Because you have a tablet, right? Because I think we have it.
But I had that tablet with me.
And you have a laptop, is it too? Or is that a laptop up there that they took, the people that arrested you today?
No. I didn't have any computers with me.
Okay.
Because since I had gone to the probation officer, and he had said that the RCMP was investigating about a website, and then I decided that that's enough of this bullshit. Anything that I would have had with me that could have possibly associated me with the website in any way, obviously I would have gotten rid of. I didn't keep my laptop with me because I didn't want to have it when I crossed the border because, one, it's just more to carry unnecessarily, and two, just in case this happened.
Okay.
Do you remember when you were interviewing me 3 years ago, and you were asking, why would I ship all my stuff to Los Angeles if I was thinking maybe of moving to Toronto? It doesn't make sense, and why spend all that extra money? And I had said, well, because I knew that there was a possibility that I might end up being arrested. And then if I was arrested and detained for some period of time, I would end up losing everything. At least if it's with my friend in Los Angeles, I'm not going to lose it.
Okay.
Same idea.
Got it.
And
so
you see how nobody believed me.
The laptops and computer is on its way to the States or in California?
Oh, no, that laptop that I had here, it was just an old one that I had sent that I could afford to lose, but I just didn't want to have it with me at the time. But like I said, if there was anything incriminating on there, which there really wasn't, but if there was, obviously I would have deleted it. Just like how all this stuff here, obviously I knew that it might end up in your hands, and so you might be like, I heard the woman speaking earlier, something about in this to-do list. About adding editor at desicapuano.com to Thunderbird.
Yeah.
And she was kind of making a big deal about that, and I'm like, oh, okay. Do you think that you caught me slipping up or something? Not you, I mean her.
Yeah, no.
Obviously, everything on here, stuff that I know you guys might end up with. Especially.
What did you mean? What does it mean? What does that mean? Like adding somebody as an editor? What did you mean?
No, not as an editor.
Sorry.
This email address. Editor at desicapuano.com. Adding it to the contacts, I guess, is probably what I meant there.
Okay.
Because, let's say...
Contacts on the website?
No, contacts in my Thunderbird account on my computer.
Oh, okay. Thunderbird account is...
Thunderbird is an email client.
Okay.
Like Outlook.
Okay.
Microsoft Outlook.
Sorry.
Oh, it's more common like in Unix environments.
In which?
Unix.
Okay.
Like Linux.
Okay.
See, because let's say if I wanted Liz to send an email, or anybody to send an email on my behalf, and if I'm in jail, some people are a little slow on the computer.
Yeah.
And so if the email address is already in the contacts, then if she types EDI, then it comes up. She doesn't have to type in the whole thing, or I don't have to worry about if she spells it wrong or something. So that's probably what that was.
Okay. To print PDF and ATIP on HP laptop. So is that the laptop you were using then?
I have many laptops.
Okay. But you must have that one somewhere, or she has it. But the HP.
I decline to answer that.
Okay.
But you'll notice it's written so generically on an HP laptop. I mean, like what, 8 of my laptops are HPs?
Okay. Well, you have 8. Where do you store all these in?
Places.
Outside. I didn't expect to get an answer there. Okay. Yeah.
So, go ahead, pick anything on there. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for it, or I'm sure it's so vaguely written that it could be construed many different ways.
Yeah, I mean...
I was in Homeland Security custody. Homeland Security doesn't follow the laws. I'm not going to write down anything that they could just come over to my bunk, look at it, and could incriminate me.
Okay.
So.
Well,
this coffee was delightful. I don't suppose you get more, though, huh?
We probably can. I would take another one as well. Just 1 second. Was it good?
Mm-hmm.
No?
But it's caffeine, so.
So when you get to the States, what was your end game? Like, you wanted to live there and decide to get a job. Like, what was your plan if you were to be granted, that they believed you, the judge, that yes, you're an American? What was your plan?
To go back to Los Angeles, to get back to my life. Here in Canada, my case and the website and all was a big deal on this leftist, bleeding heart feminist media.
Yeah.
Made a huge deal about it. But if you look at all the news coverage, there's absolutely nothing in the United States about the trial or any of the charges or anything. Because everybody thinks down there it is such a pathetic joke. People are going around laughing at Justin Trudeau and about like how this ridiculous feminism is up here.
Yeah.
When some of the people that work at the detention facility, and they would ask me like, well, what are you here for? Like, what did you go to prison for? And so I tell them about it. And then I tell them, you can Google it. You can see the news stories on there. And then they would come back the next day or something and say, that is fucking outrageous. You went to prison for 3.5 years for creating a website for just telling the truth about your ex-wife and publishing the proof of what you were saying. Yeah. I'm like, yes. So, in the U.S., they would probably... employers either wouldn't care about it, or they would look at it and they would go, holy fuck, poor guy.
Yeah.
Here in Canada, there's no way I'll be able to get a job. And Meyer even knew, oh God, one time Meyer shows up at court, that little bitch. Yeah. And he says, oh, well, perhaps Mr. Fox might not be able to get a job in the line of work that he's used to working in, but surely he'll be able to get some job. Okay, so I'm going to go from a software engineer at $150,000 a year to working at Burger King. That's perfectly acceptable, all because I created a website and told the truth about my ex-wife. Yeah. Not a single threat, never said anything threatening to her, never said anything intended to be threatening, never said anything that could even be construed threatening when you read the entire context. This country's fucked, man.
Yeah, I mean, times have changed. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not commenting on your thing, but I'm saying as far as what we were talking about, the bleeding hearts, like you say, it certainly has changed. It's been drastic in the last year and a half, 2 years.
I can't believe that there are so many men here that just sit back and just let it happen.
Yeah.
It's like...
It's becoming...
I'm not saying that men should go around beating up women. No, certainly nobody should go around beating up anybody.
No.
But to just, like... all this stuff, but as soon as a man is accused of something, that's it. His career is ruined and his life is ruined and all. And then they find out later that, he didn't do it. He was innocent. News doesn't say anything about that.
Yeah. No.
So, my end game.
You're telling the truth. I mean, I don't know. I actually seen an article. So maybe the men are getting our understanding of 50. It's never been before. There's now more single people in the Lower Mainland than people in a relationship. So maybe people are finally getting the news, and people are starting to just have one night stands or not stay in relationships. Because women can be obviously quite
Yeah, you gotta be careful with the one-night stands too, though, because
Yeah.
there are some women who will be ashamed or embarrassed about having had a one-night stand and accuse the man of rape.
Oh, yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
So
did you want to get back into Gabriel, right? Into his...
Well, obviously I would like to. I mean, when I was released back at the end of December, I sent an email to the last known email address for him, and I sent a message to his Instagram account. Didn't get a response to any of that, so I don't know if he's even still using that email address. I'm sure that Desiree has made him give her the password, and so I'm sure she has been accessing it. His most recent posting on Instagram was from November 2017, right around the same time I was sentenced. But then I saw, like, from some of his other friends on Instagram, pictures that he's in that were more recent. And I found some records on his school's website showing that last year he made the honor roll or something. So he's doing well. But at the same time, when you have a parent who's a psycho like her, and my mother was a psycho like that too, and so when you're living in that environment, you start picking up some of the habits, and that's really what I've been so scared of, that he starts acting in that way and thinking that's normal. Anyway, everybody keeps saying, oh, he's 18 now, he can choose for himself. People are fucking in the head. He's been with her for 5 years now. He's got a life in Arizona. He's got friends and that he goes to school with and all. You can't expect that a child is just going to go, oh, my father's out of jail, so I'm going to move to another country and go live with him and just leave everything that I have here. People are just so overly simplistic sometimes. So, ideally, what I would have wanted was to go back to Los Angeles to get in touch with him, let him know that I'm out. It's his decision if he wants to come back and live with me and such. I believe he's in his last year of high school right now. I don't know what he's got planned for university. I'm sure that Desiree hasn't put any money aside for university or anything. And if she's still with the guy that she was with before, who knows what that situation is. James.
Yeah.
And since Gabriel's still going to that same school, the high school in Squirrita, I'm assuming they're still together. And he had very low self-esteem, so probably he would still be with her.
James had low self-esteem?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
When you listen to, like, his RCMP interviews and stuff, and you can tell.
Okay.
And Desiree usually goes out with guys that have low self-esteem because they're easy to manipulate and control. Like, you look at Michael, her ex-husband, Christopher, the one that was getting in trouble with the law and everything. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would have been my end goal, is to go back to Los Angeles, reestablish contact with Gabriel. Hopefully he would have some interest in returning to Los Angeles, maybe going to UCLA or something, and then we could try to pick up from there. But I don't know, it's hard to say. I mean, he might be so far gone now with all the white trash nonsense and stuff.
Yeah.
He might be into drugs for all I know.
Okay, well, hopefully not. Did you have so that's Gabriel, that makes sense to me, that's kind of what I figured. Did you have any kind of endgame or plans with the website or continued, I'm not going to say publishing, but continued broadcasting of stuff about Desiree?
I can say that once I am no longer in Canada, since I am not a Canadian national or citizen or subject of Canada, the probation becomes moot once I return to my country of origin. If I were already in Los Angeles, Homeland Security would not have spent the money to come and get me and bring me all the way back up here to extradite me for a probation violation. The only reason they did in this case is because they needed to get rid of me before I go before an immigration judge with this new evidence, and so that's just a convenient thing. You just throw them in the back of a truck and bring them to the border. So, that being the case, once I'm no longer in Canada, yes, I have every intention of continuing to maintain the website as well as the new website about all of the misconduct that occurred in my case. That RV Fox page, that section on the website, that is a prelude to an entire website that is going to be coming about not only about the RV Fox case, but also about Homeland Security and how they detained me for 4 years before and tried to deport me based on their allegation that I was this guy from Ontario. Oh, it's just because the light, it looked like there was coffee in there, and that's why I was checking. I was like, oh, sorry, I drank it all.
More coffee time.
Now, I'm openly admitting that because, as I said, since I have no ties to Canada, even though I'm on probation in Canada, once I, as a foreign national, leave Canada and return to my country of origin, a Canadian court has no authority or jurisdiction over me. Like, all of the case law along those lines deals with people who have some tie or connection to Canada, and then they leave the country, they violate, like they engage in conduct that would violate the probation conditions, and then when they come back, they end up being prosecuted for violating probation. And they try to claim that, oh, but I was outside of Canada, and so it was outside your jurisdiction, so it shouldn't have mattered. But those are all situations where the person still had some tie, some connection to Canada.
Okay. You said that you would maintain, or is the other site still being maintained then? Is there the 2 sites running right now?
Other site?
The
oh, you mean the original DesireeCapuano.com?
Yeah.
No, well, okay, there's a copy of it. There's a thing on the internet called the Internet Archive.
Okay.
Which is a non-profit organization that makes cached copies of other existing websites. And so, back in 2016, they had made a cached or backup copy of the DesireeCapuano.com website.
Okay.
So even when the hosting plan expired in, it was released 2018, so I guess it was January 2018 is when it expired. And so then the original website went offline, but that cached copy remained accessible publicly on the internet at archive.org, I believe the URL is.
Okay.
But that's completely beyond my control. I have nothing to do with that. So,
yeah.
I mean, the Crown can try to hold me responsible for that if he wants, but.
That's probably going to be our coffee.
Uh-huh. Now, the other website, the new one, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, duty.
Thank you.
Oh, I got an extra cup.
Huh.
I don't think my coffee was stirred. You agree? I guess beggars can't be choosers.
Sure they can. This is Canada. From what I've seen of the homeless people here, yes, beggars definitely choosers.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man.
I would use a pen.
I don't know where that pen is in. Oh. That's okay. I gotta get off. I do remember, because I remember laughing or kind of chuckling inside on the stand. Remember when we talked about the coffee last time, and I said I don't feel like a man because I still take. Yeah.
I said about the Japanese girl I was engaged to, and she was the one that got me drinking it black.
Yeah. I still haven't kicked it. I don't think I ever will.
No, shouldn't.
No.
So, let's see, where were we? The old website and the new website. So that's what happened with the old website, and there's still that cached copy out there. Now, an important thing to notice, Desiree claims in the news media and at the trial that she's so traumatized by this website, it's ruining her life and it's destroying her life and stuff, right? She never, ever once made a single complaint or made a single mention about the cached copy on archive.org, which shows she didn't care about the website, she just cared about getting me convicted and sent to jail. And not because she cared about me being punished for having done something wrong, it's just another jab. It's just this back and forth battle that's been going on forever. And
I don't remember, but another thing that I kind of found quite funny, the bottom of this new website, the disclaimer or the whatever you want to call it at the very bottom.
Sure, the footer,
the footer of every page.
I don't know, what is it taken? I see you have it out over there.
I do.
Now, I know it might seem strange. You're probably thinking, but you wrote all this stuff. What do you mean you don't remember or you don't know what it says? I'm actually being completely honest when I say I did not publish this stuff. Because as long as it's done in a certain way, I haven't violated the probation. And so I'd love to see Meyer come after me and say, oh, you created this new website, you're violating the probation. And I'm like...
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you published it. I mean, you seem quick over there. I think you wrote it. This material. I mean,
That's fine.
Yeah. Like I think that's.
I'm sure you've seen the probation conditions, right?
Yeah.
Nothing in there that says I can't write stuff.
Yeah. But I don't have the bottom actually. Oh wait.
It's like I said to the judge at the probation hearing on the 14th.
This may be wrong.
Oh, yeah. That's cute. The little Facebook.
What is it? Oh, yeah. The finger. Is that because you don't have pictures of them, or?
That would be because whoever is doing that did not have pictures of them, yes.
Okay.
May I read the footer?
Yeah. I saw that I didn't have a picture. You must have seen this. Are you kidding me? Come on. I read this and I'm like, oh, that's Mark for sure. I'm not saying you put that on there, but that's your writing because you're a pretty funny guy sometimes with your. Because there was something like that on the old one, but not quite this overt. The second one down there.
But see, you know, if you see what I wrote about Susanna Elliott,
yeah.
I'm not just slamming everybody.
Yeah, for sure. And same with mine. I mean, hey, I know you probably looked. Did you look for a photo of me? You couldn't find it?
Okay. Any questions that you phrase like that, did I look for a photo?
Okay.
We're going to assume that means did whoever publish this stuff or create this stuff, did that person look for a photo? Otherwise I'm going to have to keep correcting you every time and
sure.
It'll get tedious, and I might miss it one time, and then Meyer is going to say, oh, you didn't correct him this time, which means you're admitting it was you.
Okay.
So,
but there's no,
there was a photo was attempted to, let's see, how can I say it? It would be better to have a photo of everybody who would be mentioned on there, but some people, there just weren't photos that could be found, so.
Yeah. I don't care either way, but I don't think anyone wants to see my face anyway. Yeah, it's Heather.
Yep.
This photo, I don't even know where some of these photos come from. Like that one there, it looks like somebody I knew from. It looks like he's definitely in uniform.
Yep. And there was some kid next to him, a retarded kid or something. I think it was some kind of Special Olympics, or I don't know what it was.
Oh, okay.
And it was some young RCMP thing.
Oh,
some kind of mentor program.
Yeah,
Okay,
gotcha.
You remember him, right, Jean-Philippe Dupont? He was.
I know him.
Well, he was involved in the original thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think I mentioned it in here, don't I?
Yeah, you do.
Point.
White Knight. You said you think they called White Knights for him.
Mm.
He's not very memorable. And then you reference him in mine. Mostly Constable DuPont Potts was overwhelmingly forgettable. Oh wait, I forgot this. Just a whole lot of don't give a shit. What are you trying to say?
Clearly I did not write this stuff, because if I did, I wouldn't be finding it so funny. Because I would have remembered it. Either that or I wrote it and I just don't remember it.
Yeah, I think you wrote it and you so much. I can't believe how many profiles there are here. All these people, this is over the whole, not just this most recent case?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
All that stuff is, I haven't read it, I just read Fox.
Yeah, it's taking me days to go through all this.
There's, like if you go down farther in the page, where there's like tables at the bottom, where
Okay.
There's something wrong, they should have page numbers at the bottom.
I'll have to have that. I did print the PDF.
Okay, so here are court proceedings, and then you'll see, there's audio recordings, here's the transcripts, the PDF, and the audio recordings, and for
they're
each
all
of these,
on there, eh?
Yep,
Wow.
for each, like where there's a link here, it means there's a separate page for that. Because there's the PDF of the transcript, but there's also an HTML version, and when you look at the HTML version or the PDF version, every instance where Capuano committed perjury and Lagamat Meyer knew that she was lying, it's highlighted in red, and if you click on it, there's the comments in there that explain where the evidence was or how they should have known that she was lying.
Wow. This must have taken a long time to build this website, or a long time to build something like this.
The entire website or just the RV Fox stuff?
I would say, the RV Fox.
I mean,
I'm so ignorant. Yeah.
I mean, one thing you have to consider is that, for example, there's a publication ban on Gabriel and Sage's names, and so whoever's publishing this stuff would have to go through all the transcripts and redact their names, and so sure, it would be a very time-consuming thing. But exposing the truth and exposing corruption in the system, in the justice system, is a very important thing, and it's worth it for a person to sacrifice the rest of their life so that society knows the kind of bad stuff that's happening in the system.
Okay. And does the person that, I'm assuming you obviously have a lot of fans, because
May I look?
Sure. Because this is actually from today, if you want to take a look.
If you look at...
You want to look at the comments here?
This post, this was posted on March 12th, and you see it's only got 78 pages.
Oh, is that disappointing? Because,
well, it doesn't
this is
mean...
the first time, like, you've probably seen it since, because this was printed this morning.
Oh, no, but, like, I can have Liz, when I call Liz on the phone, and I can say, can you go to that website and tell me how many views are there?
Yeah.
But, it's not that it's disappointing. Like, the news media isn't going to do any coverage of anything related to me now, because if people hear about me in the news, and then they think, that's weird.
I did print PDF. So
but the menu bar usually is down here.
Okay.
But my understanding is whoever's updating this stuff, they enhanced it so that when you scroll down, the menu bar doesn't scroll off the top. Instead, what it does is it stops at the top of the window so that the menu bar stays there. Yeah. And see, the other stuff is very critical and important, and so they highlight it in red. But just because there's only 78 views here doesn't mean that only 78 people have gone to the website. It just means that only 78 people have read that blog post. A lot of people might have come and read this other stuff.
Yeah, gotcha. I remember you're going to see the other. I remember the one thing you taught. There's two things I learned from you last time was that you, or the person that creates the website, can see details or who's visiting, from where, what computers. So you'll see today that's an RCMP computer, or would it say that? Or sorry, whoever the creator would see that there's an RCMP.
Whoever has access to the web hosting line.
And it would say RCMP or something, or
it would show the IP address, and then from the IP address you can use an IP geolocator service.
Okay.
Sorry, hang on.
Yep. Is this better than the States or worse? The food and the coffee. Did they give you coffee?
Well, the facility I was at, they give you a packet of instant coffee with breakfast. It's horrible though, but they sell instant coffee in the canteen anyway. But jails here, they sell actual coffee grinds, and they have coffee machines in the housing units.
Yeah.
So that's much better, because real coffee is better than instant.
Yeah. How would you rate this coffee?
I would never go out of my way to get and pay for this coffee, but I'm a Starbucks.
I tried this yesterday for the first time. I think I know where this coffee's from. This is a coworker's personal coffee that they're giving us, so I guess we're gonna
flash it or blend.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was a week. I thought it was all week.
Yeah. But I'm appreciative because I'm in custody, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, okay, you were asking about and then seeing the IP address and being able to check. So, hypothetically, let's say if I had access to the hosting plan, I'd be able to log on right now with whoever it's hosted with, and look at the stats, and I'd be able to see the IP address of everybody who's been connecting and how many unique users per day or unique IP addresses are going to it each day and all.
Okay.
I was going to say, let's see, I mentioned about the news media and how the Canadian news media isn't, they're not gonna, I don't think they're gonna give any coverage now on it, especially when you see the kind of stuff on here. See, part of the reason the news media hated me when I was arrested back in 2016 is because I had those blog posts where I was critical of CDC and I pointed out the errors in the story.
Mm-hmm.
And so they seem to have this idea that, as long as they keep reporting about me, then I'm just going to give up and go away. But I don't. And then I end up writing more about them and going, well, look, and they got this wrong, and this wrong, and this wrong, and here they're completely lying about this. And so I think now because of this here, and there's another page on here. Can you go to the menu at the top? Over here. Random shit, I believe it is.
Yeah.
That little arrow means it's a drop down.
Okay.
There's a thing in there, there's a page where somebody had scoured the internet, found every news article related to the case and, CBC's original story and all, and put a copy of all of those news articles on that webpage. So people can go to this website now and they can see this is how the news presented everything. Now here's the actual website, and here's, on the news they were saying, oh, it's a horrible website full of vile and terrible things that he's saying, and it's all lies. And then you can see that and go, well, wait a second. But it's actually true. Capuano actually admitted that she was a stripper. You remember before she went on the news and said, oh, it's all lies, I was never a stripper.
Okay.
But when she was testifying, Lagamat had got her to admit that, yes, she was actually a stripper. And yes, she did actually have a drug problem.
Okay. So you should actually, welcome, obviously, the attention, media attention.
I would.
Yeah.
Because, actually, I don't care about media attention in Canada because that's not the target audience for the website. The target audience for the website is people who may come in contact with Desiree and, to warn them so they know what kind of person she is. There's not a single person in Canada that I think will ever come in contact with Desiree. So you see, this website is getting all this bad attention up here in Canada, and all these soccer moms are freaking out about it. And meanwhile, it's but you're not even the intended audience.
Yeah.
It's an issue between two foreign nationals, neither of whom have any connection to Canada at all. Why do all these psychotic, feminists up here getting so angry about? Why don't they just mind their own business?
Yeah.
You have two Americans that have some long-standing dispute going on. Neither of them is actually breaking any laws. There's no threats of violence. Nobody's harming anybody. She's doing stuff that is despicable and evil, but legal. I'm doing stuff that is, I don't think it's despicable or evil. All I'm doing is just publishing truth about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Even on this Harvey Fox page. There's no lies in it.
No, for sure.
And then there's all this evidence at the bottom. The recordings and stuff.
Yeah, so what I was going with there is if you have the evidence where you kind of contradict and on the random shit, pointing out the media's mistakes, you would obviously welcome people because you want people to see that. Have you found many people that are on your side that have I don't know if you have anybody?
Yep, lots.
Yeah.
Not surprisingly, mostly men, but some of them are women.
Really?
Well, even some of the comments that people have posted, in some of the blog posts.
Yeah.
You'll see sometimes there's a woman down there who'll be saying something about, oh, I hate women who act like this and try to take advantage of this kind of stuff, and they make it bad for the rest of us. But yes, I would definitely welcome the attention or the traffic if people were going to go to the site. That's kind of the purpose of the site, is to inform people.
Right.
Let me be perfectly clear on this, even though I was perfectly clear on this in court, but one thing I noticed about Justice Holmes, once the verdict came back, then any sense of fairness seemed to just go right out the window. After that point, all this evidence I brought of Capuano committing perjury and stuff, and even all these emails that she looked at some of the emails, the judge, and she admitted herself that yes, there's threatening conduct here. This is clearly relevant to this situation. But then when it comes time to give the sentencing, she makes no reference to any of that at all, and instead just goes on and on about, oh, this poor Miss Capuano, and she had to endure all this stuff, and you've been attacking her for years and years. And I'm going, why is it that everybody else can come with no evidence at all, and everybody believes them, but I come with evidence, and people just disregard what I say? Anyway.
Yeah. I had a question, but so obviously you have some supporters. Have you had supporters, with a legal background or kind of in policing, anything like that, have come forward to help you or to talk to you?
No.
Okay. I am curious to know. I'm finding it hard to believe that you said somebody's, essentially there's an insider that's leaking information to you. You didn't just make copies of that material yourself before you would give it back? or did you not have the means and ability to do that? Like, when did you have to give that back to?
I had to give the laptop back.
That's okay.
Friday. Well, yeah. Okay. Once the appeal started,
yeah.
The first time they gave me the disclosure, it was on a hard drive, and then when I was at North Fraser, prior to the sentencing, I could access it that way. The external hard drive, I would plug it in, and I could access it on the laptop that the jail provided.
Okay.
As soon as I was sentenced, then the Crown had the jail take that hard drive back. But then I said, but for the appeal, I'm going to need this disclosure material as well. Like, I need a copy of the website because I need to reference stuff, and there's lots of emails in there that, prove that she's lying, So then the BC Prosecution Services, which handles the appeals, agreed to provide me a laptop, and the disclosure material was on the hard drive of the laptop. So instead of an external hard drive. And so that laptop was given back the Friday before I was released. I was released on Sunday, I believe it was.
Okay.
And on the Friday before that, someone from the jail came and took that back.
Took it away. Okay.
So I would have had no way of copying it from there.
Okay. And then...
But you could tell yourself that it's just not possible. There's no way that somebody could have given him copies of this stuff. So he must have made copies from the material and that's fine.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you can talk.
I can think of it. Yeah. Do you still communicate with that person, whoever the insider?
Obviously, I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. 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 Well, I think I'll step out for a sec. Do you want anything else? Do you want another coffee?
I would like a cigarette. Everybody always thinks I'm joking.
You smoke?
Of course. For 2.5 years I didn't smoke because there's no cigarettes in jail.
Oh.
And so as soon as I got released on December 30th, because it's kind of a symbol of freedom.
Yeah.
Since we can't smoke in jail. Oh yeah, don't you remember before I had made a comment about when the coffee came and I said, I don't suppose you have a cigarette? And then you said that you don't think anybody here smokes.
Yeah,
at night.
I'll check. I'll definitely check.
I wouldn't expect you. I mean,
no.
If it's material, that would be great.
I'll give you my word. Yeah, if you give me a couple minutes, I'll see if I can find a cigarette.
Sure, don't forget to leave your recorder here and leave it on because you guys think that sometimes when we're alone in the room, we'll talk.
We might say, I'm the guy, I'm the one-armed man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to wait. They're processing somebody. A couple minutes. And then
You really are a decent person.
Thank you. I tried.
Really, I acknowledge that is going out on a limb.
Yeah?
Well, for sure. I mean, because I know it's a no-smoking facility.
Yeah. Well, no, we have done it. We do it.
You shouldn't tell me that because, I mean, here, you were up here.
You
tell me to do it for other people, too. And it's like,
I should finish that. We do it in some cases. But,
only for your favorite clients.
Only for my favorite clients. Everyone's my favorite client. This is what I do, right? I speak to people, so. Again, no, like you're putting a caveat. I'm not expecting anything.
Of course.
Yeah, this is just I know you've been in custody for a while, and you've always been good with me. Yeah, you've always been good with me, so. And I'm not expecting you to run if that door gets open, so. I went for a run today, so I'm feeling like I can run too. So if we had to go.
Before I forget, I should point out. How should I say this? Okay. If I comply with the probation conditions, I remain in British Columbia. It forces me to be homeless and penniless. I can't get a bank account or anything. I have no social insurance number. Now, I could use someone else's social insurance number, but that would be illegal, so then I'm violating the probation again. So, that's one option, is stay in British Columbia for 3 years, but be homeless, moving from one shelter to another, and completely penniless and everything. Or spend 3 years in jail because of violating probation or something. Do you see how it's kind of course, the other option is go back to the United States, take my chances with that. I could be homeless or I could be in jail. At least in jail, I've got meals coming, I know at fixed times, I don't have to worry about that or like where I'm going to sleep and all. Or I could be homeless. It's a totally fucked up situation and I brought this up with the judge at the time of sentencing.
Do you have like how are you getting around? Like how did you get to the border? Like are you able to...
I took the public transit. I have a compass card. I took the public transit to the closest point. Was it like White Rock or something? I think. And then from there, I walked.
Okay. I guess you don't have a car or anything.
No car up here. Everything is so expensive. Oh my God! When I got back to the U.S. and I was in the jail, and I'm looking to order some stuff on commissary, right? And I see candy bars. I'm like, I have a candy bar. 90 cents. And I'm going, and that's jail prices, which are usually a little bit more expensive than on the street. And I'm going, holy freaking, it's $1.55 or $1.60 for a candy bar up here.
Right, yeah.
Everything up here is $15 a pack.
I know.
Gas and
because when cigarettes are in the States or
depends on which state. My friend in Los Angeles tells me they're about $8 or $9 a pack right now.
Okay.
That's more on the expensive side.
Is she just a friend, or are you guys like in a more relationship, or
nothing intimate, just friends?
Okay.
Some states like Virginia or Georgia, they're much cheaper. I mean, it's been years since I've been there, but back in the day when they were about like $3.50 a pack in California, in Georgia they were like $1.80 or something. When I was driving through one time.
Yeah. Is like would you ever with Liz? Has there ever been anything more than just friends, or?
No, never anything more, and there never would be. I have no interest in relationships or anything anymore. I mean, first of all, sorry, I have to remember it's being recorded, and
of course,
chances are eventually it's going to end up on a website, so I have to think like, okay, what do I not care if the public hears? No, there's never been any kind of relationship. We're just very good friends, mainly because of Gabriel. She took care of Gabriel. Like when Gabriel was 1.5 years, he started going to the preschool where she was working, and that's how we met.
Okay.
And then when I was in Homeland Security custody in Arizona, she was taking care of Gabriel. But then we just stayed very good friends. And
do you guys have like similar? Like, is she a techie person?
Nope.
Or?
We have very little in common.
Okay.
And I cannot tell you anything more about Liz because I'm getting suspicious while you're asking all these questions about Liz.
Oh, no.
Even though I realize she's outside of Canada's jurisdiction, so there's really nothing you guys can do.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, you could call the ATF and say, oh, we think he's got more guns and they're at this place. But I think after what happened with the last trial and all, I think ATF would probably just go, stop bugging us with your petty nonsense.
Yeah, they don't care about
Did you hear the testimony? Well, no, it's just Suzuko, the ATF guy that testified.
No, I didn't.
Right, because you were a witness, so you're not allowed to hear other witnesses.
Yeah, and I have so many trials that like get involved with. Unfortunately, I can't.
It was very clear from his testimony that he thought that this whole thing was a joke, that it was a stupid waste of ATF's time to have agents go down there and seize these 4 handguns, and that we're all fully registered, and there's no history of violence, no reason to think I was going to go to Arizona and do anything to anyone. And then on top of that, making a huge deal about 4 registered handguns from Canada, but what about the other non-registered guns from the United States? I mean, when I lived in Arizona, I didn't register the handguns I bought there because there is no registration.
Right.
But everybody's making a big deal, he's going to use his 4 Canadian guns to go kill her. Why wouldn't I use a non-registered gun from the United States? I mean, the whole thing was ridiculous. Anyway.
Okay.
But, so
you said, chances are this might end up on a website. Would you get it through is your plan to ATIP it, or how would you?
Access to information and privacy usually does not provide copies of audio recordings and video recordings. But again, I'm not going to say anything further about how I may or may not have gotten any of the material that I've gotten so far. Oh, you have can you pull up the RV Fox page? In there, I don't know if you noticed it, but go down toward the bottom where it's got the table with all of the materials. Here, let me, because I know the order they should be in.
Yeah.
I've seen it once or twice.
I bet.
Okay, so at the top is the narrative.
Yeah.
It's part of the narrative. Wow, there's a lot of narrative.
Yeah.
Jesus, this guy writes too much.
Right, he does.
But it's better to have money.
Funny. Alright, you go first.
There, you want something?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well that's all the narrative anyway. It's not, and here we have, let's see. RCMP. RCMP interview. Okay. Not those ones. 2016 07 13 is what I'm looking for. Right here. This is the one, and it says in the comments here, this is the one that the Crown refused to provide me a copy of. This is the one where Desiree is laughing and joking with the RCMP. This is the one that proves that the RCMP and the Crown should have known that she was lying and that she was full of shit about the whole thing, because, I mean, if she's laughing and joking about it, well, she couldn't have been too serious.
So Mark, Crown refused to give you that.
Oh yeah. Everything else, like, he was willing to disclose to me, but that one he came right out in court and said, we will not give Mr. Fox a copy of this audio recording. Which, of course, further proves that he knows that it showed that they should have known. The other thing I wanted to... right here. This is... Yes, this is the one where you were interviewing me, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, this is the actual audio, the transcript of that, and the video, and the audio. Now, the video originally, the audio of it was very, very poor. But some masterminds were able to...
Oh, I know.
Oh, you watched it?
I watched it, and I mean, there's only a few people that would know that somebody did something to that, and I actually liked what they did to it. I'm not gonna lie, I saw it, I'm like, and it didn't pick up on it right away.
Mm-hmm.
But when I exited,
when
I was exiting, I'm like, hey, wait a minute, that's what I want. No bullshit. Like, that's what I want to have happen with all of our interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Budget and whatnot, you know, we'd have to change, I guess, we'd have to change whatever, how we do things.
Your microphone is horrible.
Yeah.
Wherever you have it.
But I don't even know how they would do that, because honestly, that's what I've asked for this many times as a part of our Avery team. Like, I don't even know how you would overlay, or I don't know what you call it, but...
Well, I'll tell you what. When I'm no longer looking at charges and going back to North Fraser and all this kind of crap, maybe I'll tell you how that was done.
Okay. I did notice that. And I actually, you know what, I wasn't sure if it was... I had to remember, like, did somebody else do that during the trial? And I'm like, I don't think so.
Even the copy that I received, the audio was horrible.
Yeah. Thanks.
Also, I would never publish anything about anyone that I wasn't able to prove. So you'll notice that the wording in there, I don't make any allegations against anybody like Matt or Meyer unless there's proof of it.
Yeah, that's right.
So neither of them can come back and claim defamation because the proof is all right there. I mean,
yeah, gotcha.
There was another thing I wanted to point out as well, but I forget. Oh. I suspect eventually at some point there's going to be some investigation into everything that went on in my case, and yeah, I think some heads are going to roll, but
is there anything else you can think of that you want to talk about that you want to air in here?
Not that I can think of. Nope.
Okay.
No matter what happens of this, now Holmes, of course, the judge, she's going to throw the book at me for this. Whatever evidence I bring to support whatever I'm claiming, she's going to completely disregard it, and she'll grant whatever Meyer's asking for. They'll probably give me 2 years for the probation violations. None of that is going to have any effect on the website. Putting me in jail is not going to cause the website to come down. Once the probation is over, then I'm just going to leave the country again, and I'm sure Homeland Security will probably try the same thing. They'll probably try to find some way to get the RCMP to request that I come back here, or as they call it. Another thing you'll notice that was published in there, the emails between Homeland Security, the RCMP, and CBSA.
Yeah.
in those emails, it clearly shows that Homeland Security was trying to get the RCMP to request that I be sent back here. The RCMP was saying, well, we looked at the website, there's nothing illegal on there, we're just concerned about the guns. Could you guys interview him and find out where his guns are? And then Homeland Security refused to do that, even though I was in their custody. I mean, they could have just come and asked me. Instead, because they wanted to use that as a way to bring me back. So the deportation officer even said in the email that there's no documents, birth certificate or anything, that they could use to deport me to Canada, and if they make me a subject of interest to the RCMP, that would probably be the way to go, and then they can bring me to the border and just hope that the Canadian authorities will allow me to enter.
Have you thought about, I know you got caught, like last time you were nabbed trying to jump it, had that crossed your mind to jump the border, or to run?
It had crossed my mind, but then I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do everything completely above board. I'm just going to go right into the CBP office and show them the documentation and say, here's what's going on. I'm not trying to sneak in. I'm not trying to do anything. Do what you got to do.
Any regrets?
Nope.
Okay.
Because I come back here, I'll deal with this stuff, probably be in jail for a few years or something, and then I'll get out, and if there's still some probation time left, then I'll finish out that probation time, and then the probation will end, and I'll just leave.
I know you said that you're homeless, but how are you able to like acquire, obviously you have a tablet and cell phone.
The cell phone and tablet I had from before I was arrested.
Okay.
I had those when you interviewed me previously in 2016.
Okay.
The same tablet and phone.
Oh wow, okay. They look, I didn't realize they didn't look that old. I would have expected.
Well, I bought the phone in January 2016.
Yeah. And
And then I was arrested in May 27th, and then it sat in my property at the jail for 2.5 years.
okay, so
Same as the tablet.
Okay. Is it a
Motorola.
Oh, Motorola.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brand loyalty. Used Motorola all my life, except for a period where I was using a Palm Trio back in 2006, 2007.
Do they make a tablet, Motorola, or?
Well, Motorola sold the mobile division to Lenovo, the
Okay.
Korean company. My tablet is a Lenovo as well.
Okay.
And so the phone now is Lenovo, like the new operating system that's on it.
Okay.
But, and let's see, any other pocket money that I've had, the 2.5 months since I was released, I had excellent credit before I was arrested. Now my credit rating is completely destroyed. But so I had credit cards and such from before, so that gave me some pocket money.
Gotcha. Okay. What I suspect might happen is those, since VPD right now is holding that potential breach for the website,
Mm-hmm.
they may request those tablet and cell phone. What do you think they're going to find on there?
Nothing.
Okay.
Like I said, I would be smart enough not to have anything on me or anything that can be found that would be incriminating in any way. The notes that you have there, there's nothing in there that suggests or proves anything. I mean, there's, I don't know if you have them there. I'm sure you do, but I bought a tablet while I was in the jail, writing pad.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a list of a bunch of things on there that,
I think I have.
additions and such.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The website?
Yep. Even that proves absolutely nothing because this is just stuff that I want to add to the website. If it's added to the website and published after the probation is finished, then there's no violation.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing in here saying this is stuff I'm going to add next week or...
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'll be honest, obviously, I think you're writing the website differently. I know you're writing, you've admitted to that, you're writing the material.
Mhm.
Based on everything, I think you're definitely publishing it. You're a really smart guy, and you probably have a way of, you talked about servers and whatnot, and Iceland, I think it was, or whatnot.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on now.
That's fine.
But, is that what's going on right now? And this is when you tell me.
I decline to answer.
I know.
But you'll notice, see all these FOIA requests in here, dealing with CBP and ICE.
Okay.
You'll also notice there's nothing in here that is anything along the lines of any kind of threat or to harm Desiree or anyone else in any way, other than to publish the truth and the proof of stuff they've done.
Okay. What would you like? What do you go to bed at night thinking about Desiree? What do you want to see happen to her?
I don't want to see anything happen to her. I just want everybody else to see behind this facade that she puts up. And as I've said over and over and over, yes, I would love to destroy her life and ruin her completely, but only by exposing the truth about her. And I think that that would be the best way to, I don't want to say harm, but to get back at somebody like Desiree, because she's able to do what she does by lying and cheating and putting on this sad face and crying and getting people's sympathy and pity. But consider, this new website is up, and it's way more damaging to her because, I mean, all the proof of the perjury and stuff. Any potential employer would see that, and they would go, well, wait a second, she says this here, that she never published these pictures of Sage in his underwear on her Facebook page. But here's her Facebook page. Here's the pictures. She's clearly lying about that. And when you listen to the recording of the court proceedings, there she is in court crying to the jury about how, oh, it's so horrible that Sage would have to go through all of this. But she's the one that did it. And then she said in her testimony, I did not publish these pictures on my Facebook page. But she did. It's right there.
Is that on the new website, those pictures, or on the old one, the Sage in underwear?
The original, the old website, had the pictures of Sage in his underwear, but they came from her Facebook page.
Okay.
And if you look at the names, the file names of the actual images, you'll see they start with FB and then there's a number. All of those pictures that start with FB came from her Facebook page. That's why they're named like that.
Okay.
The other ones start with IMG. IMG, those pictures came from like a mobile device or something.
Okay.
The new website, Sage has been completely removed from it, and the reason for that, as I've said to Meyer and Lagamat before, and I don't know if I mentioned it to you at our previous interview, the reason I had put Sage on the website before was to show everybody that she doesn't care about protecting her children. She cares about how she can use them to get their sympathy. And then you look at her testimony at the trial where she was crying and saying how horrible it was, but there's not a single email from her asking me to take Sage off the website. Okay. Or even from her lawyer. I mean, she never asked her lawyer to ask me to remove Sage from the website. She didn't care. What she wanted was Sage on the website so she can go, oh, feel sorry for me because look, this horrible man has put my son on there. It wasn't done to harm Sage in any way. And
yeah. No, that's not what I'm asking. I don't have an angle or an agenda there. One thing I'm curious about, that all that material, the audio, the video, would that not require an absolute ton of, what do they call it, bandwidth? Is that it? To be able to store that?
Oh, okay. Well, there's the storage space on the servers, like on the hard drives. And then the bandwidth would be, if somebody goes to the website and plays one of the videos, then that would require bandwidth.
Okay.
So,
like to store it all, like wouldn't that be like hundreds or gigabytes and I don't know.
Trying to remember, like the entire website, I believe, with all the audio and the video and all the news media stuff, somewhere around 6 or 7 gigabytes.
Okay.
So it's pretty large.
That's pretty, yeah. What would an average website be? Like,
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I've never created a website. I've always wanted to. Actually, I did try, but one time, but. Okay. Can I pop up for one more second? One more second?
You don't need to ask.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be, I'm quite polite.
No.
No, I'm usually pretty polite, so I don't want to be worried. I can take your, dishes too.
Oh, sure, thank you. There's a camera. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to,
That?
I remember what I wanted to point out. Oh, yes. With the stuff that's been published on the website now about all the RV Fox stuff,
Yeah.
if I were to be prosecuted for publishing that stuff, that could create the impression that I'm being persecuted for exposing corruption in the justice system, and also it could be perceived as being punished or persecuted for simply exposing a bad person's bad conduct.
Okay.
So from a public relations perspective, and Meyer's not a very smart guy, he wouldn't catch this, but I mean, you would think...
Is that obviously, you're saying this, is that one of your, part of your agenda, aside from Desiree and everything that happened?
Part of my agenda. Well, one thing I certainly want to show is the corruption and the misconduct that's going on in the justice system here in BC.
Yeah.
And so it would certainly work to my benefit, I think, in that respect, for me to go back to jail because I published proof of the misconduct that occurred in my trial.
You published proof of the conduct?
Published proof of the misconduct, like Matt Meyer colluding and stuff and covering up all this evidence. And
Gotcha.
so I published that, and then I went to jail for publishing that.
Okay. Right now, what we're talking about right now, so you're saying you published that stuff on the website?
No. I'm saying that's how it could be perceived. Like,
Right.
if I end up going to jail for, for publishing that stuff, not saying I did publish it, but if DPD does their investigation, then I go before the judge, and of course the judge is going to find me guilty of it, regardless of what evidence I show. Later, when the book gets published or the website or something, that's going to further show how the system is, or how the justice system participants are engaging in misconduct and trying to cover it up.
Yeah, for sure. Are you going to publish a book then? I think everybody, it would be interesting, everyone wants to know what, not everyone, but your followers, people would like to see, what you're thinking, what is Patrick Epstein, what is the Fox,
You can
what
say
does the Fox say?
Fox or Patrick.
What does the Fox say,
What does the Fox say? I can tell you that there is definitely a publishing deal. I can't tell you anything more than that because of a non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, I'll be 2 seconds.
Sure.
One more question. You have some storage keys. Some storage keys in your possession?
I hear you.
Yes. Is that where is that for? Is that for your, storage lockers at your, Yukon?
One of the keys has a number 2 on it. That was for my locker at the Yukon. I was supposed to return that to them. I had forgotten. I was going to mail it to them from the Homeland Security facility.
Yeah.
Never got around to that. The other storage keys, the orange ones, are for a storage unit that I was renting, because when I first got released on December 30th, one of the probation conditions was that I had to immediately report here. So I had 4 boxes of legal material, and so I had to haul those all the way here because I didn't want to risk if I stopped somewhere and dropped them off or put them in storage first, because then that would violate the immediately part. And everybody said, "Oh, you're being silly. Of course I would." So then after I reported here, I went directly to a storage unit or a storage place, rented a small storage unit because I wasn't going to be homeless walking around with 4 boxes of legal material. And so that's what that is.
Okay.
And you guys are more than welcome to go through those 4 boxes of legal material. It's all just the stuff that I had when I was at the jail.
Is it the same stuff that's on your website? Or did you get more?
Well, there's a lot more in there because there's stuff dealing with the civil suit that was filed against me. There's all the stuff from the jail itself, like complaints, requests, and such. Let's see, there's all the stuff relating to the RV Fox case and the appeal and all.
Okay. Do you have anything still at the Yukon shelter?
Yes.
Okay. Like, what do you have there?
Not much. There's a little bit of papers, like some of the documents from IRCC and CBSA that prove that I'm not a Canadian citizen. A few items of clothing, some toiletries and stuff. Stuff that, see, my intention was I was going to go report for probation, and then probably shortly after that I was going to be leaving the Yukon because I even told the judge on the 14th at the probation hearing that CBSA has told me that that they're not going to put any effort or resources into coming after me, but if I go into one of their offices or if I show up at a point of entry, then they're going to remove me based on my inadmissibility due to my conviction and all. So I told the judge that no matter what she orders on that day, next week I intend to go into a CBSA office, turn myself in, and then they're going to remove me anyway. So even if she doesn't remove the restriction, allowing me so that I could leave BC, I'm going to take steps to get myself deported anyway. And I pointed out to her there was nothing in my probation conditions which prohibits me from going into a CBSA office. So I'll be within my probation conditions by doing that. Now, I would like to point out that is essentially what I did on the 15th. I went into a CBSA office, turned myself into them, told them that I'm not a citizen, I have no status here, you guys have said so, here's the documentation to prove it. And then from there, I went across to CBP. So, it's not like I was trying to sneak out or something. I first went to CBSA and I told them what I was doing.
Did you go, so you left your PO on the 15th, did you go back to the Yukon, or did you go, where did you go?
I did not go back to the Yukon.
Okay. Did you go straight to the border then?
I did not.
Okay.
I had some affairs that I needed to settle up first, or that I wanted to, take care of first.
Yeah.
Ran into Suzanne Elliott on the sidewalk over by the courthouse, purely out of coincidence.
Yeah.
She's the prosecutor handling the appeal.
Okay.
And then from there, I stopped at Starbucks, had something to eat, and a coffee, and then I went down to the border.
Okay.
But it's important to point out, with respect to the not be within 100 meters of the border, and I checked this with CBSA when I got there, the CBSA office that I reported to, or that I went into at PSARG, is not within 100 meters of the border. And so I even asked them, I said, it's at least 100 meters from here to the border, right? And they chuckled about it and said, oh yeah, I'm sure it's more than that, but don't worry about it, we're not going to tell anybody.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
And I'm sure there should be case notes in there about, in CBSA's
Yeah.
records about it.
But then you walked, I guess, through and then went through to the American side, or Americans.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, again, I emphasize that I told CBSA that that was my intention, because I have no status in Canada, and,
Okay.
I'm in this situation where either way I'm breaking the law. I stay, I break the law. I leave, I violate probation. So, I didn't, sneak out or do it without telling anybody or anything, and then CBSA said that Homeland Security is not going to let me enter the United States because I don't have documentation, on me to show that I'm a U.S. citizen. And I said to them, well, are you going to notify the probation department or the RCMP that I'm here? And then she chuckled again and said, no, they've got bigger things to worry about than that. We don't care.
Okay.
So.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about, or I'm just going to wrap it up?
No, I guess that's it.
Okay. Can you go back?
Sure.
Sorry, dude.
Well, what do you have?
Almost 5. What we just got?
Oh, I've got a dinner planned later, so.
Oh, you guys didn't get together? Okay. Sure.
I would like to get some toilet paper, though. I'm still
Yeah,
on my
okay.
toilet paper.
Yeah, we can wait here.
Patrick Fox is found to have breached his probation. He's sentenced to an additional prison time and probation. Due to time served, his sentence is reduced to a single day behind bars. Fox's probation requires him to take the website down. He leaves it up and even posts about how he'll probably be in prison soon. Shortly after, he's brought back in for 2 counts of having violated his probation.
Today's date is September 17th, 2020. File number is 20-164388, and the time is 7:35 a.m. Currently at the Vancouver Police Annex, located at 236 East Grove Street. My name is Constable Kyle Dent. Badge number is 2680. In the monitoring room is Detective Constable Jennifer Fontana. I'll be interviewing accused suspect Patrick Fox for a breach of probation. Here's a synopsis. On August 19th, 2020, Patrick Fox was released from custody in relation to file number 19-49074. Fox was given a number of conditions related to an ongoing harassment of his ex-wife, Desiree Capuano. One of his conditions was to remove DesireeCapuano.com and DesiCapuano.com off of the internet. On August 19, 2020, the website Desi Capuano was updated with a letter from Fox to David Eby, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for British Columbia. In the letter, Fox demanded to know why he hasn't been prosecuted for criminal harassment and taunts David Eby to charge him with the breach of probation for keeping the website online. Fox has been arrested today, September 17th, for breaching his probation, as the website is still available online as of now. Fox was arrested by Fed Constable 2685 Nicole Roberts using a prepared arrest script, which I reviewed. I am satisfied that all the requirements of Section 10A and B of the Charter have been satisfied, and that Fox has been given the official warning, and that Fox is aware that he is subject to audio and video recording while in police custody. During this interview, I may make disparaging comments about people involved in this incident or any other people. These comments do not reflect my opinion or the opinion of the Vancouver Police Department. Mr. Fox will be arriving very shortly from the arrest site, and I'm going to go pick him up.
Okay, I've just activated my recorder here. Okay, Mr. Fox. Hi. My name is Detective Constable Kyle Dent. I understand you prefer Mr. Fox.
I don't care.
You don't care? Okay. To be honest, I don't either. You can call me Kyle, you can call me Detective Dent. Dealer's choice. Okay? We're going to go into an interview room. Everything's audio video. I'll probably say that a couple more times, but follow me, please.
Chronic offender unit.
It's just the interview room. It's been modified, but if you don't mind grabbing a seat on the other side there. Thanks. Yeah, they modified this room for interviews due to the ongoing global pandemic of COVID-19. This room has been sanitized.
I don't care.
I have to. I don't either. But yeah, the room has been sanitized. I do have to ask, have you had any symptoms of COVID-19 in the last couple of days? No? Have you been in contact with anybody?
Nope.
No? Just a tickle.
No, it's smoking.
Oh, okay. Well, I got a water bottle and granola bar there for you. If you'd like, I can provide you with a face mask. If during this conversation, no? Okay. I feel comfortable not wearing one with this massive plexiglass window, but okay. Let's just get going.
The recorder, though,
Yeah.
I guess you should probably have it in this area because the sound doesn't travel very well through plexiglass.
Sure.
I'm assuming you're recording.
Not only here,
Good.
but the room, as you can see, those little things there are the microphones or recorders.
Sure.
That will record everything. This is just a backup. We are on a city budget, and so sometimes the equipment doesn't work as it should be.
It's important to have good quality audio and video, though, for me to put onto the website.
Fair enough. There you go. So I guess you know why we're here.
Nope, no idea.
No?
I'm being sarcastic. I'm sure it's got something to do with violating a probation order for not taking down the website within 48 hours. But really, it's not about that, because if it was about that, you guys would have come and arrested me 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm sure it's probably because there's been a recent addition of some content that's very critical of Mark Meyer and exposes some corruption that he was engaged in.
Tell me about it.
No.
No?
It's on the website, but...
Oh, it's on the website?
Well, yeah, everything's on the website. Even the newer stuff related to the other cases is on the website now, but can't say more about it. It's on the website.
It's on the website? Okay. No, I'll be honest. I looked at the website just the other day, and I didn't see any new postings or anything in the last couple of days. Where on the website is it? Just so I can...
Under the RV Fox directory?
Yeah.
244069-5-BC.
Okay. My friend, you speak very quickly. I just want to make sure I got that.
Of course, by saying that, I'm neither admitting nor denying that I had anything to do with putting it on there. I'm simply stating it is there.
It is there. Okay. Yep. Can you go one more time with that?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's the usual URL.
Yeah, the
RV Fox direct or RV Fox page. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yep.
And then slash 244
244
069
069
-5
-5
BC.
BC. And
It's lowercase BC.
okay. It'll be on there though. I'll be able to see the
URLs
link.
don't matter.
And what does this one show?
That has information and content related to the probation violation case of leaving British Columbia.
Okay.
All the corruption and misconduct that the Crown and CBSA engaged in.
Okay.
The page is incomplete at this point, but you'll see at the top, highlighted in yellow, it says that I posted it incomplete because I, not being me, I being the person who posted it. Again, I'm neither admitting nor denying that I posted it.
It's like you've done this before.
It states on there that it's being posted incomplete because the person expects that they're going to be arrested at any moment, or that they can be arrested at any moment.
Okay.
Hey, here I am.
I was going to say, that being you. Okay, so again, we can jump into this more, but before we even get into that and everything else like that, I just want to make sure, do you need anything? Like, I got you a water, got you a granola bar right there.
Yeah, coffee and cigarettes.
I can't do anything about that right now. I don't have any smokes on me. I can look into maybe getting you some after. Do you have any in your effects?
No. The pack I had in my pocket was empty.
Oh, okay.
I was about to step outside and have one. Saw the officers there, knew they were for me, so.
Okay. What?
I saw them come yesterday.
Oh, they were there yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
At lunchtime.
I'm going to be honest. My knowledge in this file is limited. I am new to the section, and so they just said, "Hey, we need you to interview this guy who hasn't taken down a website."
But you've seen the website.
Yeah,
You've already admitted.
well,
that.
I wanted to know what the website was, right?
You find all the murder videos and the child porn and all that?
I didn't have a lot of time to go through everything.
Kidding, there's nothing illegal on the website.
Oh, well, that's good. Just the website itself.
The website itself is not illegal.
No.
I was ordered to take it down as a condition of probation.
Yep.
Doesn't mean there's anything illegal about the website. And
Yep.
the criminal harassment that I was convicted of, based in part on the website,
Yes.
they're now refusing to prosecute me, adamantly refusing to prosecute me for that again, because I published all of the proof of the corruption that happened at the first trial.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing illegal about the website. If there was, they would prosecute me.
Fair enough. I'm not saying that sorry, let me rephrase. The website, you're right, isn't illegal. But is there a reason why you haven't taken it down?
Yes. Well, wait. No. I can't say that there's a reason I haven't taken it down. I can say that there's a reason it hasn't been taken down.
Okay.
Because it is exposing corruption and misconduct that goes on every day in the local justice system. It exposes the corruption and misconduct of jackasses like Mark Meyer and Tony Lagamat. And, of course, it exposes the misconduct of that evil, horrible ex-wife of mine. Oh, sorry. Maybe that was a little bit too abrasive. That horrible person of my ex-wife.
I'll tell you right now, I spent 4 years walking the beat in the downtown east side. There's virtually nothing that you can say to me that is going to offend me. Yeah.
This is going to be played in court. Obviously, when the trial comes, this is going to be evidence.
Okay. Have you been treated well so far today?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Neither good nor bad.
Fairly. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Fairly?
definitely.
Okay. I also want to make sure that no person has threatened you to speak with me today or promised you anything in return for speaking to me today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, good. Has anyone promised you anything in return for speaking with me today?
Nope.
Okay. And last thing, no promises or threats can be of any effect, right? So that's just something that we cover off in every single interview. We just want to make sure that you're chatting with me in this recorded and videoed room, and that nobody has basically said you have to. That's not the case. How long have you're at Belkin House, right?
Yep.
How long have you been there for? Ish.
I was released on August 20th, so from the 20th until now.
Okay. Is it going well there?
I mean, defined well. That's subjective.
Like, there are no problems there?
Oh, yeah, no problems. No
Okay.
problems. I get along with everybody.
That's good.
Respectful to staff. Everybody likes me. There's no issues.
That's good. That's actually challenging to do.
Really?
Right? Well, there are some people who are hard to house who have stayed in Belgium before.
Yeah.
And so you getting along, like I said, not you personally getting along with, staff and everything. That I actually believe. But you getting along with everybody else there, like, there are just some people there who just don't like other people. So it's good to know. But I am aware of their policy that they usually, there's a time limit.
30 days.
Yeah.
But I've heard rumors, I haven't verified it with the staff, but I've heard rumors that because of COVID-19, they've been extending people.
Oh.
But anyway, if they don't extend me, then my 30 days runs out in 2 days. So.
Oh, okay. And
your timing is impeccable.
Any plans on going anywhere, or have you been looking anywhere else to stay?
North Fraser.
Oh.
I've been waiting for you guys to come and arrest me. I mean, I said to the judge, I'm not taking down the website.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised it took this long.
I just got to the section.
I think it's because if it were not for those recent changes about Mark Meyer, then probably nobody would have done anything. But I suspect that Mark Meyer probably threw a hissy fit because he's a little pansy bitch. When, he's saying these mean things about me, take this off, get him in jail or something. Sorry, I haven't had coffee yet.
Preach.
I'm not most eloquent right now.
Hey, I'm irritable without my second, usually third cup of coffee of the day. So maybe you can give me some clarity, because like I said, I reviewed a couple things on your website, but what did Mark Meyer do to you? Like,
he was the prosecutor in the criminal harassment case. He knew they kept it's all on the website.
No, I know. Like I said, I've been through it, right? But like specifically, there's a lot on there. Like, let's be honest. Like, I can't go through it in a day. I've had a day to prepare, right? So, and to be honest, I was hoping that I could get it from you, just because I'm surprised, because before this, you had no criminal history. You had very little interaction. In the eyes of everyone, you are a normal, upstanding citizen.
Yes.
And then shit happened.
Yes, because my ex-wife took my child, ran off to another fucking state with him, tells a bunch of lies to get me deported to a fucking country that I'm not a fucking citizen of.
Yeah.
Then I end up here, and then not you, but the stupid system up here pulls all this bullshit about lying and ignoring all of her perjury and such, finds me guilty and sends me to prison for 3 years, and then I get out, and then they say, no, you can't leave British Columbia. You're not a Canadian citizen. You can't work. You can't support yourself, but we're not going to let you leave for 3 years. I mean, what the f***?
I'm not going to lie to you, that sounds...
If the bitch just stayed out of our life, she was gone for 9 years, she didn't have to come back and take my son and run off and go, oh, he's trying to take my child and take him to another country. You need to arrest him. And then this jackass CBSA up here tells Homeland Security, oh yeah, you can deport him here. He's not a Canadian citizen, but well, we're puppets of you, so go ahead. Okay, that's it. That's the whole story.
So you're an American citizen stuck in Canada.
Yes.
But they're saying you're a Canadian citizen?
No,
you're not even a Canadian citizen, but they won't let you back in the States.
CBSA and IRCC documents, it clearly states, they're on the website right there. They were evidence at one of my trials recently. They clearly state that I was born in the United States. They acknowledge it, but now because they so bad allowing Homeland Security to deport me here, now they won't get involved.
No.
I say, well, remove me. I can't leave voluntarily, so please deport me. If I get deported, then it's okay. I'm not violating probation. Well, we're not going to get involved.
Of course not.
So, I'm stuck here living in homeless shelters until the end of 2021. And if I go back to the U.S., they're going to issue a warrant here, and then Homeland Security is going to come and arrest me and send me back like they did the last 2 times. So, that's why I'm a little bit pissed off. And that's why I was a perfectly fine, upstanding citizen before, and then everything falls apart after this. With the criminal harassment thing, in 2015, she files the complaint, the RCMP investigates. I had a firearms license, a PAL at the time. Now, if there was any credibility to her claims at all, they would have suspended my PAL. But they investigated for 4 months, and during that 4-month state, my PAL was in a restricted state where I just couldn't buy any new firearms. But they didn't suspend it, they didn't take away the firearms that I had. They investigated, they determined that her claims were not credible, there's nothing to worry about, and then they restored my PAL back to normal. Then, a few months later, because I decided to move back to the U.S., then they decided to arrest me and ship me back here. So, it's starting to seem like there's a pattern here that they freak out and get angry and arrest me when I go back to the U.S. Except this time. This time it's because I made Mark Meyer look like a pansy bitch.
Now, is it just Mark Meyer and your ex-wife that you're pissed off with, or?
Well, I've got a lot to say about Bernie Wolf as well, but that's not
Bernie Wolf.
Oh, he's the prosecutor on the other one about the leaving BC.
Yeah.
I turned myself into CBSA, so that CBSA would deny me readmission. This is well, most of this is on the website. It's incomplete.
Okay.
So that way I wouldn't be violating the probation conditions. Because Mark Meyer even said at the sentencing that if I get removed or if I'm told to leave by IRCC or CBSA, obviously he's not going to prosecute me for that because then I'm not leaving voluntarily.
Of course.
So that's exactly what I did. I turned myself in at the Douglas border crossing. CBSA tells me, oh, you're not admissible, but I don't think that the U.S. is going to allow you in because you don't have proof of citizenship on you. I'm like, don't worry about that. I'll deal with that with CBSA. And then I confirmed that, okay, but I'm not admissible, right? If I try to go back in, you're going to arrest me. She says, yes, you are absolutely not admissible to Canada. So then I go back to the U.S. I knew CBP was going to arrest me.
Yeah.
And so I was prepared for that. But then the jackoff goes and gets a warrant up here, and then they send me back here for that. And then Bernie Wolf was the prosecutor on that case.
Yeah.
CBSA destroys the video footage of me at the border. Then they lie and say that there's no evidence I ever presented myself. And then Bernie Wolf is in court lying about that too, saying, oh, Mr. Fox must be lying about presenting himself to CBSA on that day because there's absolutely no record that he did. And surely there would be some record. But then I get from IRCC a copy of my GCMS, my Global Case Management System report, which shows the notes. It has the notes from the CBSA officer. They've been lying all this time to the court and everybody.
Yeah.
So I show that to the court, and the court says, okay, well, we're going to proceed, and I want the CBSA officer to come and testify. And then, of course, she comes and testifies, but then she lies, and she actually testifies that at a port of entry, the burden is on CBSA to prove that somebody's not a Canadian citizen. And if CBSA can't prove that I'm not a Canadian citizen or somebody's not, they have to allow the person into the country. What is wrong with you? The law is the opposite on the matter. At a port of entry, the burden is on the person seeking entry to Canada to prove that they're entitled to enter. Anyway, what a fiasco. This whole justice system up here, or at least in the Vancouver area, is so demented.
Try working within it.
Yeah, but you can leave. I can't. They won't let me.
Well, I can't leave my job, otherwise,
Well,
I
you can
can't
resign and
afford
go
bills.
work in a different province or a different country or something.
Yeah, no. It's a hard system. I'll be blunt. Like, I've been doing this job for 11 years, and almost every time I leave that courthouse, I'm just shaking my head. Right? Like, it's backwards.
All right, so we've built a rapport.
Yes.
So now I've let
honestly,
my guard
no.
down. Now I'll tell you everything that you want to know.
No,
I'm being sarcastic.
Obviously, you and I have very similar sarcasm there. But no, I'm dead serious. Like, our court system, it needs to be completely
it's a joke.
turned upside down.
And if you're a drug addict or something, or you have drug problems, well, then it's just a revolving door. Yeah, go ahead. We'll let you.
Oh no, they don't even make the door.
What?
They don't even make the door. I can make 100 drug arrests in the downtown east side, and the court system won't even accept the charge. Like, oh no. Even dealers. I've arrested drug dealers, and they said, well, it's not kilo level, so we don't care. Say, oh, okay, this is the poison that's killing people down here, but no, it's. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day, maybe over a coffee. But yes, so I'm just going to summarize a little bit here, and correct me if I'm wrong. You've been screwed by the system, and you've been expecting to be arrested because the website hasn't been taken down yet.
Screwed by the system. Okay. And, yeah, sure, fine.
So, who has access to this website?
Not
okay.
I can tell you that people outside of Canada. Wait. When you say have access to the website, you mean to the content?
Yes, like who can
or who has access to go in to log into? Oh,
yeah, that's what I mean. Like who can post things into this website? No. Okay. Okay. I have to ask,
of course,
right? But you were given the condition to take it down, so is it safe to assume?
Let me ask you. Do you have any evidence at all that the website was not taken down within 48 hours and then put right back up by somebody else?
My knowledge...
I know the answer to that question. The answer is
no. Okay. My answer is I don't know.
Right.
Right?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
I think the fact that, like I said, the breach today is because it's still viewable, right? It had to be taken down, right? I logged onto it just a day ago, right? So it's still there. And
I know, I saw in the access logs.
Yep. Right.
A lot of activity from the province of British Columbia and the city of Vancouver. I assumed the city of Vancouver was the VPD, and I assumed that the province of British Columbia is probably Crown Council. There was also, a couple weeks ago, a lot of activity from Shared Services Canada, and I assume that that's the RCMP.
From who?
Shared Services Canada. All the government, they set up their internal network in this backward way, or back-ass, but so that they have a proxy server set up in Ottawa, and even though an RCMP office or a federal office is out here, all the packets go through this proxy server in Ottawa. So it shows up in the access logs as 198.212 or something, the IP address.
And that's for the government of Canada?
Federal government, yeah.
Okay. So let's say, hypothetically speaking...
Everything is hypothetical.
Of course everything is hypothetical.
Otherwise I'd be admitting stuff.
What would it take for the website to be taken down? I'm just curious.
For the BC government, maybe David Eby himself, to admit to all the corruption and the collusion, basically to admit that everything that I'm claiming in my affidavit on the website is true, and to overturn my conviction for criminal harassment, and then obviously any other convictions that stem from that would have to be overturned, and for my ex-wife to get throat cancer and die a slow, miserable death. The last part is negotiable. But the other stuff, I'm not going to take down any of, or nobody is going to take down any of the proof of any of the corruption that has occurred in my cases or any of the many other cases that you guys keep introducing me to by locking me up in North Fraser and putting me with a bunch of other people who have had similar experiences. And so none of that's going to come down unless the provincial government acknowledges publicly that I didn't actually commit criminal harassment and that Mark Meyer and Bernie Wolf are evil and miserable pricks.
What do you think the odds of that happening are?
I'd say probably about 5%.
More of a percentage than I would ever give. Getting a politician to ever admit wrong?
Oh, no. The politician won't be admitting wrong. He'll be admitting that people below him, people so far below him that he couldn't possibly have known anything about it.
Naturally.
That they were wrong. Whether they admit it or not, the proof is there. More proof is coming. I mean, there's still a lot more stuff that needs to be put on the website.
Yeah. Like what?
Can't answer that. I can answer that. I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Well, like you said, speaking the hypothetical here.
Yeah.
This is just stuff about that may be posted. Not saying that you're going to post it, but it may be posted. And like I said, I'm assuming that only a handful of unknown people have the ability to put things on this. Like I'm assuming like you would need a username and password in order to make alterations or anything to the website. Anybody can comment on a website. I saw a number of comments of support actually on your website there.
Even the comments though have to be approved.
Oh, do you?
Oh yeah, I don't.
I've never created a website before. I don't know how it works.
Otherwise, people would put spam comments on there.
Oh, that makes sense. People love to troll. So somebody.
If there is anybody assisting me with it, it would be somebody outside of Canada.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't put someone in Canada in a place of trust because then obviously the government is just going to go after them and squeeze them to take it down.
Okay.
And since I'm not from Canada, most of the people that I know are not in Canada.
Yeah, they're in the States. Okay. I'm sure you've seen this very in depth. This is your letter to David Eby.
Gosh, wonderful. Wait. I'm neither admitting nor denying that I actually posted that on there. Now, there's nothing that prohibits me from writing the letter.
Yeah.
The probation condition that you're arresting me on doesn't actually prohibit me from putting any further content on the website. The only condition was that I take it down.
Yes.
If I take it down and somebody else puts it right back up, or even I put it right back up 24 hours later, I've still complied with that condition. So, these
I'm not
lawyers, you would think that they would write these the conditions better, but...
Side note, I once arrested a guy who only ever stole chocolate bars from a London Drugs. His condition... No possess Lindt chocolate bars. Like, you think your conditions are ridiculous? That's all he ever stole. So what did he start doing? He started stealing Hershey chocolate bars. Couldn't breach them. Caught him all the time now with Hershey, but we couldn't breach because it wasn't lit. Like, again, our system's messed up. I'm not... How do I say this? I am going to actually say that. No, I'm pretty sure you posted this because you signed it. Sincerely, Patrick Fox.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, hypothetically, let's say if Desiree was maintaining this website just for the purposes of making my life difficult, because of course everybody's going to assume it's me.
Yeah.
Then she's not going to sign it Desiree Capuano, she's going to sign it Patrick Fox.
Yep.
Or let's say I had written that out on paper.
Yep.
And then give it to somebody else.
Okay.
And then they posted it on there.
Like you said, posting on the website isn't illegal.
Right.
Posting it. The website's still up. That's the breach that you have been arrested for today. Yes, there are other conditions. Yes, there's other things that you're bound by the court and everything else like that. But that's not here nor there.
Right.
We're talking about the fact that the website's still up, right? Sign this. Right.
The thing is, if by posting that on there, I violated a probation condition from another probation order, and if I were to admit to something like that here and now, you guys obviously would share that admission with the other agency that would prosecute me for that other violation. So, I'm not going to admit or deny anything that could be used in any other cases either.
No.
Anyway, it's not going to matter because my experience has been, I'm going to be found guilty of everything anyway. You take, for example, the thing that I just had the trial for on August 19th, violating the probation condition of putting the website back online.
Yes.
The Crown and Detective Fontana both admitted at the trial they have no knowledge of when the website was put back online.
Okay.
So I asked them, well, did it happen before or after probation began? And they said, we don't know.
Okay.
So my submission was, well, it happened before I was released from Fraser, before the probation began. The conduct occurred outside the period of probation. It can't possibly be a probation violation.
Yeah.
Yet I was found guilty.
Well,
so...
at least they were honest.
Oh yeah. There's not going to be anything bad written on any website by or related to me regarding Detective Fontana or Chris Johnson, because as far as I can see, they both conducted themselves professionally. I mean, they did their job. That was it.
End of the day,
it's not that I hate all prosecutors and all police.
Just the first guy.
Just the ones that are corrupt. Just the ones that lie and cheat and destroy evidence and.
The only I read this. Obviously, I printed it out. I read it.
Yep. Notice the date on it?
Of course I noticed the date on it. August 19th, 2020, 1:53 p.m.
When did the current probation order that you're...
You have 48 hours to take down the website. This is before that 48 hours. I'm well aware.
That is before the probation began.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's that post has nothing to do with the probation.
I know.
Okay.
I said from the get-go, you posting this isn't what you've been arrested for.
All right, yeah.
Right? And I don't want to lie to you. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to lie to you. Right? I don't want to be a corrupt person. But B, it would just be a disservice to you, and it would be a disservice to me. I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Right? So, the reason why I printed this out is you basically said in court, and you got the transcripts, you're not going to take down the website.
That is correct.
Right?
And I will never, ever in my life, as long as I am alive, well, that's redundant. As long as I am alive, I will never take down that website. Now, that's not saying the website won't come down because of some other means.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some U.S. court will actually issue an order to take it down, but that's extremely unlikely because that would be a gross First Amendment violation.
Okay. So, what would happen if the website was taken down? Let's say the USA does decide, you know what, we're taking down this website. Mm-hmm. He's not even in the States. You don't have a First Amendment right now. What do you think? What would you do if this website was taken down?
I'm pretty sure that it would probably resurface on a different hosting provider.
The exact same thing, or a different...
I'm pretty sure it's already set up with another hosting provider, so that it would just be a matter of changing the DNS entries. You understand that my entire life has been destroyed, right, because of that evil lies and stuff. Now, see, it's one thing, she can cry and whine that I destroyed her life with this website, but everything on the website is true. I'm not telling any lies, I'm just informing people of the kind of person she is. My life has literally been destroyed because of her going on the news media and in court and telling a bunch of lies.
This made media?
Was that? Oh.
This made the news?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know this made the news.
Back in 2016, when she first cried to CBC about how I'm doing all this stuff and I'm threatening to go down there and murder her and kill her and all this stuff, and that the authorities aren't doing anything about it. And so then CBC did a story about her and me and the website.
Yeah.
And then it got picked up as a human interest story, and for a couple of weeks it was all over the place. And then the Canadian news media hated me because I was critical about them in a few blog posts on there. So they always only ever write anything very bad about me. Like, I'm sure there'll be something in tomorrow's news about me being arrested today, but they don't mention anything of any of the letters or the emails that I send them saying, well, what about this? Or what about the fact that the probation hadn't even begun when that happened? Anyway.
I don't think this is going to make news.
You don't think so?
Not today.
The trial on...
The only reason why I say that is because there were 2 major incidents that happened in the city of Vancouver overnight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did a lot of people die because of COVID?
Not because of COVID.
Oh, but a lot of people died?
It'll be in the news. But yeah, so this is not going to make news.
Okay.
And yeah, if you piss off the news media, they tend to have a very biased opinion of...
All I did was point it out being errors.
I mean, sorry, they're true and impartial.
Yeah, right.
They're true and impartial.
Yeah. And fully objective, yes.
Naturally, of course. Okay.
So anyway, that blog post, or that is that a... Yeah, that is a blog post.
Do you want to see it?
So, no, I'm familiar with it. I've seen it.
You've seen it.
So that blog post is there, and it's got nothing to do with this current charge, so...
Yeah. No, you're right. I've said that from the get-go.
Yeah.
But like I said, when you're given conditions to do something and you basically tell the judge you're not going to do something, as you said, you've been waiting for the police to arrest you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was getting kind of nervous because my 30 days at Belkin was running out, and I was thinking, well, what am I going to do after I
go find a
Belkin?
place? Well, on one hand, I'm happy we could help. I don't know how the court process is going to go from here. I don't know if you're going back to North Fraser, if you're just going to be given paperwork. I don't know.
Well, hopefully I'm going to go back to North Fraser, and then the trial's probably going to be set probably about 6 or 8 months down the road.
You're very optimistic.
Really? Just experience.
Yeah, you're very optimistic. Usually court happens significantly after.
Well... Yeah, I guess it depends if you're... Oh, well, this is a probation violation, so it's going to be in the provincial court, even though I would prefer Supreme, but provincial has absolute jurisdiction. But it's going to depend if the Crown is proceeding by indictment or summary.
Yeah. I don't know. All like I said, man, my knowledge in this investigation was the other day I was like, hey, we need you to interview somebody. Just go have a conversation. I read the website, I read the post... And like I said, bluntly speaking, it sounds like you have a lot of grievances, and that this is your way of A, letting your grievances out, but B, trying to show people exactly how the system is absolutely messed up. It is messed up, and it has ruined you. So on one hand, I understand that, you know what, you need to do something about it. But on the other hand, and this is just because of who I am, I listen to court orders. So if I were told to take down a website, I would take it down.
Right. Consider this, if you will.
I'm listening.
The Crown and the court are justifying ordering me to take down the website, claiming that it's for Capuano's protection. However, they're refusing to prosecute me for criminal harassment again for the website being back online, which proves that they don't care about Capuano's protection. It's really, they want me to take the website down because it makes them look bad.
Yeah.
And they can kiss my mother ass. And this is going to be played in court in a few months when the trial goes on. And the judge can watch. When I'm saying this, I just don't give a flying f***. They can lock me up for the rest of my life. I don't care. My life is over. It's ruined. I haven't had contact with my son since 2016. I'm exiled from the only place that I want to live. I'm stuck in this godforsaken shit of a country, no offense.
None taken.
Run by feminists and angry militants and such. So I don't care. I don't give a flying fuck.
No. you're never going to take down the website.
Nope. And I'm saying all this for the benefit of the judge who's going to be watching this in a few months when it goes to trial.
Okay.
And I'm saying it for the benefit of the Crown, so they can all go, oh, this is horrible. Oh, look at this man. He has no respect for the system. He's just got contempt for the system. Fuck off. I'm looking at the camera when I say that, not you.
I know.
Okay.
Hey, I'll be honest. You said from the get-go you have nothing against the VPD for doing their jobs.
So far, yeah, I've got no issues with you guys. I mean, I've heard stories from other inmates about you guys with your dogs and chewing up people's arms and stuff, or like beating the crap out of people. But hey, most of the time they probably deserved it.
Now it's my turn to say I will not confirm nor deny. Okay, I will be right back. Do you need anything in the meantime? Are you good right now?
Yeah, coffee and cigarettes.
Like I said, I'll see what I can do about the smokes. Give me just 1 minute. Okay.
Bad stuff, bad stuff, bad stuff. I'm saying incriminating stuff. Oh, I'm saying stuff that you can use against me right now.
I was trying to track you down some smokes,
But thanks.
The last time I worked down here in the east side was 7 years ago now. My past doesn't work on some of the doors, so if there is a BET member that comes in, usually they have access. We have a couple smokes upstairs. I'm not going to promise that I can get them.
Of course not.
And the only reason I say that is because they're very busy today with incidents I was talking about earlier. But if I can find somebody, I'll see about getting some smokes.
Great,
and
thanks.
promise a coffee.
While you were out, I said a bunch of bad things and incriminating things into the...
Oh, did you?
Yes, yes.
I'm sure.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So I can
You'll see
wrap
when you
this
play
up.
it
We're
back.
done.
Oh, you'll see when you play it back.
Am I going to laugh later?
Probably.
Okay. Okay. Oh, man. I'm going to be as straightforward with you, like I said, as I can. The most important thing that I can see that you value right now is the truth, because you've been screwed over by people who have not told the truth. Am I right? Mm-hmm. By your ex, perjuring herself in court, by prosecutors not being completely forthright, by the border, by everything. So, like I said, I'm not going to lie to you. You're arrested today because the website's still up, because you haven't taken it down, right?
Although you yourself have admitted that nobody in the VPD actually has any evidence to support that. I mean, it is still up now.
Yeah.
However, like I said,
Yeah.
If I had taken it down within 48 hours and then put it right back up, I would have complied with the condition. Because there was no condition that prohibited me from putting it right back up. It just said, you must take it down within 48 hours.
Can you, and this is just me not being very technologically savvy, is it possible to take down a website and put it back up that flawlessly?
First of all, what does take down mean? It's a vague term. It's not a technical term. So telling somebody to take down a website is gibberish. It means nothing. I would assume they mean take it offline, make it no longer publicly accessible.
Yes.
I mean, you can make it no longer publicly accessible by simply going into the htaccess file and putting restricted access so that a person needs to put in a username and a password to log into it.
Yeah.
That would accomplish taking it down. Or you could change the DNS entries and then just go and switch them back later.
Yeah.
Or you could just rename the document root directory so that the web server is looking in a different empty directory, in which case just a blank page will come up.
Yeah.
So any of those things could be done to accomplish taking it down.
You were in computers before this, weren't you?
I'm a software engineer.
Where'd you work?
I worked at VTech for a while until the CBC story ran.
Yeah.
Before that, I worked with a Chinese mobile game company that has an office here in Vancouver called IGG. I was working on their server components, not on the
the gamer
right.
stuff or anything.
Before that, I worked at Electronic Arts, and then before that, I was in the U.S.
EA?
And
at the office here in the Lower Mainland at EA? Or?
Yeah, Burnaby.
Oh, okay. It's a big company.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment about my opinion of the position there, but I don't want to speak poorly about a past employer or client, particularly if it's something that's being recorded and is eventually going to be on the website.
I get it.
EA was a great place to work. I was very happy there.
Hey, I just like their sport games. Okay, so you know a lot about computers, it's safe to say then.
Indeed.
Okay. And who would, again, have access to your website? Like, and I don't need names, but like, the website's very specific, right?
Is it?
What's the website address?
DesiCapuano.com.
It's specific. Right?
Okay.
Let's call a spade, right? Who else at this stage really has the same interest as you to post this website?
Desiree Capuano has screwed over a lot of people over the years. There are lots of people that hate Desiree Capuano. There are lots of people that like to share information to help make her life miserable. I'm not alone in this.
No.
People like her, these evil sociopaths that go around using people and taking advantage of them. Consider, she manipulated and defrauded the public with her GoFundMe campaign. Oh, there's lots of people that
What GoFundMe campaign?
She had a GoFundMe campaign before that some feminist on Jezebel pushed her to start.
Yeah.
So she started that. I found out about it, obviously.
Yeah.
After was I already in custody? Yeah, because it was after I was arrested on the criminal harassment thing.
Yeah.
She was going, there's a copy of it on the website, but it's still, the original GoFundMe campaign is still there too. If you Google it, you'll find it. Just whining and crying about how, her life is destroyed because of this harassment. Please help me to change all of my public records and start a new life and such. And then she admitted at the trial that the money she gained from that, she actually spent on other stuff unrelated.
Where'd she admit that?
At the trial.
Oh, okay.
Again, the transcripts and the recordings of that are on the website.
Again, there was a lot of
No, I
information on that
understand,
website.
I understand.
Okay.
I don't mean again as in, I've already told you this.
Yeah.
I mean again as in, you see all this horrible stuff that she did is on the website.
Yeah. And you grabbed the transcripts on the court and you posted it there so that everybody can see that she's defrauding the system.
I neither admit nor deny how I obtained the transcripts or if I was the one that put the transcripts on there.
Yeah.
But I will say that the transcripts are on the website.
Yeah.
For the purpose of proving to everybody that she committed at least 81 counts of perjury at the trial that Mark Meyer and Tony Lagavant knew about and refused to confront her on. And then there were another 150 or so instances of perjury that she committed, but that it's reasonable that Meyer and Lagavant may not have known.
Oh, okay. And you suspect that she might be running this website herself? Do you think she's smart enough to run this website?
Oh, she's a twit. She's one of those people that just watches CNN all day and repeats what she hears other smart-sounding people say, and she goes, look, I'm smart, I can repeat stuff. She's an idiot.
So
I thought she was smart.
She's one of those posters that, gets a quote from one source that says they researched it.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate those.
But anyway, I'm not saying that I believe that she's the one that's maintaining this website right now. I mean, that would just be crazy and delusional, and nobody's going to believe that.
No, and that's what I was going to be very honest with you there. I don't think that anybody thinks that she's running this website because of how defamatory it is against her, right? Yeah,
but she's a sociopath. She likes attention regardless. I mean, consider, she does absolutely nothing to get the website taken down. Mm-hmm. She says when the police or victim services people contact her, they say, oh, well, you should do this and this and this to try to get the website taken down. And she says, and you should get another order of protection against Fox. So she says, oh, yes, I was going to do that. Yes, I'm going to do that right away. But she doesn't. Yeah. Because she doesn't really give a shit. The website really doesn't affect her that much. Yeah. Like, it's not like she's really losing her job and losing her friends and stuff. At this point, the website is more really about just exposing the corruption up here because she doesn't give a shit about the website. If she did, she'd do something. Yeah.
And now, so would you say that the website is now shifting from focusing solely on her to more of the corruption up here?
I would say that shift occurred probably sometime between January and March of last year. When all the RV Fox stuff was posted on there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's been no new information about Capuano other than, I mean, because obviously I'm up here and she's down there, and I only have so much money to pay private. Oh no, I have no money left to pay private investigators. Yeah. So I just have to rely on what other people have to send along. But of course, everything has to be confirmed before it goes on the website. It's important that everything must be true on the website. If you get caught telling one lie, you lose all your credibility.
As much as I don't like this website, I do respect that. You're not just going to post like her. Right? You're not just going to get one piece of information and say, oh, that's true, and send it out. You're going to at least due diligence, which, let's be honest, let's hope everybody does. But there wouldn't be the RV Fox tab on your website if everybody did do their due diligence with their... Right? So... Are you going to rename the website from desicapo.com to something against the BC government then, if your shift is focusing from her to the government?
My original intention was that I was going to create a separate website for the corruption and all the stuff that happened in my case. And keep the desicapuano.com website just about her. But because of time and financial constraints when I was setting it up before, I decided to keep it together. The other reason I decided to keep it together is because by exposing the corruption intermingled with the website, then in order to prosecute me for it again, they would necessarily be exposing their own corruption.
And you don't think that's going to happen because nobody wants to expose themselves?
They haven't yet, and every time I go to court, I demand that they prosecute me for criminal harassment, and they say, we're not going to do that. So.
And why do you think that is?
Because that would mean a new criminal harassment trial, which means a new jury, which means all of the perjury and the misconduct that occurred at the first trial is going to be shown to the jury. Capuano would have to come and testify. She'd be cross-examined on all of the perjury she committed. She'd be cross-examined on her interactions with... victim services. Oh, there's a horrible group of people, let me tell you. Holy they'll do anything to get people to testify against complainants and stuff, even or against accused parties, even if the complainant doesn't want to, even if the complainant was lying in the beginning and says, you know what, I lied, maybe I don't want to go further with this, but they'll say, no, this is a bad man, no, you've got to fight against this, don't worry, you did nothing wrong. Oh my God. And then, of course, they refuse to disclose any of the records. I've been fighting with them for months and months. Almost a year now about getting records related to me, and they're refusing to admit or deny the records exist. I already have some of the records, so I know they exist.
Well, there have to be records of everything, right? You've mentioned money a couple times.
Have I?
How are you, are you on financial assistance, like welfare or anything like that?
No, I don't qualify for social assistance. While I was out previously, the probation officer told me to apply for social assistance. I said, I'm not eligible. He said, well, apply anyway, because him and the prosecutors have their heads so far up their asses that they look in the computer and it says that I'm a Canadian citizen. So they go, wow, it says here he's a Canadian citizen. I mean, the fact that he's got a U.S. birth certificate and the fact that IRCC documents say he was born in the U.S., that's irrelevant. Our computer says he's a Canadian citizen. Anyway, so it took about 2 or 2.5 months, but they finally denied the application because IRCC told them that I have no status in Canada.
Okay. So right now you have zero income coming in.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Previously, I still had some credit cards that hadn't expired yet, so I was able to support myself minimally on some credit cards. But nope, now I am completely destitute and homeless.
Okay. And if you had money... Would you hire that private detective?
Sit in the back alley and do that?
No, you're not a drug addict at all. Again, I've spent years around drug addicts. You are not that at all.
We have to keep this light here.
No. But would you ever hire a PI to go and investigate her?
Of course.
Just to expose her corruption?
Yes. I mean, a lot of the information that I got about her before was from a private investigator.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing illegal about that.
No.
Especially since it's in another country. You see, the Canadian courts don't seem to understand that they only have jurisdiction in Canada. Prosecuting an American citizen who has a dispute with another American citizen, both parties of which have no ties to Canada at all, is fucking ridiculous to do that in Canada. How about you guys just kick me out of the country, I'll go back to the U.S. and you can let the U.S. courts deal with it. It's so retarded that they send me back up here to prosecute me for criminal harassment.
How dare you, sir, make sense? How dare you? All right. Is there anything else that you think we need to know about the website? Let's just go with that, because again, that's why we're here.
Yeah, about
right?
the
The breach for the website.
Well, let's see. I can say that there's a lot more content still that needs to be put on. It's very time consuming though, you know?
Yeah.
And since I'm broke and destitute and homeless, the people that, you know, share cigarettes with me, I gotta kiss their ass. And if they want to walk over to 7-Eleven and give me a couple of cigarettes, well, hey, I gotta go along.
Yep.
So I've not been the most productive, but there's a lot more content. And it's going to go up. And locking me up in jail is not going to stop anything. It's not going to change anything. I mean, all they're doing is by doing all of this, they're showing more and more of a consistent pattern.
Yeah. What's that pattern?
That they're doing nothing about protecting Capuano.
Yeah.
Yet they're prosecuting me for the website for breaching probation conditions, which means that they're more concerned with enforcing their stupid, ridiculous orders than they are with protecting supposed victims that they sent me to prison for 3 years for. So they can't now say, oh, no, we don't believe her, because then they would be admitting that they sent me to prison incorrectly. What was I saying? I forgot. Sorry.
Oh, you were confessing to absolutely everything about running the
I
website.
thought so. Okay, let me tell you where I put the bodies of the children.
Oh, yeah, obviously. It's always about kids. No, honestly, what you were... My last question to you was, is there anything else that I need to know about the website?
Oh, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
and I was saying that, yes, there's still a lot more content that is going to be published.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see, well... Sorry, I have to think of a way that I could word things that can't be interpreted as saying that I personally did any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody, of course, is going to believe I did this stuff. But still...
We've been pretty honest with each other, and let's, again, call a spade a spade.
It's got
We
nothing
can
to
go
do with
around... No, we can go
recordings
around...
in jail or
We
in court.
we can go around the bush as much as we want, but let's, again, be honest with each other here. We know you're the one posting these things because you're signing your name at the bottom of them.
Wait, so are you saying that if I put that post on there and I had signed someone else's name, that would mean someone else did it?
Obviously.
Oh, I thought so.
But come on. Like, I, on one hand, I understand why you're saying I'm not confirming nor denying, but I think we can be pretty honest. For court purposes, but I think we can be pretty honest with each other with that. You're posting these things, right? The breach isn't the posting, right? Or at least not right now. The breach isn't you posting things on the website. The breach is the website still being there that we have arrested you for today.
Yes, but there's the other probation order, the 3-year one that doesn't expire until December 2021. That one prohibits me from publishing, disseminating, etc., any information about Capuano or any of her friends or family, etc. So,
but you're posting things now about the court system.
But she may or may not be mentioned in any given post. I mean, is her name mentioned in that post? I don't know.
I think you were more just angry. Well, maybe about the original file. But this was just a vent to David Eby about the fact that the government and the court system and that
their refusal to prosecute me is essentially an admission that what I'm saying is true.
No.
I mean, that's the point.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yes, what you should be aware of is that there's a lot more content. Anybody who would be helping me are people outside of Canada. You're obviously you're going to go into my phone. You're not getting, I shouldn't say you're not going to get into the laptop. It's extremely unlikely you're going to get into the laptop. But good luck with that. And if you do, I'd be very surprised, and I'd like to let Lenovo know that you guys were actually able to get into it, because apparently their security is quite good.
Yeah. If you want to talk in the hypothetical, what would be on there?
I'm not even going to mention anything about that. No. I'll leave that up to you guys to figure that out.
I had to ask.
Of course. And from what I saw of the, what do you call it, the digital forensics unit from the previous case, and their handling of finding stuff on my phone, they are full of incompetent people who are going to find absolutely nothing. So
You're not worried at all?
No, not in the slightest bit. With respect to the phone, you're going to find stuff in there like my call history and such. So you'll see who I was speaking to, and I'm sure you're going to contact those people, and you're going to try to intimidate them or something. But
I don't think I've been intimidating.
No, not you.
Okay.
No, the other people. I mean,
okay.
To try to squeeze information
Yeah.
out of them. But I've already spoken with everybody, and I said, look, you guys know me well enough to know that I'm not going to say anything to the police, and I'm not going to say anything incriminating to anybody. So.
Okay.
And of course, I often protect other people by just not giving them information.
Yeah. Well, like you said from the get-go, like you're just not going to tell us who's running the website right now, right? I don't know, like any part of that side of the investigation. I don't. I haven't reviewed the file, like anything that was written today. All I know is that they asked me to come down and interview you.
Yep.
So, again, last opportunity. Is there anything else that you would like to have a conversation with me about regarding the website, other than the fact that you will absolutely never take it down? I think you've made that abundantly clear.
Yes, I have made that abundantly clear, yes. No, I don't think that there's anything further.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, did the Crown ever find its laptop? Apparently, they were under the impression that when I was released from North Fraser, that I took the laptop or something.
I have no idea.
Oh, all right.
Did you take their laptop?
I did not.
Okay.
They have security video cameras there. You could see me walking out with my stuff.
Okay. Do you know anyone who would have taken the laptop, or?
I don't know. Someone at North Fraser, I guess. I mean, it's not like people can just walk in and out of the place.
Okay. I'm just going to double check one more time if there's anything else, but I think we're pretty close to being complete here. Okay, there's nothing else. I'm going to conclude the interview. The time is 8:41 a.m.
Okay.
So the audio, video in here are going to be shut off, but so that there aren't going to be any claims of inducement or anything along those lines, I'm going to be leaving that on.
Oh, I was going to say, is this where you guys come in and beat the crap out of me?
No.
Patrick Fox is convicted for ignoring the previous judge's order to take the website down. He is sentenced to 16.5 months in prison and a year of probation. Upon his release, he's required to take the website down. When their website is not taken down, Patrick Fox is brought back to the station.
Today's date is August 17th. The time is 7:39. This interview is in relation to incident 2021-132224. It is an interview of Patrick Fox. I am Detective Constable Janine Tonino. My secondary and who will be in the monitor room is Detective Constable 2685 Nicole Roberts. And we are in the Annex Building, 236 East Cordova Street. The reason for the interview is on October 12th, Patrick Fox was convicted of breach of probation for not removing a hate website against his ex-wife Desiree Capano. Fox was sentenced 6 months in custody and 1 year probation. Upon his release, one of his probation conditions is that he must remove the website within 48 hours of his release on that date. Our unit has been monitoring the website and confirmed that it was still operational as of August 15th. Patrick Fox has been arrested for breach of probation and is currently in our custody. During this interview, I may make disparaging comments about people involved in this incident or about other people. These comments do not reflect my opinion or the opinion of the Vancouver Police Department. And I will just be leaving the room to go get Mr. Fox. You just take a seat in the chair. I just sanitized it for you and I wiped everything down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And there's wipes here too if you need anything else or. Nicole's just gonna join us.
We get two of us today because again we're having technical difficulties.
So, like I said earlier, my name's Janine. I'm a police officer in our VPD DVAC section, so domestic violence and criminal harassment. This is Nicole. She works with me. I noticed you have a coffee and you had a cigarette outside. No washroom break. You're fine right now? Okay. If you need any water or anything, just let us know, okay? Do you need us to let anyone know that you're here right now? Any friends, family, anything?
Nope.
No, okay. And I'm sure this isn't how you plan to start your morning, but how are you doing right now?
I'm fine.
You are? Okay, you're welcome. So just so you know, the room is audio and video recorded. And there's cameras up here as well. Because we did have some issues with the audio, I do have it audio recorded here as well. So, I did sanitize your chair and the table as well. So understand that anything that you said to the police before should not make you feel like you have to say anything here to me today. If you felt compelled to say something earlier, that doesn't oblige you to say anything at this time, and you don't have to repeat what you said. You don't have to say anything further, and know that whatever you do say may be given in evidence. Has anyone threatened or promised any hope of advantage to talk to police today?
Nope.
Okay. And did you say something bad? Did anyone say something bad would happen if you didn't talk to me today?
Nope.
Okay. Did someone say something would go better for you if you spoke with me today?
Nope.
Okay. And do you understand?
Yep.
Okay. So I understand that you declined to speak with a lawyer and you do represent yourself?
Correct.
Is that? Okay. Just so that I make sure I understand. And you don't want to speak with the lawyer or have a phone call at all right now?
Correct.
Okay. So I don't want any misunderstanding here today. I want to be sure that we know that we're talking about the same thing. What's your understanding of why you were arrested today?
The allegation is a breach of probation, 733.1, I believe. The condition I'm accused of breaching is that I was required to take down the website, or at least make every reasonable effort to take down the website within 48 hours from my release from custody, which was on Thursday of last week.
Okay. Yeah, and my understanding is that you did serve some time at Fraser Regional for another breach. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was it for failing to remove the website as well?
Yes.
Okay. And just so that I'm clear, I'm probably going to say it wrong. So it's Desi Capuano? Capuano.com. Okay, and so you were released on the 12th. You have multiple conditions, but one of those conditions, like you said, is to take down the website within 48 hours of your release. And as of yesterday, I believe in the morning, it was still active, which was obviously past the 48 hours. So that's my understanding of why we're here. So I think we're both on the same page right now. And then the lead investigators did arrest you for breach of probation this morning, which you already said, exact same section as well. So good memory. And although I work in the same unit as Detective Dent, I was not in that unit for your original arrest. I have very limited knowledge of this. I've read some of his file, and I was aware that you were in the media for this. So my role is very limited in this. It's basically just to talk to you today in order to get a good understanding of maybe who you are and why we're here. I'd just like to get to know you a little bit more. Are you from Canada?
Nope.
Okay, and family, friends, do you have anything up here that do you have a life up here that you've built?
Nope.
Okay, where are you from originally?
The U.S.
The U.S., okay. Family there?
Nope.
No family at all? Okay.
Well, I have a son and an ex-wife, but I've had no contact with my son since all of this nonsense started back in 2016. When I was arrested in 2016, that was the last time I had any contact with him.
Okay.
My ex-wife, of course, being Desiree Capuano.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, and my parents as well.
So am
I can imagine that's extremely difficult. You said the son, right? What's his name?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Okay. And how old is he now?
20.
20. Oh wow. Okay. So an adult. Okay. And so those are the only two kind of family members you would have in the U.S. or?
I would say the only one. I wouldn't consider my ex-wife family.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. And then in Canada, how long have you kind of been up here for?
Came here in 2013, May of 2013.
Okay. And do you have a technology background or?
Software engineer.
Oh wow. Okay. And did you work up here at all
Yes.
in relation to that? Okay. Well, we probably could have used your help a few minutes ago when we were trying to get this room set up.
Yeah.
So, just so you know what's going to happen here today, I'm going to ask you to tell me everything you know about this situation because, like I said, I don't have a ton of background on it. I'm not going to interrupt you. I might ask you some questions to clarify. As you can see, Nicole's taking notes. That's just so that I can pay attention to you and take in what you're saying. She might have some questions at the end that she might want to ask as well. If I ask you something and you're not sure about the answer, you can tell me so. I'm sure you do have a lot of the answers because you seem like a fairly smart guy and you know why you're here. So we have lots of time. Take your time. Do you understand? Okay.
Yep.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to listen to what you have to say, and I'd like you to help me understand what's going on. Tell me everything about what has been happening for you since your release on Thursday.
Everything that has been happening. Well, on Thursday, I checked into the Belkin house. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
It's only been a few days.
Yeah. Have you stayed there before?
Yep.
Okay. And the process there, like, I've never actually been inside. I've been in the lobby and stuff. Like, how does that work? Do you have your own room there? Do you have, they feed you out of the cafeteria? Like, how does...
They provide 3 meals a day. You don't have your own room. You share like a little dorm with 5 other people. Well, there's 5 beds. I think there's only 4 other people right now in the room that I was in.
Okay. And you've been there since Thursday? Okay.
Yeah.
Do they kind of help you get set up with services? I'm not sure how they kind of reintegrate people into...
I have no idea about that.
No idea. You plan on, at some point, you were planning on getting back at things, work?
I'm planning on waiting until the first probation order, the one that requires me to stay in British Columbia, expires in December, and then returning to the U.S.
Oh, okay.
Of course, with this new charge now, I'll probably be in custody for the next 2 to 3 years, and then I'll go back to the U.S. at that point.
Okay. Is that what that's what you're expecting?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. So since you've been released, have you had any access to the internet?
Of
Phone,
course.
Computer? You said of course, sorry?
Of course, yes. I mean,
Okay.
everybody has access to the internet.
Well, some people, if they don't have a phone, they might not have access. I also don't know what the services are at Belkin. I don't know if they have a computer room or somewhere that you can access the internet.
Right. I have a phone and a laptop.
Oh, you
Both
do?
are
Okay.
capable of connecting to the internet.
Okay.
However, because one of the probation conditions on the first probation order is that I can only use the internet for employment and sending and receiving personal emails, I'm not going to comment on whether or not I actually accessed the internet since Thursday. Because if I say that I did access the internet, then I'd be admitting to violating that condition.
So, sorry, you're allowed to access the internet for work purposes,
Yes.
you said, and you're allowed to access the internet for email.
Yes.
So as long as you're accessing the internet for those purposes, you're not violating your probation.
Right. Now, what's mind-blowing about that is certain things like Google Calendar, for example, or your Google Contacts, those are on the internet. And so if you turn your phone on and you use your Google Contacts to pull up somebody's telephone number, you're accessing the internet.
Yeah.
So the conditions weren't the best written.
The clearest to make sure that you don't breach your conditions, at
Right.
least not that portion of the condition. Okay.
But hey, if they want to prosecute me for breaching because I have access to my Google Contacts so I can call a friend or something, well, more power to them.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird, odd condition. Yeah. It should be a little bit clearer, you're right, just so that there's no confusion over what you're doing or what you're trying to do. I have to say I'm not the most tech savvy, obviously, as you can tell. I don't even know what is required. I know that one of the conditions is to take down the website.
Mm-hmm.
I've never created a website. I've never taken down a website. I've never even updated a website. So I don't even know what is involved in that. So when they say taking down a website, I don't know what that necessarily entails.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just like the click of a button, or?
Technically, like to say take down a website doesn't make any sense. You don't actually take down a website. You could just make it inaccessible, publicly inaccessible, or you could disable or change the DNS entries in the DNS server. But I mean, there is no taking down a website. That would be like saying taking down a television show. I mean,
So yeah, it would just be cut off so that no one could view it.
yeah.
Okay, and when you say that you just go in and you make it inaccessible to the public, is that just a click of a button, or is that like changing something? Like, how does that work?
There's a few ways that can be done. One is you could delete all of the content from the hosting provider.
What would that do? What would that do? Would that just make it so that you could search that, but there would be nothing there?
If you delete all the files that are on the web hosting server, there would be no content there for people to go to. So if they were to go to, let's say, desicapuano.com, it would just come up with a blank page. There'd be nothing. Well, actually, it wouldn't even be a blank page. It would just come up with an error saying that there's nothing there.
Oh, okay. And then you said the other one was DN.
The DNS, yes. That's the domain name service. When you type in something like www.microsoft.com,
yeah,
the DNS service on the network or on the internet converts that address or that URL to an IP address.
okay.
And so if you remove the entries from the DNS server, then there would be no way to resolve a given hostname to an IP address.
Okay, so there's a couple different ways you could take down. I know it's not the correct term, but we'll use it for the purposes of today. Like, there is a couple ways that you can take down a website if you needed to.
You could also add a password requirement on it so that if somebody went to the website, they would have to put in a username and password. And the website would still be there, but nobody would be able to access it.
Oh, okay. And do you, the Desi Capuano, do you have access to that website?
I don't.
You don't? Who would have access to that website? To update, like you just said.
Yeah, that I'm not going to answer.
Okay.
Partially because I can't answer it right now. I don't know, and that was done very deliberately. Before the probation began in 2018, and I've been over all of this before, but before the probation began, I transferred ownership and control of the website to another party so that way I couldn't be compelled to take it down or do anything with it. With the understanding that once I'm no longer on probation, then I would take back the website.
Okay, so before you had your probation, you signed over rights to the website, like access to it, to a different person, so that you wouldn't have the authority to take it down during your probation, with the hopes that when the probation ends, that's when you'll take it back over. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, and even if control of it wasn't given back to me after the probation is finished, it would be easy enough to just create another copy of it, another version. Because if you have all the source material, you just put up a new website.
Create a new website
upload all the source material
with a different
URL. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, doing that doesn't violate the probation conditions at all, and there's nothing illegal about the website. So the prosecutor is just trying to use the probation conditions as a way to get the website taken down. There's nothing illegal about it, though. And I've been demanding that they prosecute me for criminal harassment based on the current website, because they convicted me of criminal harassment based on the original website back in 2017. And if the new website is the exact same thing as the old website and it's still online, it must still be criminal harassment. But the thing is, it's not criminal harassment, and they know that. And if they were to prosecute me for that and have another trial, then my ex-wife committed so much perjury and there was so much corruption and collusion that went on at that first trial. And there's evidence of all of that, and most of that is on the website. So if they were to prosecute me again and have another trial, then I would be able to confront my ex-wife with all of that proof that she committed all that perjury, and then she would have no credibility. I'd be acquitted, and then it would raise issues of how could I be convicted of something the first time, do the exact same thing, and be acquitted, which would bring the justice system into disrepute.
Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure
That's
I understand
okay.
that.
It's all in the recording.
Yeah. So the first website, conviction. Created the second website thinking that there would be another criminal charge of criminal harassment, not breach or anything like that. It would be a criminal harassment charge, which would essentially create a new trial, which would call into question all the same evidence, because it is the same, like you're just saying, and then it would have a different effect. You think that there wouldn't be a conviction, and then it would question the entire first trial and everything that went on in it because of the evidence that was presented there.
Fair enough.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same. I know there's been a lot. Like this isn't just a a single incident. It sounds like there's a really long history here, and I think there's probably a lot that's happened prior to the creation of these websites, because like you said, you haven't seen your child. So no one I think wants to go back to jail over and over and over again. I think that a lot has happened prior to the creation of these websites. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly, because this is your chance to kind of
Isn't the purpose of this discussion, though, to try to get me to say things that can be used against me at a trial?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay.
No, that's why we go through all of that, right? That's why I said anything you say may be given in evidence, right? It's not necessarily to get you to admit to anything. It's to make sure that we understand all the facts. And sometimes the facts don't lead to our charge.
Okay.
And if I may step in, too, sorry. Like, part of the reason why we talk to people is because we don't want our investigation to be one-sided, right? Like, you're part of the investigation, you're one half, and then we have the other half. So that would be an incomplete investigation if we just failed to speak to you at all about any of the alleged charges, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and just because, like you said, some of the things people say lead us down a different direction, right? And it causes the investigation to kind of pivot. And like Nicole said, we're not here to just put people in jail because what we think is the truth, right? That's why we interview everyone and get everyone's fair side. And like I said, I don't know much about this investigation, but I assume that a lot has happened to make it so that you've transferred, ownership over to a third party. You've thought about this a lot. You've gone through a lot of steps. And so I want to make sure that I understand correctly and that the courts will hear this as well. That's why.
Okay.
So you haven't made any attempt to take down the website, if I'm correct, because you don't have access to it.
I emailed whoever might be monitoring the editor@desicapuano.com email address, which is right there on the website, which you guys could also email those people and ask them to take down the website. They know about the situation, what's going on, because it's been in the news and all. I haven't heard anything back from them, though. But since the intention of transferring ownership of the website to another party was so that I couldn't be compelled to take it down under any circumstances, it's not likely that they're going to do anything.
Okay, because of what you've already put into motion, they wouldn't take it down even if you did email them.
Right.
Okay. And
they know that I'm willing to sit in jail for, honestly, for the rest of my life if I need to for this. So.
Why?
All right. People always can't figure that out. Okay. I had a certain quality of life, a certain standard of living before all of this began, and before all of this nonsense with my ex-wife. I had a career, made good money. I had custody of my son that I was raising without any contact from her. And then she comes out of the blue and starts creating all of these problems. I get deported to a foreign country that I have no status in. And then, of course, all the news media and all the justice system completely takes her side with all of her allegations, even though I have proof that she's lying about all this stuff, but nobody cares. So, because of all the stuff that's been in the news media, there's no way that I'd be able to get any kind of employment in Canada. I would probably in the U.S. because people in the U.S. see this for what it is. It's nonsense. It's complete stupidity that you guys will put somebody in prison for so long for something that, criminal harassment doesn't exist as a criminal offense in the U.S. And so I'm sure I'd be able to get employment when I go back to the U.S., but still, a lot of people aren't going to want to work with somebody who's had all this bad publicity. And I've lost custody of my son, and I've had no contact with him now for so long. I've been exiled from the U.S. All I want is to go back to Los Angeles and get on with my life there, but I can't. As long as I'm on probation, then they can breach me, get a warrant for my arrest, and the U.S. authorities are going to send me back here. Now, I've already at one point turned myself into CBSA so that I'd be sent back to the U.S., and that worked out fine, but then the prosecutor got a warrant because he said I left BC without permission. So then Homeland Security grabbed me and sent me back here. So the quality of my life has degraded and deteriorated so much because of all of this, and from my perspective, it didn't degrade because of what I've done. It degraded because my ex-wife goes around telling lies, and everybody accepts her lies, and nobody wants to hear anything about, and I don't want to make this a gender issue, but it seems to me at least here in Canada, the news media definitely is trying to make it into that.
A gender issue.
Yeah. I mean, because she's a poor, helpless woman, and I'm this evil, vile man, and I'm abusing her and doing all of this stuff. But, I mean, to begin with, at this point, the website really has very little to do with Capuano anymore. Any updates that have been put on the website since 2016 have been more about the corruption and injustice that's going on with my cases. So, given that the quality of my life has degraded so much at this point, being in jail isn't really that big of a deal. I mean, I'm living in a homeless shelter, for Christ's sake. Like, I was a senior software engineer before, making $100,000 to $150,000 a year. I had excellent credit, and everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, because of the news media, and because of her crying on the news media, and the news media only reporting her side of stuff, and even consider the police didn't get involved in the beginning because they probably saw that she was lying and that there was no crime. And it wasn't until I moved back to the US, and because I had a firearms license up here, then the RCMP panicked because I brought my firearms. The firearms I bought up here, I brought those back to the US with me, and the only reason I did that was because I had spent $4,000 to $5,000 on them, so I didn't want to just throw away $4,000 or $5,000.
Yeah.
And then the news media makes it seem like I brought my guns down there so I can go harm my ex-wife, but I own other guns in the US. If I wanted to go harm her, in Arizona, you could just walk into a store and buy a gun. There's no registration or anything. So that's why I say I don't care about sitting in jail for the rest of my life, because as far as I'm concerned, my life as I knew it before is completely destroyed. It's over. I'm never going to be able to go back to it. I was a very honest, credible person before, but now because of all the stuff that's been in the news, nobody would see me that way. So go ahead, lock me up. I don't give a shit.
But I want to ask, so you guys were married and you said you had custody of your son. Did you have custody without her? You said no contact with her. Did you have him for a period of time without her being around? Or
yes.
Did you guys just co-parent?
We separated in 2001, and then she went back with her ex-boyfriend or something in Florida. We were living in Los Angeles. So then she took off back to Florida, and then that's when I got custody of our son. And for many years, for 9 years, she made no effort to have any contact with us or anything. There was a couple of times during that period where, say, once I moved to Phoenix, where her mother lives, I was in contact with her mother. Her mother contacted her, so she knew where we were, but she made no effort to have any contact with them. And then it wasn't until 2011 when I tracked her down and contacted her because maybe she might want to have some kind of relationship with Gabriel. And then she started scheming and such and being very nice and pretending or saying that she wasn't going to do anything Gabriel didn't want to do and she just wanted to be in his life, etc. And the first chance she got, she came to Los Angeles, took him, ran off to Arizona with him to get emergency custody based on a false claim that I had been hiding him from her for 9 years. And then that lasted about 3 months, and then the family court ordered her to return him to me. And that was in 2011. Then she starts contacting like the Canadian consulate and Homeland Security and filing all kinds of false allegations against me. That eventually resulted in me being deported to Canada. That's when I lost custody of my son.
Why Canada? If you're both U.S. citizens?
Yes.
Why Canada?
I don't really know what kind of situation there was between Homeland Security and CBSA, but it's pretty clear to me at this point that whatever Homeland Security tells CBSA to do, they're going to do. And so the allegation was that I was an illegal alien from Canada. So eventually Homeland Security told CBSA or asked CBSA to accept me for deportation. They did, and I just wanted to get out of custody, so I said, wherever you want to send me to, I don't give a crap. I just want to get out of here, because I spent 4 years in Homeland Security custody from 2007 to 2011 fighting about that nonsense. The allegation that I was an illegal alien. They never provided any kind of concrete proof that I was, just a lot of suggestion and such.
Okay, and that's how we get to Canada.
That's how I ended up being deported here, yes.
Yeah, and since 2013, you said?
Yeah. I've got documents from IRCC and from CBSA, both clearly stating that I was born in the U.S., but they're on the website.
Yeah.
My FOSS record and my GCMS record, they both say that I was born in the U.S., but...
Okay, sorry. Yeah, obviously, like you can see, I've had access to some stuff, but I'm still like kind of confused on why things are the way they are. And I appreciate you explaining it, because I know you say like you must know this. It's on the media, it's in the news and stuff. But like you said, sometimes they don't report everything. So,
sometimes.
As an officer.
I'm blown away at how one-sided the Canadian news media is. At least in the U.S., like they do the same stuff in the U.S., but at least there, they make an effort to try to report the other side as well. Except for CNN and Fox, they're completely one-sided.
Well, and even if you in the U.S., even if you watch one news outlet, you might get one view, but you can still get the other side if you go to another news outlet.
Right.
So, I like to hear it straight from the source versus the media sometimes, so you can understand. So you did email, though, sorry, just getting back to that, you did email the editor at the site to request to take it down, but because you've given this person their rights over this site right now, they won't take it down, because the whole point of you giving them that was because you didn't want to be compelled to have to take it down.
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay, so even if you emailed them, they said they won't. They didn't respond, but the idea is that they wouldn't, because of the whole reason they have it.
Sure.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that email?
Sure don't.
You don't at all? Okay. And when did you...
Sorry, I don't have a copy here.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a copy in my sent folder.
Okay. And you would be able to get that for us at some point?
Sure.
Okay. And what day did you send that?
Possibly Thursday or Friday.
Thursday.
I don't know.
Okay.
It wasn't something I paid too much attention to, because I didn't think that it's going to matter. I knew that eventually I'm going to be charged with this again, and then the Crown is going to do the thing where they go into court and tell a bunch of lies and ignore evidence and such, and then there'll be a trial, and then I'll be convicted, and then I'll appeal, and the appeal will be dismissed, and I'll serve whatever sentence. I'll probably get, I got 16.5 months on the previous one, so I'll probably get 2.5 years, maybe 3 years on this one for a breach.
So you didn't think that even just sending that email would, even though it...
My experience with the justice system here is that none of this is going to matter.
What would the email to the editor?
Yeah, any truth or reality or evidence that I provide at the trial isn't going to make any difference.
Okay.
Like at the two previous breach trials, the Crown and the judge both acknowledged that the Crown didn't provide any evidence that I have any ownership or control or any direct involvement in the website, but still found me guilty.
It's just one after the other after the other. It feels like just listening to you, you're already expecting this. It's like you're predicting, because you've gone through this time and time again, and yet you're still, like, when you get the website back after the probation, like you said, what's going to happen? You're not going to be on probation anymore. Like, how does this end? In a perfect world for you, how does this look at the conclusion? No probation. You've got the website back.
Well, at that point, I won't be in Canada anymore either. So
you'll be you'll go back to the U.S. That's for sure.
The U.S. or somewhere else.
Okay.
But I won't be in Canada. That's the part that's relevant.
Okay. So you'll want to leave the country. Does the website stay up forever? At any point do you and her ever squash it? Do you know what I mean? Like, at any point does it ever end?
Sure. Once we figure out how to time travel and go back 5 or 6 years, well, actually, I probably want to go back to before being deported and losing custody of my son. Once we can figure out how to do that, then possibly.
Okay. It's just too much has happened.
As I said, my life is destroyed and ruined, not because anything that I did particularly, but because she has such a willingness to tell whatever lies and just shed a couple of tears to get what she wants, and everybody just believes it all. I mean, sure, you could say, oh, but this is happening because you created this website. But there's nothing illegal about the website. Like, if the website was illegal, then I could understand. But it's not. I mean, for it to be criminal harassment, she has to have a reasonable and objective fear for her safety based on the alleged conduct. She has no reasonable, or she has no fear for her safety whatsoever. Consider, and wait, I'm trying to think if this is on the website. No, I don't think it is, but it came up in the, well, I've brought it up numerous times in court. Since the current website has been online, it's been over 2.5 years now. She's never filed a complaint with the hosting provider. She's never tried to get any kind of court order in Arizona, which is where the website is hosted, to get the website taken down. She's taken no steps at all. She doesn't give a crap. She's just doing this, I believe, just to spite me, just to get back at me. And of course, because the victim services people keep pushing her to do something.
So you don't believe that she has any reasonable fear of you? There's no, like, you guys never had there's no domestic issues between you, arguments,
No, none
fights,
whatsoever.
no threats, no nothing?
She's even stated herself in her police interviews that she doesn't believe that I would ever physically harm her or physically do anything to her. She said in her victim impact statement that she never believed that I would actually go to Arizona. And sorry, I'm trying to think of other times that she might have said something that proves that she doesn't believe that I would do anything to her. But those are the two main ones.
And do you think that she, by the website remaining up, that she is affected by that site at all? Do you think that it impacts her at all? Whether it's fear, whether it's what effect do you think the website has on her?
I believe it does have some impact or effect on her, in as much as, for example, if she applies for a job, it might be more difficult because people don't want to hire somebody who might bring complications to the workplace that might stem from something like that, or who's gotten bad publicity. Just like I said with myself, because I've been in the news media, a lot of companies won't hire me simply because of that. But as far as how it affects her psychologically or emotionally, I believe she wants the website to remain online because she uses that to get people's pity and sympathy.
Well, so you think that she feels that she's benefiting from it because it causes people to look at her as the victim?
Yes.
Okay.
And
it also affects possibly her livelihood in terms of like making money because she might not be able to get a job.
Right, but I don't think that she cares about that because I'm sure that her boyfriend or fiance or husband or whatever she has now is willing to support her. And the theory that I have about her wanting to keep the website online is also supported by the fact that the pictures of her son, her other son Sage, that were put on the website at some point about him by the pool in his underwear or something. She made a big deal about that in the news media and at the trial. The reality of that is that those pictures came from her Facebook page. She put those on her Facebook profile back in, I think it was 2009. They were copied from there and then put onto the website. She never made any effort or attempt to ask me to take those pictures of her other son off of the website. This is going back to when I actually had control of the website, before 2016. Even when the trial was going on, even after I was charged with this stuff, nobody ever asked me to take down these pictures of her son in his underwear by the pool. Pictures that she put on the internet, not me. So that shows that she is willing to use pictures that she or a reasonable person would believe might be harmful or damaging to her son for her benefit, to get people's pity and sympathy.
Oh, so you're saying she already posted those pictures. They're already out there on the internet. They're available. And then
yes, and that's also on the website.
And you've just reposted it.
Right. There's a copy of her Facebook timeline on the website. I can't remember when it's from, maybe like 2014, 2015 or something. Yeah. And that's where those pictures came from. So that proves that the pictures came from there, that she was the one that published them, not me.
Okay.
There's a lot of sociopaths out there. Sometimes sociopaths also happen to be female.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
And don't get me wrong, I have nothing against women. I'm not misogynistic or anything. I don't give a crap about male or female. But I do give a crap about people who try to exploit other people's compassion or sympathy or understanding. And people like her do it all the time. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the website originally, was just to show people that this is the kind of person she is. So don't be fooled by her tears and her sweetness and such.
So after you guys have gone through all of this, the creation of the website was basically that, to give the truth about who she is and what she's done. That was the sole purpose of doing it, not to threaten her, not to hurt her, nothing, just to show her true colors, like you basically, like you just said.
Just like if a pedophile moves into the apartment next door to you, you might want to let the other people who live in the apartment building know that this person has those kinds of tendencies. So if you put posters up around the neighborhood just to inform people, you're not necessarily doing it to harm that person. You're doing it to let the other people know to watch their children around that person.
Okay. And like you said, the reason for the website you don't have access to it right now to update it, but when you do get it back, you plan on keeping it up because you think, one, it's not criminal, two, she doesn't have a reasonable fear of it, and three, that you want to let everyone know the kind of person she is, so that's why it's going to remain up.
Well, you're also forgetting the aspect about exposing the corruption that's been going on in my cases.
Yes,
and
okay, I did forget that.
The website, it seems to me that the website is really more about that now than it is about Capuano. There hasn't been any information about Capuano, any new information about her, put on there for a few years now. Even though there is tons of information available, like from my trials and such. And I'm sure at some point in the future that's going to end up on there, like her testimony that proves that in fact everything on the website is true, that she was a stripper even though she's going around, and it's no big deal about being a stripper. The point is that she was lying about it. That she goes on the news and claims that everything on the website is lies and it's all false and it's harming her and such, and that she was never a stripper and she's not a drug addict and she's not a child abuser. But at the trial, she admitted that she does have a drug problem. She accepted the Prop 200 deferred prosecution for her marijuana possession charge. And I know up here marijuana is not a big deal, but at the time in the US, it was still illegal. And she had been using it her whole life. She smokes a joint when she first wakes up in the morning. That's a drug problem. So it's not false for me to say that she's a drug addict if every day she wakes up in the morning, smokes a joint, and throughout the entire day she's high all the time. The statement is actually true.
Can I just ask, if the site is more about the corruption in your cases and like our criminal justice system, why is it still so focused on her with like the username? Is that correct? The username? I said username, but like, the website address. Like why?
That was deliberate and strategic. Let's see, how can I
now this is curiosity purposes, like I just wonder like how, if people aren't going to get to see that versus if this site is addressed kind of under her name.
It's deliberate to link the two things together. I can't really explain it clearly at this point, but I'm sure it'll come up at the trial.
Okay. And then I know we had gotten to this point because I said, well, like what happens in the future? Gabriel is now, you said, I think 20? Did you say 20?
Assuming he's still alive, yes.
Okay. Are you going to try and seek him out?
I have.
Yeah.
In 2019, in March, he changed his last name to Dylan. I found that from court records, from a public records search.
So it's Gabriel?
Desiree's maiden name.
Okay.
That makes it pretty clear to me that at this point he has no interest in having any further contact with me and such. And that's somewhat understandable considering his only sources of information about me since then have been what's in the news media and Desiree.
At any point do you think that you'd like to explain your side of things? Do you think that this website is going to be accessed by him and is going to shed some light on your side, or do you think that you can do that to him in person?
I would, of course, want to be able to provide him the further information about the circumstances. Call it my perspective or my side if you want. But and one way to do that would be to put it on the website. But I'm not going to force anything on him, and if he doesn't want to have contact with me, then I'm going to respect that.
Do you think that the site, and like we're pretty much done here, do you think the site creates that opening for him to reach out to his dad? Like, do you think that is almost a hindrance to him? Like, it's this big thing that's out there that obviously has caused his mom some issues. It's still operating, and if he wants to have any relationship with you in the future, do you ever think that it's like a barrier? It's a barrier, yeah, for him, not for her. We're not talking about her. This is solely just for him now, because you seem like you have had this relationship with him. You've taken care of him for, what did you say, 9 years?
9 years.
Without any contact with her. There's a lot of love. That parental attachment, that doesn't just go away. He's seen you for who you are as a father, not as an ex-husband, not as this person who operates the site. He's seen you as you. So do you think that at that age, he still has those memories, he still has those connections with you, so he's probably in his own mind, he's fighting those, right?
No, I don't think so. I think that she's such a skillful and effective manipulator that his perception at this point is probably completely influenced by whatever she's been telling him over the past few years. And as far as the website being a big deal or a big issue, it is here in Canada. In the U.S., it's not.
No.
When you Google it and you look in the U.S., I mean, there's been no news coverage about it in the U.S. because, as I said, down there, it was a human interest story. That's it. It was like, oh, look at this weird thing going on. But nobody takes it seriously down there, and nobody's losing any sleep over it.
But do you think that she is losing sleep over it? Because the point of the website as well was to cause her issues in getting a job, to maybe make her worry about what is going to be posted on there, maybe what the next update's going to be, never knowing what's going to be put out there about you personally. So do you think if it's affected her to that point that it's also going to affect him? So even though it's maybe not big in the news down there, it's still having some emotional and, psychological impacts on her, which is essentially going to impact him.
I don't think that it's having any psychological impacts on her because, as I pointed out, if she wanted the website taken down, there are steps that she could do. I mean, the simplest and most obvious one would be to file a complaint with the hosting provider. I mean, she hasn't even done that.
Would you be notified of that if she had?
Well, the site admins would be.
Okay. And then they would, I don't know what the requirements for, because I'm not obviously a U.S. citizen and because I don't have that tech background. If they were to get a request from her to take the website down or a complaint, is that something that they would have to follow up with? Like, would they have to do that?
They'd have to respond to it, yeah.
They would, okay. And then the host would get a hold of whoever runs the website, this third party, and then would they have to comply if the host said take it down? Like, how does that?
What would happen is she would file the complaint with GoDaddy. GoDaddy would send an email to whoever the site admin is, the registered admin with the hosting provider, saying that they've received a complaint and please respond to it. And then that would be it from there, and then it would be resolved potentially that way.
That way, either taken down or they would respond to GoDaddy, and then the complaint would be resolved.
Right.
Okay. And you've never, or this third party has never received a request to do that?
Nobody has ever informed me of any such request. And something like that they would have.
They would have?
I'm sure.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Nicole, that I might have left out?
I think you circled back to that talking about the email when that was received and sent about.
Yes, it's possibly Thursday or Friday. You might be able to get us a copy of that, of you emailing the editor and that email address that's on the website.
I will be able to forward you a copy of it once I'm released from custody in 3 years or so. I don't have access to email in jail, so.
Okay,
right.
But
if we're because we're obviously going to do an investigation and try to find that email so we can prove whether or not you did comply or not. So if we're looking for that email, where are we going to look? Is it like a Gmail account? Is it your personal email?
Gmail.
Okay.
But to do that, you would have to get a warrant in the U.S. and you would have to compel Google to give you access to that.
Well, maybe. We do request information all the time from various sites, and then we also have your devices too, which we can just look on without a warrant, with a warrant, but we don't have to ask.
Sure, if you can get into them, yes.
Right. Okay. Like it would help you if we can find that email, right? So if
that would prove that you weren't breaching your conditions. At least. And do you, at this point, do you care to prove that? Because you just explained so much to me, like with the third party.
Well, as I was saying earlier about the quality of my life, and now on top of it, you guys have seized my laptop and my phone. So even if you were to not book me in at this point and I was to walk out of here, now I have no laptop or phone. So now the quality of my life gets down even farther. Now I'm just some homeless guy staying at the Belkin House, smoking crappy Canadian cigarettes.
If you can prove that the email was sent, though, why would we keep your laptop and your computer or your laptop?
Like
and
we
your
would
phone?
keep it until we don't need it anymore.
And yeah, so it's going to be released to you. We're not just going to destroy your devices.
Right, but it won't be released to me until the case is done. The laptop that was seized previously, the hard drive was locked, and so there's no way you guys could have gone into it and seen anything. There was no evidence on there anyway, but that's still sitting in your evidence locker.
That's fair if it has to go to a trial, but like if we as investigators, like I said, we're talking to you to try to get your side and gather evidence that we need to either prove or not prove the charges. So if we can go in and find that evidence that you have on your device, we wouldn't need to keep it for a trial because we've got it out. There's no evidence, so there's no charge. Right?
Okay.
So that's kind of where we come from.
Is that something you would want to provide to us?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And like I said, we would definitely have to write a warrant for your devices. You can provide your passwords, which would help us get it back to you faster. That's your prerogative. We're offering it to you if you'd like. But something to think about.
Okay, I've thought about it. No, I'm not going to give you the passwords.
That's fair. You know what?
It's been my experience with the justice system up here that, not you guys specifically, but in general, the justice system participants are going to put as much effort as they can into trying to find information or stuff that they can cherry pick to make me look bad. So,
yeah.
Again, I say not you two.
I can appreciate that because you have had. It's been a long haul, right? Like it's been many years of this, and it's kind of cyclical, right? It's just a revolving door for you, right? So I can totally appreciate where you're coming from. I've listened to your story here, and that is part of like what we do differently in our unit. Like we look at like the family, not just like the offender, victim, all that kind of stuff. Like we were like, how did we get here? How do we get away from what's going on? And you know that's why she asks you questions about like where do you see this going in the future? How does this end? All that kind of stuff because we're here to help. Like we're not just here to put you in jail because like actually in Canada that doesn't happen very often.
And also to be honest and to be with you, like we have families, like we're mothers as well, and we know that there's two sides to every story, and not one person is always the offender and is always the victim. There's a lot of back and forth at times, and things can get ugly. And so for me, I want to understand like how you got to this point because I don't think that anyone wakes up and chooses to do this out of nowhere. No one chooses. Like there's always a backstory, and I have a better understanding of why you have got to this point and why you don't want to take it down and why maybe you can't or you've put things in motion where it can't be taken down. Like I have a better understanding of it because, like you said, sometimes you don't get that if you read a news article about you or the case. Like you don't get that. It's just So thanks for talking to us. I do appreciate it.
I guess I just have one more question about so there was stuff posted on the website, things like personal information like addresses, phone numbers, and everything like that. So in your mind, you don't feel that that's harmful, for safety wise, like putting somebody's personal information.
Well, that information's been on there since at least 2015. Nothing has happened. I mean, that's been 6 years.
That you know of.
Well, true. And I'm a firm believer that if a person goes around treating other people poorly, taking advantage of them and screwing them over and stabbing them in the back and doing all of this kind of stuff, they shouldn't be surprised when that comes back and bites them in the ass eventually. And I don't believe that any physical harm would come to her as a result of the website. There's nothing on the website that would agitate people to the point that they would seek her out and try to harm her.
Okay. Is there anything else before we conclude the interview that you would like to tell me or questions for me? Or I hope I can answer them, but is there anything else you'd like to say? Sure.
In that breach case about leaving British Columbia without permission, for 6 months, CBSA and the Crown insisted that there was no record of me presenting myself to CBSA on that day. when I turned myself in at the Peace Arch border crossing. Eventually, I obtained the records from IRCC, proving of the CBSA officer's notes from when she was interacting with me on that day. So for 6 days or 6 months, the Crown and CBSA were lying about the existence of this information because it would be something to help prove my case. And then, of course, the video footage of me at the border on that day, they destroyed the video footage before I could obtain it. The RCMP knew about it because the RCMP went there to request any video footage they had, and so there's records of that showing that they had requested it. That's the kind of corruption that's been going on, and that's why I have no confidence in, no offense, but no confidence in anything that you're telling me about how you're trying to be fair and reasonable. I mean, it was very blatant that they were covering up and destroying evidence, like claiming that there's no record that I presented myself, and so clearly I must be lying. That's how the Crown had said it in court. And then once I did bring up the evidence from IRCC that proved it, all of a sudden, then they got the CBSA officer to come and testify. The judge did nothing about it. When my probation officer committed perjury at my trial, again, the court does nothing about it. Nobody cares that when I cross-examined him, I confronted him on it, and it was proven that he lied what he had said about what he had said on direct examination. So,
can I ask just then? So you turned yourself into CBSA, or you tried to cross the border, which would have been a breach?
No, I turned myself into CBSA first because it's not a loophole. It's the way the law is. A port of entry is considered, even though it's on Canadian soil, it's still in British Columbia, the Douglas border crossing. But once you enter that protected space that's considered the port of entry, you're considered to be outside of Canada for the purposes of seeking admission. So I knew that once I entered the port of entry, then the burden would be on me to show that I'm admissible to Canada, and CBSA would have to deny me re-entry. And that way, I could effectively get myself deported from Canada without breaching the probation.
Oh, okay.
And this all came up at the trial, but didn't matter.
Okay. So they just called it a breach instead of you trying to avoid breaching, but also trying to be deported.
Right. Okay. And the Crown had said before that in the event I'm deported or asked to leave by CBSA or IRCC, that obviously they wouldn't prosecute me for a breach on that, because then I'm not leaving voluntarily. I'm leaving because I legally have to. So that's what I did. But still, they called it a breach.
Okay. And
so I have no confidence whatsoever in the justice system here. I mean, you guys are going to do what you're going to do, and I'll be prosecuted and I'll be convicted regardless of whatever evidence I happen to bring up or show.
Okay. Well, I hope that you feel like you were treated fairly by Nicole and I today.
Yes, I believe I was treated fairly, yes.
Yeah, and you've
been very nice allowing me to smoke and bringing me the coffee and all.
It is first thing in the morning. That's the least we can do.
Yeah.
And we are offering ways to try and prove that you did send an email.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you know that there's no collusion, there's no nothing. It's I don't want to see someone sit in jail for 6 months, a year and a half, especially someone who wants to possibly move on with their life and get back to what life you do have. Because I'm not gonna not acknowledge the fact that it has been significantly affected. So I hear you, and I understand that there's going to be a big impact on you trying to move on with your life. But we are trying. If we can prove that, then there's no breach. But
and then we can go back to your plan A, which seems to me to be like waited out till December and then go back, right? Like that would have been, I think, preferable, waiting out the 6 months out of jail and then getting to go back when your probation ends, versus now going to sit potentially for however long it ends up being. Like, you seem like such a smart, you're a very intelligent guy, and you're, constantly kind of trying to come up with plans to win and beat the system. But that to me seemed to be like an easy way to do it. I don't know, something to consider.
On the one hand, I can be out of custody from now until December, staying in homeless shelters, stressing about whether or not I'm going to have a place to stay tomorrow or next week, and whether or not I'm going to be able to eat. Or I can be sitting in a jail cell, provided 3 meals a day, and a warm, safe, comfortable, well, not comfortable bed, but like I said, 6 and 1/2 dozen. I mean.
Okay. No, I'm trying to understand that. Like, I get your logic. Like, I totally do. And I don't want to see you back here. I've been in the when you were arrested the last time. That was like, I just came to this unit, and I don't want to, like, I don't want to have to keep coming back and doing this all over again, because again, it seems like you have a goal in mind. Like, you just want to move on with your life, potentially rekindle a relationship with your son. Like, we don't want to get in the way of that, right? But again, sometimes the decisions that are up to you end up leading to this point, right? So.
Well, all I can say about that email is that I will happily forward a copy of it to you when I'm able to do so. I'm not going to give you access to my mail accounts. Part of the reason is because there are literally thousands of emails in there from like the past 10 or 15 years. And by giving you access to my email account, I'm giving you access to all of that. And so, and the other thing is, no, there was no other thing. That's it.
Okay. If you don't have any...
there was another thing. Yes, I remember. Even if I provided you, or even if you obtained that email, it doesn't necessarily prove anything. I mean, all it proves is that I sent an email to an email address. I mean, the Crown is going to look at it and go, oh, well, we still want to prosecute him because he's got stuff on the website that makes us look bad. And then on top of that, now there's additional new stuff from this previous case.
Maybe not. I mean, I don't know if you know the extent of work that goes into prosecuting a case. Like,
I know. You guys have spent a ridiculous amount of money locking me up over the past 5 years.
If Crown can be like, no, this doesn't meet charge approval because he made an attempt to take down the website, why would they spend all that money or all that time or all those resources prosecuting you? I mean, you're, I don't want to sound rude, but it's not like, we're not focusing all of the resources just to get back at you, right? Like,
and that's not something we withhold either. We give everything to Crown. Yeah. Here is everything. Does this even...
Make a decision, right? So it just,
I have no reason to believe that VPD has been engaging in the kind of corruption that CBSA and maybe the RCMP have been doing in my cases. The charges that VPD has brought against me, I haven't seen any evidence of that, so I'm not suggesting that you guys would do the kind of stuff that CBSA was doing. But the Crown, on the other hand, I mean, they're a bunch of sketchy, shady assholes, and they don't care. They just care that there's stuff on the website that makes them look bad, and the news media is bothering them about, why are you letting this guy get away with this stuff? So.
Okay. Anything else from you?
I can't. No, I only had just the 2 questions that I jotted down through the stories. So I think we've definitely
covered everything.
Covered most of the stuff, and we definitely have a better kind of
understanding. For sure. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Sure.
And if you don't have anything else, we'll conclude the interview.
Okay.
Is that all right? So
I have nothing else.
The time is 8:49, and we will be concluding the interview. I'll just be turning this off.
I'm going to go next door and turn off the video.
And then we'll get you back over to the jail, okay?
Patrick Fox is convicted of breaching his probation again. He is sentenced to a year more in prison, as well as 3 more years of probation. He's released with orders to shut down the website. Again, it remains up.
Date is 2022, May 16th. Time right now is 12:48. We're at the Annex Building, 265 East Coroga Street in the city of Vancouver. I'm going to be the primary interviewer, Constable Jin Kim, pin number 3284. The monitor is going to be Detective Amber McElroy, pin number 2343. Short synopsis: on February 25th, 2022, Patrick Fox was convicted of breach of probation. Fox was released from jail on April 17th, 2022. One of his probation conditions was to not disseminate, distribute, publish, or make publicly available in any manner whatsoever, directly or indirectly, information, statements, comments, videos, or photographs which refers to or depict Capuano. As of today, his website, www.desicapuano.com, is still open to the general public, which is in contravention to his probation conditions. Fox also failed to report to his probation officer on April 21st, which was part of his probation conditions. The subject was arrested by arrest officer using a prepared arrest script, which I reviewed. I'm satisfied that all of the requirements of Section 10A and 10B of the Charter have been satisfied, that Mr. Fox has been given the official warning, and that Mr. Fox is aware that he is subject to audio-video recording while in police custody. During the interview, I may make disparaging comments about people involved in this incident or about other people. These comments do not reflect my opinion or the opinion of the Vancouver Police Department. Yeah, okay, come in. Mr. Fox. Okay, the time is 12:51. I'm going to turn the audio device off, okay? But this room is being videotaped and now replayed, okay?
I'd really prefer if you left that on because you guys have a lot of technical problems with your audio. Like, for example, a year ago, when Tonino was interviewing me, the audio wasn't working in the interview at all. And so the only thing we had was the DAR.
Yeah, sure.
So we previously turned the DAR off once we reached the interview room. It's 12:52. We've now returned it on as per Mr. Fox's request, just barring any sort of technical difficulties. It will remain on for the duration of the interview.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So, Mr. Fox, I haven't fully introduced myself to you. My name is Detective Amber McElroy.
Amber
McElroy.
Okay.
Yeah. You can call me Amber, though. Is it okay if I call you Patrick? Would you prefer Mr. Fox? What would you prefer?
Almost everybody in the world calls me Fox, so...
Fox?
But because our relationship is more professional, let's stick with Detective McElroy and Mr. Fox.
Okay, good pronunciation. Thank you for that. Not everybody gets it. All right, so you've been dealing with my partner, and he was saying that there was a bit of confusion around your conditions, and I guess...
No, there's no confusion around
okay.
my conditions. No.
Okay.
I was required to report one time, only for the purpose of informing the probation officer the exact steps I've taken to cause the website to no longer be available.
Yes, okay.
On the 19th of April, I reported in person, and I have the piece of paper in my bag from when they signed it and said, we want you to come back in 2 days. And I told them that, no, I'm only required to report one time. It says right here in the probation order. I just have to report one time for the purpose of informing them of what steps I've taken to cause the website to no longer be available. And I don't have to report any second or third or subsequent times. And so then I called Crown Counsel Chris Johnson afterwards to let him know that the probation department was making a fuss, saying they wanted me to come back in 2 days. And he said, well, it's my understanding you're only required to report one time, and you did that, so it's done.
My apologies. Who did you call?
Chris Johnson.
And where does he work?
He's the ad hoc Crown Counsel on the last few cases they prosecuted against me.
Okay. So he gave you the understanding that that was sufficient?
The judge gave me the understanding that that was sufficient because I don't know if you've read the probation order, but the condition very clearly states that I am required to report one time and one time only. And once I have done that, there is no further reporting required.
Okay. And so at that point when you went on the 19th, can you give me an idea of what you reported? What steps did you take?
Sure. I told Julie was her name.
Okay.
That I have taken absolutely no steps to cause the website to be no longer available because the website went offline, is my understanding, a couple of weeks before I was released from custody. So at the time of my release, it was already offline. There was nothing that I either could do or would have to do.
Okay. And how did you become aware that the website was offline?
It's a good question. I don't really recall how it first came to my attention.
Okay. And do you know who had the authority to take it offline, if not you?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
Listen, the website The website has not been under my control for a number of years. Okay. That was done deliberately. Like, I've been over this time and time and time again.
Yeah.
It was done on purpose because if I don't own or control the website, I can't be compelled to do anything with the website. Mm-hmm. And so prior to being on probation, I gave up all control, and so all the time that I've been on probation for the past 3.5 years or so now, I've had no involvement and no ownership or control with the website.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm not super tech savvy, but I know that you are. So if you give up control of the website, you'd have to put someone in charge of that, right? There's passwords, there's things that they would have to know. Is that not correct?
The current website, well, I can't call it current because the website went offline before I got released from custody. Okay, so that website went online while I was in custody. So I didn't have ownership or control of it right from the beginning. I'm not saying that I do or don't know who might have been involved in initially setting it up, but that's got nothing to do with why I'm here today. So I sure would like to know why it is that I'm here today, since the website went offline before I got released from custody, and I was only required to report for probation one time. So both of those things were fulfilled, so why am I here?
Yeah. So I'll tell you my understanding. So the probation condition, it's not actually something that we enforce. It's the probation officer. Mm-hmm. So what they've told us is that, yes, you did come in on the 19th. Mm-hmm. And at that point, you told them something differently. And they said that they wanted you to come back on the 21st to meet with your actual probation officer. Because Julie, the woman you spoke to, is just the probation officer for that day, not your specific probation officer. Mm-hmm. So they made an appointment for you at that time to come back on the 21st. And when you didn't show up for that appointment on the 21st, that's what caused this warrant for your arrest.
Oh, okay. Wait. So is there actually a warrant, or is it just an investigation at this time?
So there's a warrant for your arrest for that charge. Mm-hmm. And then secondary to that, you're being charged with failure to comply with your probation because the website's still up and running. So there's two charges.
Well, okay, let's be clear though. You said that the website is still up and running. Mm-hmm. The word still means that it has been up and running continuously. Is there some question as to whether or not it was actually offline?
I don't have any record of it being offline. What I have a record of, and what probation saw on the 21st, was that
What's today?
April 21st. Is when they checked it before they issued the warrant.
They checked it on April 21st and they're claiming it was online?
Yes, password protected online.
Well, okay, if it's accessible on the internet, but there's a password on it such that nobody can access it, first, that would still meet the requirements because the requirement is that it not be available. It's not available if you require a password. Second, if it requires a password, how do they know there's anything there?
Yeah.
I mean, the page could just be blank.
It still gives you previews on Google on what you're going to see potentially on that website. And I think we're arguing kind of semantics here. For me, being a novice, offline means you can't get to it. There's no record of it. But you can actually type it into the search, and you can actually have a point where it asks you for a password. So Crown is not considering that offline.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. They can shove it up their ass. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Go ahead. Try to find some evidence that I have anything at all to do with this website. I mean,
yeah, but we both know you know who's running it.
No, I really don't. That was done on purpose. I can't tell you who's running it if I don't know who's running it.
Okay.
I mean,
so can you walk me through how that happens?
How what happens?
How do you give an unknown person all of the information to access and control the website without knowing who that person is?
Your question is based on the premise that I gave the content or the information to some unknown person. That's not the case.
So it's a known person.
Okay, there's me, there's a second person involved, which I've already stated, I've already testified about in court, my friend Liz, and then there's some other third party beyond that. And who that other third party was that did whatever they did, I have no idea. I don't want to know.
So Liz operated as your middleman, so to speak.
I decline to answer.
Okay. Liz at one point had access to your passwords for the website in order to pass them on to a third person.
Well, no, because when the when the second version of the website went online, it wasn't done with my passwords or anything. Like, they didn't need access to my accounts to do it. It was set up as a new website. If anything, I would require the passwords from them.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
anyway, I feel like we've been down this before.
Okay. Sorry, and before we get too far into this, and I should have mentioned earlier, because I just really wanted to answer your questions first. I know that you declined to speak to a lawyer at the scene. You have an opportunity now. We can stop and you can talk to a lawyer now. I know that typically you like to operate as your own lawyer. Has that changed? What's your preference and what you'd like to do right now?
There's been no change in my preference. I have no interest in speaking with a lawyer who's just going to collude with the Crown and sabotage the case, and so.
Okay.
If I'm going to lose a case anyway, I'd rather lose it by myself.
Okay. And all of your contact today has been with myself and Detective Jin Kim. And I just want to make sure that you haven't had the impression or the conversation or thought that we've promised you any incentives to participate in this process or told you that anything could go poorly for you if you don't participate in this process.
Sure.
Okay, I mean,
Sorry, I'm giving a question that is as vague as the proposition that you had just made. I mean, to say that, okay, if I cooperate and answer the questions, then things are likely to go better for me, or you would think anyway, that they would be likely to go better for me than if I didn't cooperate. So, I mean, the question's kind of silly.
Well, I'm just asking if Detective Kim or myself has had that conversation with you.
No, but I'm familiar with the conversation. We can skip all the boilerplate.
Okay. All right.
There's been no threats. There's been no offers of any kind of benefits.
Okay, thank you.
There has, however, been an inquiry about coffee and cigarettes.
And what was the answer to that? I'm sorry, I wasn't privy.
It was left in limbo.
Okay, did you say that you'd like coffee?
Of course I would like coffee and cigarettes, but...
I can check now with my partner to see what the status is on that. Okay. All right. So we've got 2 cups here for you. There's no cream. There's a sugar cube in each one.
Oh, gross. I take it black, but I'll put up with the sugar cube.
Okay, there's just one. So, should have asked. We can't do anything about cigarettes, sorry.
No, I guess crack is out of the question too then, huh?
Crack is out of the question. Did you have any cigarettes that you had in your bag?
No, I had to go pick some up.
Okay, alright. We're just gonna push through then.
Sure.
That's alright with you? Okay, so again, I don't have full file knowledge that you've probably picked up on. Your file has been in our unit for quite a while and it's rotated through detectives, and I know that you've been dropping names, so you're familiar with who you've dealt with in the past. I'm obviously a new face to you, and I've done a bit of research as much as I could about your file, and I understand what you're saying is you've given up control, so to speak, on your website. But knowing who the middle person is, that control potentially could be seized back, and I guess that's the sticking point for Crown.
No, see, Crown brought this up to Chris Johnson, that fucking dipshit. The trial. He argued that since Munoz took care of the arrangements to have the website put back online back in 2018 while I was in custody and therefore couldn't have possibly had anything to do with it, that if I wanted to get the website taken down now, I could go through her and then she would be able to provide me the information or something. But no, that's not the case. I mean, she no longer has anything to do with it now. And even if she did, why would she help me? I mean, you guys have no influence over her. She's in the U.S. She doesn't give a shit about what happens up here in Canada. And she can't stand my ex-wife, so, I mean... But anyway, why does any of this matter?
Well, I'm just looking at the website, so it was password protected for a period of time, and then sometime over the weekend it popped back up and it's open to the public again. There's some interesting updates in there which include information about disclosure from your trial, which as you representing yourself you would have free and fair access to. I'm wondering how the person running your website would have access to that information.
I don't know, but that's not really relevant anyway, because there's nothing in any of the probation conditions that prohibits me from publishing any information about my cases. I'm only prohibited from publishing information about Capuano. And so if any information about my cases ended up in someone's hands and they forwarded it to someone and somewhere along the line it ended up on the internet, it doesn't violate any probation conditions, so it's simply not relevant. But you said that the password was taken off or something? So what's online right now?
It's a full website as it was before with some updates.
Interesting. So then if I have a probation condition that says that I am required to take all necessary steps to ensure that the website is no longer available via the internet or any other means, which is essentially what the probation condition says, if the website goes back online, how quickly am I supposed to take these necessary steps to get it taken down again? Am I supposed to watch the website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? I mean, that would seem a little ridiculous. So.
Yeah, I think the whole consensus, though, is what you're providing as not having control over this website does not, to me, seem plausible, because
I don't care.
You've built this. You've taken pride in building it.
Let me ask you a question.
You've spoken to the media about it.
If you own a car today, does that mean that 10 years down the road you still own that car? Are you not able to transfer that car? Can you not abandon that car? I mean, why does everybody assume that just because I created the website 8 years ago that I must still own it and run it?
Because in your subsequent interviews, you've openly said that the website will continue to be up in news
it
interviews.
will be, because I have no control over it.
And you've said if it gets taken down, it's going to pop up again because they've saved all the content. It's important to you that this website is up and running and that it continues. You've made that very, very clear. And for someone of your intelligence and your skill set to just hand that over to someone else, it just, to me, I don't quite get it.
Tell me something. If I'm so intelligent that I could set up this website and do all this stuff, and I'm so sneaky about it, and I'm able to do it in such a way that technically you guys can never prove that it's me, I have no ties to British Columbia or to Canada at all. Why am I still here then? Why would I keep the website online or put the website back online, you guys knowing that I'm at the Belkin House, and then just sit around and wait for you guys to come and arrest me?
Well, what were your plans after the Belkin House?
That seems pretty plausible too, you got to admit.
Yeah, but your last day at the Belkin House is coming up. What were your plans after that?
I had an extension.
No, I understand that, but it's coming up still within this month. So what were your plans after that for a place to stay?
I don't know. Maybe go to the Yukon, maybe go back to Los Angeles. Who knows? I mean, I can't really plan more than a day or two in advance because I know you guys can come at any moment and accuse me of whatever ridiculous thing and arrest me again. So...
You have spent a lot of time in custody, is that?
Yeah, 6 years.
And that seems to be within your control.
Really? Of course, because all I have to do is take down the website, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you made efforts to try to do that? Or are you washing your hands of the whole thing and it's out of your control, you can't? Upon
my release from custody, there were no efforts to make. The website was offline. I mean, and when I first got released, there was no password or anything. There was just was it a 401 or a 403 message? Because the content had been deleted or something. Yeah. And then subsequent to that, at some point, somebody put a password on there. Why they put a password, I don't know.
Okay. And how does someone get your disclosure for those recent updates on the website against a woman who you're not supposed to have this up and running, right? So having those updates and making the website relevant and current would be in violation of your condition.
Let me ask you this question.
Sure.
All the stuff that you're talking about, this disclosure material and stuff that's on the website, if that same material was put onto a different website that wasn't called desicapuano.com, let's say if it was called rvfox.com or something, there would be absolutely nothing about that would violate the probation conditions. I mean,
I would probably agree with that, yeah.
Right. So, putting that content, making that content accessible under desicapuano.com, the domain name, likewise doesn't violate any probation conditions. the website itself was required to, I'm not even required to take the website down. I'm only required to take all steps necessary to cause the website to be no longer available. Upon my release from custody, the website was no longer available, therefore there was nothing for me to do in that respect. And the other probation condition simply prohibits me from publishing any information about Capuano. And I don't know what new information has been put up there that you're referring to, but I'm assuming it probably has nothing to do with Capuano.
Well, it has to do with your proceedings, and someone got that information, if it wasn't you that posted it, got that information from likely yourself.
Regardless, let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say that I took all that disclosure material and I emailed it to editor@desicapuano.com, the email address which has been right there on the website for as long as I can recall. By doing that, still, I would not be violating the probation conditions, because there is nothing in the probation conditions that prohibits me from publishing or sharing or disseminating the disclosure material.
Your conditions actually state that it has to be no longer available by the internet.
Yes.
So it is available by password.
Well, according to you, from what you're telling me,
it was for a short period of time.
I'm sorry. You said it was available by password. How do you know? Like, did you know what the password was? I mean, I had tried to go to it and it prompted me for a name and a password. I didn't know the name and the password, so I just went, okay, fine, it's not my problem anymore. The website's not accessible, so I don't give a shit. Maybe when I go back to the US, maybe I'll see what I can do about taking it back or something. But for now, it's not my problem. But it sounds to me like you're saying that behind the password, there was actually some content there. So I'm curious, like, did you have the password? Did somebody give you access to the site?
No, I don't have access.
Then how do you know there was anything there? How do you know there wasn't just a blank page? Like that, okay, to put a password like that on a website, I mean, it's just a matter of, in Apache, it's just one configuration setting in a text file. Like, there's no reason for anyone to believe, me included, that there was anything being hidden by that password.
Well, there's no reason to believe that it isn't, though, and that's the question, I guess. I think it's the unknowing.
Yeah,
the assumption would be that there is something there. Either way, it's the URL with her name in it, with a password, and then it's been removed, and now it's up and live again.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about that, so I can comment on that.
So we are following up with that, and that's why you're here today, because you're being charged with that violation because it's up and live. And because we believe, and Crown Counsel believes, that you do have control of the website. And you obviously are saying that you don't, and that's what's getting debated.
Tell me something. If you're so convinced that I have access or control over the website, why is it that in the past 3 or 4 years that I've been prosecuted 3 times, and now we're about to start a 4th one for this, nobody has ever come up with a single piece of evidence tying me to the website? Nobody has made any attempt to contact the hosting provider to ask whose name is on the account, whose credit card is paying for the account. Yeah.
Who is the hosting provider right now?
GoDaddy.
GoDaddy?
Oh, sorry. As far as I know, it's GoDaddy. Okay. But clearly there have been changes made recently that I wasn't aware of, so. Tell me something else. If the Crown is so concerned about this website and about protecting Capuano, because, of course, they don't want to admit that their concern is that there's disclosure material or something that makes them look bad. So they keep arguing that Desiree Capuano needs to be protected from this website. So why is it that nobody has bothered to try to get a U.S. court order to get this website taken down? Why is it that the only thing they've done is prosecute me and put me in jail for it? Because that clearly is not causing the website to come down. So it seems if their concern is protecting Capuano, it seems that what they should be doing is probably trying to get a U.S. court order, right?
Yeah.
To make GoDaddy take the website down? It's
a multiple process, and we have made attempts with GoDaddy before, and it was down for a period of time.
Yes, it was down for 90 days.
And that's something that we're working on as well. Obviously, this would be facilitated a lot quicker if you just made the calls and got it taken down. And the belief is that you do have control, and that's obviously the most easy, direct route for us to follow through with. But you're right, we might have to go through U.S. court orders.
It's been 3 years, and you have done nothing to do that because you know that no U.S. court is going to give you an injunction like against GoDaddy to take this website down, because there is absolutely nothing illegal on there.
Okay. I don't believe that's the consideration. I believe that we're a very busy police department, and this is taking a lot of resources.
Yes, it is. So why do you keep doing it? It's such
We feel equally frustrated.
You could simply not investigate it. You could simply go, you know what? We have bigger things to deal with. We have people actually killing each other and raping each other and such. But instead, you want to have to write all these RTCCs and have to come and testify in court. And every time you guys come and testify in court, I end up making somebody look like a complete idiot. Last time it was Dent, because I caught him lying about stuff at the previous trial. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know why you're going through all this ordeal either. And it would be nice. It would be nice to hear that you're contacting Liz and you're making efforts, and she should know who's involved, and that this is something that you've done to be exhausted to your full measures of your ability to get this website down. But I think you're enjoying just sitting back and washing your hands of it and saying it's got a life of its own now, that I gave it. And now I have no control, and my ex-wife now is going to be harassed for the rest of her life, and it's not going to be on me.
Okay, I don't believe that she's harassed in the slightest bit by this, because in the 8 years that this website has existed, she has never once filed a single complaint with the hosting provider. She filed one complaint about some emails, but that had nothing to do with the website. She has never done anything at all to get this website taken down. All she's done is things that could be reasonably expected to result in me being arrested and imprisoned.
Well, I don't think we fully know to the extent that she's been affected by this. I haven't,
You would think that she would at least file a complaint with GoDaddy if she was being affected in any way at all.
And you don't know that she hasn't.
No, I do know. Well, actually, sorry. I can't say that I know 100% for certain, but I'm quite confident.
Because you don't run the site.
Well, no, I'm saying, if she had filed a complaint, then the complaint would have been forwarded to the person whose name is on the hosting account. And I would think that maybe that person would notify me of it, but...
So you are aware of who that person is? And
editor@desicapuano.com.
They have a way of contacting you?
I have an email address, patrickhfox@gmail.com. They have an email address, editor@desicapuano.com. I've sent them emails.
Okay, and so we have your devices.
Yes.
It would be a lot easier for us to be able to go in and take a look at those emails and make sure there's no familiarity, that you're not first name basis, that you don't have that relationship. Are you willing to assist us with that?
I think that you know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I know that it's been asked before. So this is what I'm talking about. You're talking about us using all our resources and wasting your time and you getting imprisoned, but you're not taking steps to assist the investigation to show that you're not culpable.
Because I've done that in the past. I've assisted and cooperated with the police and the prosecutors in the past, and instead they just act nice and friendly, and they try to get information from me that they can twist and distort, and then they try to bury anything that might prove that I'm innocent. So I don't cooperate with you guys anymore, because there's no benefit for me to cooperate with you, to give you the information that you're looking for. Like, for example, you don't want to go into my devices and find some emails that I may or may not have sent to editor@desicapuano.com. You want access to my devices so you can go search through them to try to find something else that might be incriminating. Because if what you wanted was access to that email, you don't need my devices for that. This was already covered at the most recent trial. It's in a Gmail account. It's on the server. Any computer can be used to access it. So...
It would be nice too. We'd be looking for files of the recent content that's been posted on the website and see if they're in, in forms there on your devices.
Because of course I'd be dumb enough to leave something incriminating on there.
You seem to like to spend time in jail.
No, but I sure do like exposing corruption and misconduct.
Yeah.
And that might just coincidentally be something I have in common with whoever's running the website, but simply because I like exposing corruption and misconduct in the justice system doesn't mean that I'm the person putting the stuff on the website.
Okay. But you have contact with them. Likely this person...
I have sent them emails. Like on my release,
would be swayed by your
clearly
request.
They're not, because the website is still there.
So I'm asking you, have you requested that this person take the website down?
Yes. There was the email that I sent in August of last year that I didn't have access to at the time of the interrogation, because obviously I didn't have my devices or access to the internet. So I told Tanino and Roberts at the time that I'll be able to provide them a copy of that email once I get released from custody, which I expected was probably going to be in about 3 years. And then, of course, that came up at the trial, and the Crown said that he doesn't believe, and the judge said she doesn't believe that I sent that email, because if I did, then I would have provided it, and I would have given a copy to somebody. But then it turns out that the judge admits that she thought I actually had access to the internet while I was in custody.
Mm-hmm.
So she finds me guilty based on that false belief, and then during sentencing, it comes out that she was under the impression that I actually had access to the internet, even though that came up in the trial. But so there was that email, and then the day after I got released this other time, I sent one to editor@ezcapuano.com, even though the website was already down.
And this is in April when you were released?
Yes, it would have been April 18th, the day after I was released.
And is that how you found out that it was down? Or is that because you ran it?
No, I knew it was down before I was even released from custody. I think somebody mentioned it or something.
You don't know who?
I didn't really pay much attention. One of the guards or something at Fraser.
Okay. So are you willing to provide either of those emails?
Sure, I will happily provide you the email. I'm not going to provide you access to my entire email account that has like literally thousands and thousands of emails from the past 10 or 15 years.
Okay. All right. So if you had access to the internet at some point, you could pass on that email.
I could forward those emails if you give me an email address to forward them to. I will happily forward those to whatever email address, which I assume your email address is your first dot last name at vpd.ca or something.
Yeah, I can give you my card.
Of course, you understand I don't have access to the internet from within custody, contrary to what the judge claimed that she believed. So I won't be able to provide you access to those emails until I'm released from custody, which won't be until after I'm convicted and sentenced and everything else. So.
Okay. And there hasn't been an exception to that in the time that you've been incarcerated? It's always been no access to the internet?
Absolutely
is that specific?
Correct.
I'm just curious. Is that specific to you?
No.
Or?
No.
Okay.
Easy Corrections has a very strict policy against nobody has any access to the internet in there.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, we're just trying to get your side of things. We're going to write up our summary of this statement, and I'll let the Crown know that you're willing to provide that information.
Sure.
Which is helpful.
So when did the website become accessible again? Oh, I think I already asked you that, right? And you weren't sure?
Over this weekend, for sure, on Sunday. I don't know.
So has it been more than 48 hours? I'm trying to get some clarity here on, like, I had no reason to believe, nor did anyone else, that the website was going to stay offline.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to apply for a stay of the probation order in the Court of Appeals, because I'm appealing these convictions and sentences. But since it was already offline, I figured, oh, well, it can wait, it's not a high priority. But there's this issue that if I have a probation condition that requires me to take all necessary steps to ensure some website that I say I don't have any influence or control over, if it comes back online, how quickly am I supposed to then take steps to...
So I understand your argument.
A minute after, a day, a week, or what?
Yeah, no, I understand your argument, but as far as Crown sees it,
Mm-hmm.
it was never offline.
That's, dude...
So that's going to be, but I'm telling you, that's where they're coming from. So you're arguing that because it had a password, you consider that offline. Crown's saying, no, I don't consider that offline. So
Crown,
in answer to your question, I don't know how long it's been live. We're looking into that right now. We know for sure it was live yesterday. It's live today.
There's nothing in the wording of the condition that says that it has to be offline or something.
Well, it says it can't be available on the internet.
Right,
and
no
it's how
longer available.
Mhm.
If there's a password on there, it is not available.
In your definition.
But with the password on there, you have no idea whether or not there's actually anything behind the password.
And they have no idea how many people have access to that password.
Wow, it seems that before they can accuse me of something, they have to first...
It becomes
prove
more
that there's-
challenging because what is behind that password? There might be nothing. There might be even worse material back there.
Yes, there might be. But
We don't
you can't prosecute and convict somebody on suppositions like that.
Well, that's...
Oh, the door is locked, so there must be something bad going on behind there. Come on.
I think it's more about not necessarily what might exist beyond the password, is the fact that it was available, albeit at a
They don't know
reduced amount of people giving access.
I mean,
So that's something for the courts, right? That's not for me.
It's something for the courts, but we know how the system works. I'm going to be denied bail, and then I'm going to spend 6 months or 9 months in custody waiting for it to actually get to the courts.
Mhm.
And then I'll be found guilty anyway, because, I mean... Is there anything on the website about these recent probation breach cases?
Yes.
Good. I'm assuming disclosure material is on there from these cases? What about transcripts?
There's snippets of transcripts.
Interesting. All the sugar was in the bottom.
Okay, you have said in previous interviews that the website will never come down, that
Yes.
you want it to remain live. But now, do you still feel that way? Do you feel that you want it to remain live? Or do you feel that...
I have no recollection of ever saying that I wanted the website to remain live. I have a recollection of saying that the website will not come down. And the reason I said that is because I have no control over it. The judge orders me to take down the website, and I say to her in court, order all you want, but it's not going to cause the website to come down. And in this most recent time, she says, well, you understand that I just made a finding that you do have control over the website. I'm like, are you fucking delusional? I didn't say this to her, but I should have. Just because she says that I have control over the website doesn't mean that I have control over the website. Like, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt should require some actual evidence. And all of these convictions that I keep getting, which are all under appeal still, and so far they've all been just based on inferences. But neither here nor there. It's not a question of whether or not I want the website to come down. And I mean, I don't even know if it is relevant to say if I want the website to come down. I mean, it has no bearing on anything. If I don't have the means to cause the website to come down, it doesn't matter what I want.
If the website came down completely, no password, nothing, you can't even find the URL at all, how would you feel about that?
Before I answer that, let me ask you, you had said that over the past month, the website has been showing up in Google. I disagree with that. I've checked in Google, I've done some searches, and since I've been out of custody, there's been absolutely nothing in Google about the website. So
We have screenshots, you'll get them at disclosure. So there's little previews on Google.
Previews on Google, subsequent to my release from custody.
No, previews of the website, yeah, subsequent.
Fascinating. I don't believe you, but...
Okay. I'm not lying to you.
And if...
Yeah, I can only tell you what I've seen.
If the website were to come down, I honestly wouldn't give a shit, because since there's nothing requiring me to stay in BC, I have no intention of staying here any longer than necessary. And the only reason I'm still here now is because I'm prosecuting these appeals. And I didn't want to just abandon the appeals because the appeals, in my opinion, are so strong. Like the stuff the judge did and the Crown did is so outrageous that these appeals either have to be granted or it just shows how ridiculous the justice system is here. And so that's the only reason I haven't already left.
Okay. And if you went to the States, where would you go?
If I went to the U.S., most likely I would return to Los Angeles. And there's no point in discussing what I would do if I was to go back to, or when I go back to the U.S., because I'm going to be out of this jurisdiction, and so it's not going to matter what I'm going to do.
Okay. Maybe a more relevant question then is, how do you feel about Desiree right now? And would you want to continue contact? Is she out of your system? What's going on that front?
First, I have no interest in having any contact with her. I haven't for many years. The only contact I had with her before was because of our son. The son that I raised and I had custody of, and then she took and ran off to Arizona with him after being gone for 9 years, and then took steps to get me deported to this country, and then took steps to go on the news media and such and like say all this stuff about me, and then take further steps for me to be convicted of criminal harassment, etc., etc. But there's no history of any contact between us other than trying to make arrangements for custody or visitation of our son. And there are some email threads that go on and on and on and on because there's just back and forth. I have no interest at all in having anything to do with her, but I continue to be subjected to the results of her actions. I'm still in Canada. I'm still fighting these stupid, ridiculous criminal cases that all stem from her.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had contact with my son since 2016. Why do you suppose that is? Because of me? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's difficult to put something behind you when you're still being subjected to it.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody has their boot on your head and they're holding you on the ground and they're telling you, why can't you just move on? Why can't you just forget about this? Wow, hard to do when they've still got their boot on your head.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, if there's any concern or if what you're getting at with that is, do I think that I would ever harm her physically? No. I would never harm anybody physically unless it was in self-defense or defense of another or defense of property, blah, 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 blah. As for psychological harm, that's a ridiculous premise that your justice system up here actually gives credence to, but you can't harm somebody psychologically. It doesn't exist. It's like, it's an abstract concept. Like, you can hurt someone's feelings. Oh, sure. Is that what I went to prison for 3 years? Because I hurt her feelings? Come on. Anyway, I guess we've reached that point where we've said everything that there is.
Yeah, I guess I just want a clarification on that. So you will not harm her physically?
I will not harm her physically. I can't harm her psychologically. It's simply not possible. Like, it's like saying you can cause somebody to fear for their safety. Well, no, the person can cause themselves to fear for their safety. Like, an external entity cannot cause another person to experience fear or to experience an emotion. I mean, emotions and sentiments are all self-induced.
Okay. But creating the website caused psychological duress, whether or not you want to acknowledge it or not. Would you continue that type of behavior down in the U.S. if you were to go across, I guess, or in the future even from up here?
In the future, meaning after the probation orders have expired?
Well, leaving this room right now,
I mean,
do you have any intention of continuing to cause her duress?
At this point right now, I have no intention to cause her any duress. I don't believe that she is experiencing any duress because of the website, because like I said, if she was, there's steps that she could take.
Mm-hmm.
GoDaddy is based in Arizona. She lives in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not that hard for her to get the website taken down in Arizona if there's actually anything wrong with it. But she hasn't done that. Not a single thing. Anyway, no, I have no interest or intention in causing her any kind of duress. She is a psycho and a sociopath who causes enough problems for herself. There's nothing that I would need to do to cause her any problems. And what's more, because she's a psycho and a sociopath, there's nothing that I can do that would actually affect her anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm trying to think, like, what would be the absolute worst thing that I could do to her, and would that even affect her? Would she even care? I mean, she wouldn't. No matter whatever bad circumstances might befall her, she's just going to use those to get other people's pity and sympathy and such. Which is probably why she hasn't actually taken any steps to get the website taken down.
Hmm. And if she were to take these steps, or if we were to get the court order that we were talking about to take these steps to get it down, if it's still being hosted by GoDaddy, what are the instructions for this anonymous third party to do if the website gets taken down?
There are no instructions.
So do they have access to the site data? As far as you know, has it been hard drived? Has it been saved? Were there any instructions to do so? Will it pop up again on another serving site?
Listen, I can't say about that. I don't know.
Because that's what you told us in the past.
Yes, but I said a lot of things in the past. I said things that I could not have possibly been involved in, because I was deliberately trying to show, or I was specifically trying to show, that the police and the courts and the prosecutors would rather pursue and stick with a false admission that couldn't possibly be true than to actually investigate and get to the truth of the matter. And that's exactly what happened. And even the judges, I mean, everybody completely ignored the fact that it would have been impossible for me to set up the website because I was at Fraser and there is no internet at Fraser. I mean, I couldn't have possibly had access to the source material and stuff. But I admitted to that and everybody just ran with that. And I'm going like, wow. But And then when I testified in court that this is ridiculous, and people all just went with that admission. Like, it would have physically been impossible for me to do that, but everybody just accepted it, and then they tried to twist it around. But
And you had 2 websites before, is that correct?
2 websites. Well, okay. There was 1 website, but the original website went offline at some point in 2018, and then it was put back online under a different domain name. But a website refers to the content, not the URL.
Okay,
Like,
so you have 2 URLs.
Right, a
One.
URL is like a telephone number. I mean,
Okay.
it's disassociated from the device itself.
So the 2 URLs had the same content, just building on it as time progressed.
For the most part, yes.
Okay, and then why did the 1 URL go offline?
This was already discussed. I testified about it at the trial. Boy, you guys really should be better informed. And I would think that since it took you 4 weeks before you came and arrested me, which, based on what you're saying, based on this claim that, as far as the Crown is concerned, the website's been online all this time, and I failed to report 4 weeks ago, seems strange to me that you're coming and arresting me on this now. I think something happened recently, and I suspect it's like you're saying that the password thing went away on the weekend or something, and I'm pretty sure that's why I was arrested now. Like, I'm quite confident if what you're saying is true, and the password that was on the website remained there, we probably would not be sitting here right now.
I don't know that that's true. I think that we thought you were leaving the Balkan House this week is probably more accurate.
I mean...
And where were you going to go? A lot harder target to find.
But why would you think that I would stay at the Balkan House all this time anyway? It's no secret that I hate it here. I despise this country, and I hope you all... Well, I won't say that. I'm sick of this country and the politics and the raging feminism and all this. What was my point? Oh, yeah. Well, we can choose to disagree on that. I'm choosing to believe that something went wrong with the password or something over the weekend, and...
It's fine. It'll come out in trial anyways.
No.
So... the 1 URL went down, you were explaining that to me, then you talked to me about how I need to be better informed. Is that something you want to continue, or are we just going to leave that at that?
Better informed, meaning we've already covered all this ground. Like, I testified about it, and from the previous interrogations, and it's the whole thing is getting kind of repetitive.
I get that, yeah. All right, so just so I summarize what you've been telling me, because I want to get it right. You haven't had the control over the website for years. Can you tell me, like, how many years? Can I just have a number on that?
The current version of the website, and I'm not saying current, yes, the one accessible through that domain name, went online at some time in 2018. I don't know exactly when because I was in custody. I became aware of it in November or December of 2018. And so from that time until now, I've had no involvement in the website, and I've had no administrative access or authority or control over it.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, then that's not your URL. You didn't even create that URL.
That is correct.
But the content was transferred from your website that you had ownership of onto this website.
Yes, because when I was arrested in 2016, I made arrangements with my friend Liz to look after the website while I was in custody.
Okay.
Apparently, she slipped up at some point and forgot to renew the hosting plan or something, and that's why the original website went offline. Because she was responsible for looking after it, I guess she felt bad or something, and that's why she made the arrangements to have it put back online, but the original domain name was no longer available, hence desicapuano.com.
Okay. Thank you. So, and then further to that, Liz is the person who's arranging for things. You don't have any access to the person who actually has control of the site outside of that editor at desicapuano.com email.
To be a little bit more specific, I cannot say that Liz is currently or has continued to arrange anything. I know that she made the original arrangements for the site to be put back online, and then when I became aware of the site, I told her I don't want anything to know. I don't want anything to do with it or anything to know about it. Sorry, my grammar's getting jumbled up. I don't want anything to do with it, and I don't want to know anything about it because of the probation conditions, and as long as I don't know who's running it or who's involved in it, then I can't be compelled to disclose that information. So, whether she continued to have any involvement beyond that point or not, I couldn't say.
And that was in 2016 when you initially gave her control of it, or in 2018 when the new website popped up?
2018.
2018, okay. And then you've just been sending your disclosure stuff through to the editor email so that they had access to it through that?
That's an inference that you're making, that you seem like you're trying to get me to admit to, but I haven't actually said that I sent any disclosure to anybody.
Okay.
I said, for the sake of argument, if I had done that,
okay,
it wouldn't violate any probation conditions. But I did not state that I did or didn't send any disclosure material to anybody. For that matter, I haven't even stated that I've had any of that disclosure material in my possession.
Okay.
I can say that that disclosure material has been put onto the internet. I'm not saying onto the website, I'm saying onto the internet in general. And that occurred while I was in custody. So again, couldn't have been me that done it because I've been in custody.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that disclosure information from your court cases have been on the internet, not necessarily this site, in other locations?
That's fair and reasonable to say, sure.
Okay. And do you want to tell me any of those potential websites?
No. Well, wait. I'm not saying that it's on a website. I'm saying on the internet.
Mm.
A website is just a particular protocol or segment of the internet. The internet is the actual network of computers.
Mm-hmm.
The World Wide Web, or the websites, if you will, that's just one part of the internet.
So information can be stored, not necessarily connected to a URL, is what you're saying, or to a website
Right,
itself?
like there could be servers that don't have a website running on them or don't have a web server running on them. They're just used for storage or something.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say that, as far as I know, that disclosure material and other material related to my cases, like transcripts and other interviews and videos and stuff, when I say that as far as I know it's on the internet, I mean it's on a computer somewhere in the world that is connected to and accessible via the internet.
So not necessarily retrievable by a Google search?
Oh, it absolutely wouldn't be accessible through Google.
So like a personal computer that has access to the internet?
Or a server.
Or a server.
Like any huge data center in Phoenix, Arizona, with a big GoDaddy sign on the front, for example.
Okay. All right. And no idea how that would have gotten there?
Even if I did, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, okay.
And even if I did have any idea how it got there, it has no bearing on the probation conditions because, again, there's nothing in the probation conditions that prohibits me from publishing or sharing or disseminating any information about the cases.
Mm-hmm. I guess except if that information, hypothetically sent by you to this GoDaddy server, ended up on the Desi Capilano website, there's a bit of a nexus there.
Well, then there would be the issue of it being, how can I say, it being associated with that particular domain name. But, like, I mean, the probation condition is so poorly written because there's so many technical questions that come up from it, like exactly this one. Like, okay, let's say if there's the domain name desicapuano.com, but the website, all the content of the website gets deleted. So it's no longer there, but the domain name is still there because you can't delete a domain name. I mean, that you just have to wait for the registration to expire. So would that mean that the condition has been complied with if all the content of the website is gone, even though the domain name still remains? But if you try to go to the site, you'll just get a 403 or a 401 error message saying that the file doesn't exist. Well, that would be a 404.
Okay. Are you asking me?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, that's debatable, and I think we would go to Crown for their guidance on that one.
All right. So let's say if the Crown then agrees that, okay, all the content is gone, it's understandable that the domain name exists until the registration is done, and I don't know how long it's registered for right now, but let's say a year or 5 years or whatever. But all the content is gone, so they're satisfied with that. So then if somebody uploads new, completely different, unrelated content that has nothing at all to do with Capuano, I mean, that's not a Desi Capuano or Desiree Capuano website. It's still, but it's using that domain name. So is that violating the probation conditions?
I think the challenge was it was created as a hate website, but if it's no longer being used...
Please define the term hate website. You guys have used this a number of times and nobody can give any definition for it. So
I guess harassment targeting one particular person.
Is telling the truth about somebody... Is telling the truth about the bad conduct that a person has engaged in that has harmed other people, is that considered harassment?
I think so, in a public forum where you're engaging with media and you're drawing attention to it.
She's engaging with media. So let's say if a pedophile moves in next door and there's people that live in my apartment building that have children, and so I put up a sign letting those people know, hey, watch your kids around him, he's been convicted in the past of, what do you call it, sexual interference or something here? So based on what you just said, that also would be harassment, wouldn't it?
So are you comparing your ex-wife to a pedophile?
I think my ex-wife is a lot worse than a pedophile, but that's just my opinion.
Has she been convicted of anything?
Please.
Yeah.
So if a person hasn't been convicted of something, does that mean that they haven't
I just
done
don't think you're comparing apples to apples, right? So it has been determined by the courts in Canada that it is a website used for harassment and victimization of your wife, your ex-wife. So I don't know.
Well, if that's the case, then why do they insist on not prosecuting me for criminal harassment? I mean, I'm sure you've seen that aspect of my background that I've been
that was
demanding.
That was the initial charge.
Right.
And so subsequently it's sufficient to just keep running the breaches if you continue to breach your conditions. There's no need to bring back another harassment charge for that.
Really? Okay. Kind of seems like prosecuting somebody for trespassing when really they committed a home invasion. But
it's about re-victimization, and I think that's probably been explained to you.
Well, no, it hasn't, because every time somebody brings up something like that, then I point out, well, if the goal is to protect Capuano, then why is it that you guys are focusing all your efforts on putting me in jail rather than focusing your efforts on a U.S. court order to take the website down?
Because you have openly stated that it doesn't matter where it gets hosted, you're going to keep popping it back up on the internet, or someone's going to keep popping it back on the internet. So is that the most valid use of our resources
Clearly locking me up isn't accomplishing anything.
To continue writing MLATs to get these websites taken down if they keep popping up on different servers?
It seems to me that the tactic that you guys are taking, locking me up, is accomplishing absolutely nothing. The website is still there. It seems to me that getting a U.S. court order to take down the website, which I know part of the reason you won't do it is because there's no way a U.S. court would grant such an order, but it would seem to me that that would probably be a much more effective route to go, though. I mean, clearly locking me up is not accomplishing anything.
No, and I think there is a theory that you like to be inside. I mean, it's interesting, it's your last week at the Balkan House and all of a sudden the passwords come off the website and you were expecting us.
Of course I was expecting you. I was expecting you from the day that I was released.
Yes, we were a bit tardy, weren't we?
I was
and so you gave us a little bit more of a incentive to get you quicker.
Sure, okay.
That's...
if my time was running out, okay, well...
And you had no plans to go or anywhere else?
But let's say if my time at the Belkin House was running out, and what is the theory then, that I was concerned that I was going to be sleeping on the streets?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you have another plan?
Yes.
Okay, so you do have somewhere to go.
Well, of course I've got places I can go. I can go back to Los Angeles. I've got friends and family in Los Angeles. I'm sure I'll be okay when I get there. Of course, it takes money to get there, but...
Yeah. So not a short-term solution, more of a long-term solution.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. I'm going to go pop out to my partner, see if there's anything that I've missed asking you. And then if not, then I guess we can wrap this up.
Great.
Okay. All right. it looks like we're pretty much ready to wrap it up. Is there anything that you wanted to say that you haven't said? Any questions that you might have or anything?
Yes.
Okay.
I would love for you guys to show me some proof to support this claim that the website became publicly accessible over the weekend. Because it seems strange to me that we're going through all of this, yet there's no actual proof of it. I mean, how do I know that any of this is even true?
So what do you want, like a screenshot, a captured screenshot?
I would like to see you pull up the website and show me right now that it's actually accessible. Because a screenshot could have been taken at any time. It could have been doctored or something. I mean, that doesn't prove anything.
Okay. I won't be doing it on my personal device, but there is a computer next door that we can pull it up on and get that set. Okay. Other than that, is there anything else?
I don't believe that there is anything else that you would be able or willing to assist me with at this time.
Okay. All right. I'll get that ready, and then we'll wrap it up in here and then go.
Get that ready.
Well, I'll just get it loaded up on the computer for you.
Open a web browser, you just put in the URL.
I understand, but it's not a place that we typically let people who are in custody in, so we're going to prepare the room and then get you into it. This is an interview room where it's prepared.
Yeah, I understand. Seems suspicious to me, but okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, you've asked, and I'm willing to comply with that request, but it's not something that we do typically, so it will take a couple minutes to prepare.
Okay.
If you'd like us to search it in front of you, I have no problem doing that, but I'm not going to bring you into the room without prepping my partner first and getting everything out that we need to out.
Yeah, it just seems strange that you don't have like a device or something you can just put on the table here and go, here's the website, here's proof that it's up and running.
Yeah, no, I didn't prepare that. We don't have a laptop.
Maybe you should let me go and come and arrest me again later when you're ready.
Yeah? When works for you?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning? All right. I might have a conflict. We'll see if we can get this set up today. Okay, so I did my best to try to get you access to that. Unfortunately, my work firewall is not letting me into your site, so I can't provide you that at this point.
Sure.
Okay.
This sure is, I don't believe you.
And that's fine. That's fine. I know that I've seen it. Our analyst has seen it. Crown has seen it. So if you need to see it at some point, I'm sure that will be allowed to you. But I just can't operate. I can't give you that option right now. Okay? So if there's nothing else, I'll end the interview.
Wait. Okay, so I just want to make sure that this is clearly stated on the record that I have been arrested and detained now based on an allegation that the website became publicly accessible again within the past few days. Yet, for some reason, the VPD is not able to actually show me that the website is actually online.
That's on the record. Just to clarify that you are being arrested because it has been live since your release from custody and it hasn't been taken down.
So you've already admitted that you have absolutely no evidence to support that whatsoever.
Okay, but it's where your argument against what Crown is saying, and so in Crown's opinion, like we've discussed already, it has been live this whole time. We agree to disagree on that.
Okay.
But yes, you're right, I wasn't able to show you today.
Right, even though you have other devices that don't go through your firewall, but okay, whatever. I think the whole thing is just a load of crap. I think that you guys, for whatever reason, or probably the Crown for whatever reason, is just trying to give me a hard time. And that's why you're bringing up this thing about like this reporting thing. I mean, the Crown himself stated that I was only required to report one time. And I think you guys probably figured that I was going to screw up or do something wrong at some point, and like it's been 4 weeks and I haven't done anything wrong, and so I think you just came and arrested me just for this. And you'll find something while I'm in custody for the next... Well, you'll try anyway. I don't believe you about this website, about it being online and stuff. I think this is just nonsense that you guys are making up so you can justify bringing me down here. So.
Okay, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I mean, your inability to, like, you guys didn't print out any pages from it. You didn't, like, it was online.
Will you accept a printout? I can get my analyst to send me something and I can print it.
That would be something.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just not going to search it on my personal phone because I believe that you still have access to the website and likely might be able to have access to that information. So we are going to disagree about that, but I can get you a printout if you would like.
I mean, sure, that's fine, but like I said, a printout doesn't really prove anything.
Okay, so what do you want me to do here, Mr. Fox? I tried to do what you asked me.
Yes, and you're not able to.
I'm not able to. I won't be doing it on my personal phone. That's the only other option that I have right now. I can send you a stamp of what the analyst will be giving in court. I can get that printed out. They can send that to me right now, and I can print it out and show you. What would you like?
None of that would prove anything, so there's no point.
There's no point. Okay. All right, so then I'm going to end this interview.
Okay.
Okay. So it's 2:31. We'll enter the interview. We're going to keep this recording live, though, but the audio visual in here will stop. Okay? And we'll be ready to go in just a minute.
Patrick Fox was convicted of breaching his probation. He got another year of prison time and 3 more years of probation. He appealed his convictions, but they were upheld. The website maligning Desiree Capuano remains up to this day.